love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from somewhat sunny but very cold California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Monday. NEWSDAY. Monday. NEWSDAY, folks. And we are live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. We're sitting on stolen land here in California, Los Angeles, as always, in land acknowledgement for all of you. It is December 29th, 2025, and we have only 2 more days. This day included would be 3 more days, I guess, technically. It's going to be today, tomorrow, and the day after, and then boom, all of a sudden, it's the new year. Post-fit check, King, I don't have a real good fit on at all. We're having a snow apocalypse in Michigan. Well, guess what? It's 66 degrees here in California, and that is very cold 66. Very cold 66. What are you wearing is the question. I'm wearing a T-shirt from the Crash Dummies boys that they sent me from their brand, and that's what I'm wearing. The Unlimited Legacy, I think it's called. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, that's not the point. The point is we're live. We're alive. It's Monday, NEWSDAY. And I have a lot of stories to tell you. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Will you cover the Iran protests? Protests in Iran. NEWSDAY, Iran protests, shitty day and horrible economics of Iran. Will you cover Iran protests? Probably not. Anyway, I got the Theracane on me. I got that thing on me. When does Ethnic Santa have to leave in the new year? Did Jeff cut your hair? Does it look like I've gotten a haircut yet? I have not. I'm waiting for Jeff to cut my hair. It's probably going to be on the New Year's Eve is when he's going to give me that good cut. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, folks, for everyone experiencing the snow apocalypse right now, I feel for you. It's very cold here in California too. This morning it was basically like, 50 degrees. Basically 50 degrees. You know how terrifying that is? 50 degrees in Los Angeles? I can't do that. Is your ankle better? No. Shoshan HasanAbi has forgot to invite you again. Oh yeah, I saw this already. No, grow it out like a mullet like a few years ago? Probably not. Anyway. It's very cold when it's 50 degrees out here. But yeah, personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I did another 8-hour banger yesterday, mostly news. Sorry for everybody who was like, oh, it's going to be Sunday Funday. Why are you doing the news? But there was a lot of big
things happening that needed to be covered, I think. Yeah, so I had to cover it. I had to cover the Somaliapolis sagas that is taking place, because I do think that there's a lot of interest there. There's a lot of like I think that there's like two different worlds that we live in now, basically, where like there's the internet world, the Twitter-backed internet world, where like some of it makes its way to TikTok as well. And then there is just like the normie sphere that, you know, doesn't get to hear it until 2 days later, maybe sometimes never gets to hear it at all. But like the panic that right-wingers whip themselves up into, the frenzy that they find themselves in, on Twitter is pretty interesting. In any case, folks, your mid-face looking extremely normal today, and your eyes are perfectly Space King, not too close together. Thank you. I'm here to mog. I'm here to mog today. I came in ready, locked and loaded, ready to go. But yeah, I have a shorter Ramus than usual today. You might have noticed. Thank you for noticing how short my Ramus is. And my Rumbalysis, because I'm King Mogger. It's Mog on Mog time, baby. It's Moggin time. Small head kings with good facial proportions rise up. Yeah, rise up. Not me though, because I'm not a small head king. I have a normal size head. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, where was I? Oh, so yeah, ended the broadcast. Didn't really do much. Just to, you know, keep diving into fucking TikToks and Twitter, and it's probably not good for my brain. I had my friend's birthday that I went to, and I was talking to a bunch of adults, and they were also in awe of the whole like Nick Shitley saga, where they were just like, you know, some journalist friends too. And they just could not believe it. They could not believe it. They were like, wow, is it true you flew out 2 girls? I have no idea what that is. I think I saw I saw something about that. I don't know why there is just like so much strange fake news coming out about me, but I will address them. I will address all of it. I will address all the drama. Anyway, some Australian girls on Neon Stream said you flew them out to Europe. I think it's pretty funny. It's a funny theory. I assume they met someone else, probably. Either they were fans and they were memeing, or they met someone else and like Neon thought it was me. Because why the fuck, like, when would I have done that? Why would I do that? Number one. And then number two, when would I have done that? No, they said it was you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Does anyone have a link? We'll start there as well. But before I do that, let me blast off. I worked out this morning. I feel pretty good about it. I'm glad I did, even though I was doing upper body push. I'm changing my splits right now. Oh, Murat's here. I'm changing my splits right now. And for that reason, my ankle is fine. It's not like terrible. It's not great. I still can't like put weight on it, like too much weight on it. You know what I mean? I can put my body weight on it, but I can't put like additional weight on it still. But I'm like, you know, getting better. But I'm changing my splits. Whoa. Fuck. I'm changing my splits right now, and I was doing full push day today. And of course I tweaked my shit again while I was doing push. It's one of those things where it's like, no matter how careful you are, no matter how deliberate you are with your movement, no matter how much you do the precursory things necessary, sometimes you still have issues with it. Oh God, Kaya. Oh my God. It's either my brother farted or Kaya is farting up a goddamn storm right now. Everything is fucked up. Yeah. I'm changing my days too. Monday, Wednesday, lower, Tuesday, Thursday, upper. Yeah. So I used to have a different split. I'm trying to get back to a 6-day split instead of a 4-day one, so I just like spend more time in the gym. And so that's what I'm gonna be working on. But even then, it's just even then, no matter what I do, there's always gonna be an issue. Okay, get it now. Monday Newsday, SATANYAHU in Florida, Somaliapolis, fraud case SLOP, AGITPROP, ZELENSKYYxTRUMP meetup, HOLIDAYHASSY, get it now. Full body 3x a week, your body is going to get shittier recovering the older you get. Okay, I don't want to hear that. I know that, but I don't want to fucking hear that. You know what I'm saying? Look at this intro for iShowSpeed's stream. Jeff Hardy owns you, you fraud. Jeff Hardy. But do we have a blast off meme? You already know. Chatters already were making fun of me in the broadcast, in the beginning of the broadcast. Western society is crumbling. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Pickleball is overtaking basketball, pickup basketball. That's devastating. I think it makes sense though, because like it's probably older people playing. Pickleball is for older people. It's like less. I think pickleball is for it's like less intense in general, whereas basketball can like lead to injury and stuff. And I think the older you get, maybe actually I don't know. Maybe pickleball's popping because it's like a lazier form of activity. Like I'm gonna say it's lazy. It's still good to go out and do stuff, but I've played it before. You don't really need to have a strong base or anything. You can just like kind of play it. It's like low impact. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme or not, chat? Everyone says no. In college, I witnessed an open leg fracture during a pickleball game. That's crazy. That's terrifying. That's way too much. You're putting in way too much effort. I'll be honest, that is entirely. You watch Neon stream about you? No, I saw a clip. But no, I got this one. Here, we'll use this meme. Drama, Monday Newsday, SATANYAHU in Florida, Somaliapolis fraud case, plus SLOP AGITPROP. AGIT SLOP. Can you cover this TikTok about patriarchal norms and casual homophobia? I think it needs more attention to it. Sure. Anyway, doing squats on my hips, 5 reps. My hips killing me, so my knees are just soft impact stretches. Okay. Please don't cave the drama baiters. It's not like a. It's not actually like real. It's not real drama. It's like. It's not actually like a real drama at all. They just. Aiden Ross called you out in his Marty Supreme review. Marty Supreme review. The fuck do I have to do about Marty Supreme? After Marjorie Taylor Greene held a news conference at which she threatened to name abusers in the Epstein files, Trump called her. Greene was in the Capitol Hill office. Okay. According to Greene, Trump replied, "My friends will get hurt. Oh my God, my queen. Marjorie Taylor Queen." Or as Van Lathan says, Marjorie Taylor King. Will you be mentioning the new Abu Obaida? Sure. Yes, we'll be talking about Abu Obaida was revealed. But yeah, the new drama is bringing you up for random shit that happened in their lives. Wait, what do you mean? The new drama meta is bringing you up for random shit that happened in their lives? What does that even mean? What, you want to order food? Yeah, Al-Qaeda Shikar. Why the fuck are there so many drama chatters in this bitch already? I have no idea. I'm both extremely online as of late, like a lot more online than I normally am, and also not, I guess, super tapped in. But your soldiers are more online than you are. But everyone keeps vague posting about supposed drama, but they won't say what it is, like, or they won't like link me what it is. But because you will react to them, Hasan, is literally that simple. The only drama we need is 90-day react say. Yeet and Fearbuck have the clip. Okay, Fearbuck.
Guy?
These models just leaked on Neon Stream that HasanAbi allegedly flew them out to Europe. Yeah. This apparently was doing numbers on Unk Talk too. Because my cousin from Turkey, this morning I was talking to him and he brought it up. Apparently Neon was doing one of these streams and he had these two girls on the stream and I don't even know why, but they just, here, let's just watch. Hasan, even covering the slightest bit of drama takes away from any good content. Should just ignore it if it's nonsense slop. Okay, to the old boomers in the chat, this is fine. This is not like a serious thing. Calm down.
Have you guys ever dated the same guy?
No, maybe. Hasan?
So he asked, like, have you guys ever dated the same guy? And they laugh and they go, Hasan. Okay? And then they freak out.
He flew us to Europe.
And then they say, he flew us to Europe. You keep giving it attention so they will keep doing it. I know, but like, this is not, first of all, this is like low impact. Even if it was real, it's not that big of a deal. But it's such a funny thing to lie about that, you know, I'm gonna cover it.
We love you, Hasan. Hasan, if you're watching this, we love you so much. Who got free flights to Europe? That's where we paused the live. Of course, baby girl. We did.
Oh, wow.
We didn't go for comedy.
Okay.
Wait, so I don't think this is me. Like, I don't think this is me at all. Wait, hold on. There's like a different clip that I saw where there's no cuts in it, where they like bring up a bunch of other stuff that made me feel like it wasn't. There's a different video. I think the Fear Buck account had like a different video actually. Hasan looking at them like, shit, maybe I did. No, I've never flown anyone around the world. And I mean, they're beautiful ladies. I'm honored that they would choose to lie about me flying them around the world. The only person I fly around the world is March. And that's it. It can't be Mehdi Hasan. So I don't even know who, like, there's got to be like an Australian, I assume there's got to be like an Australian Hasan or something, maybe. I don't fucking know. But yeah, what's the drama? Hasan fucks is a problem now. Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, it's not serious. It's not like a serious drama. But here, Neon was shocked when two models alleged that Hasan flew them out to Europe.
Ever dated the same guy?
No, maybe.
Yeah, it starts out with him saying, have you two dated the same guy? They say maybe.
No. Who flew us to Europe? We love you, Hasan. Hasan, if you're watching this, we love you so much. Who got free flights to Europe? That's where we paused the live. Of course, baby girl. We did.
Oh, wow.
We didn't go for comedy.
Okay. So y'all get flown out and get fucked?
No.
Oh, you don't
not
fuck.
fucked.
Okay.
We're just, we're just blonde. So
None
we're
of that.
like, we're going for the vibes. We're
Okay.
going for the shits and gigs.
I feel you.
Yeah.
So y'all didn't link Hasan when you got there?
No.
He just bought the ticket.
Nah, we
I
just
think
did the
he just likes
dinners.
to be seen with us out in public, you know?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Isn't that good for us though?
Pretty good.
So he flew you guys out, And all you had to do was stand next to him.
Yes.
What a
Take
fucking.
photos, go out for dinner.
Yes, we will.
Tanımıyor musun onları? Tanıyor musun onları? Nope. I have no idea who these people are. Like, not even a little bit. I don't know what your type is, but they don't seem like it. I don't have a type. But I genuinely doubt that it's Hasan Minhaj either. Like, it's got to be like a different Hasan. But Neon here literally says HasanAbi. And they also bring up that we didn't go for the comedy. So I don't know what that means. Like, I just genuinely don't know why they like, I can't tell if that was just like they were two like random fans or something. And then they casually brought my name up as a joke and then they went along with it. Or if it was like a different Hasan and Neon thought it was me. And they just didn't understand that he was like bringing my
Literally
name up.
living our life in
were living
Europe,
life.
like Mykonos, you name it, we were there.
Scorpios.
We were at freaking island.
Wow, HasanAbi, how could you do that? That's crazy.
No,
Okay.
that's amazing.
Yeah, wow. So do you guys still talk to Hasan?
Blocked on everything.
Blocked. We got our way and blocked.
We got our way and blocked. So what are their Instagram accounts? Very easy to figure out. Well, if they're blocked, if the other Hasan blocked them, then we can't actually search. They don't deny when he says HasanAbi. I think they just kind of didn't think about it more than. Come on, Murat. Yeah, I know. I did. They blocked you. They blocked me. They said, we're blondes. We went for the vibes. Doesn't that sound like an oil money Hasan flew out two blondes because they're exotic? Yeah. It's just funny because, like, when the fuck would I have flown these women out with me to Europe when I'm on camera pretty much 24/7? Also, you never saw them around me. So it doesn't even make sense. If I was just like trying to look cool with like babes around me or some shit, but you didn't see them, then it kind of failed, right? It defeated the purpose. Between today and yesterday's stream, you didn't stream for 10 hours? Yeah. And also they said I went to Mykonos, which I've never been to Greece. So there is also that aspect of this too. Do not bring these people into it, in my opinion. They will forever get harassed by others. At least don't show their usernames on stream. Yeah. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. Well, I caught like a random stray, but it wasn't even like a bad stray. I don't even think this is, yeah, you know, whatever. Okay, yeah. They're saying I'm like Drake. I'm a celebrity. I'm like flying. I'm flying women all around the world. Yeah. I don't know where it came from, but not a good analogy. Yeah, that's probably not the best analogy. Let's be real. But the first name that I feel like that's the type of person that would do that. You know what I mean? I feel like if I think about like a famous celebrity flying people around, it would Drake is the first that comes to mind, or like Leonardo DiCaprio. But again, that's also not a good example either. But you know, get Boy to investigate. I love that he never specifies they're talking about Hasan Piker because it'd ruin the clips if it's not you. Yeah. But it's cool. I mean, I'll take it. This is like the. And there's this other clip like this with Extra Emily, a girl saying she went on a date with you or something. Yeah, I have no idea about that one. But I don't know why they would like randomly bring it up. So it's like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened. Like something like a flip switched yesterday. And randomly people are just like, yeah, I've been going on dates with Hasan. The extra Emily one is some girl who says she works in a shop and you're a rude customer or something. Wait, really? The extra Emily clip wasn't about going on a date. No, she said she saw you in a store she was working at. What's that clip? Extra Emily clip. Let's see this.
Like we went someplace that was like an hour away, drove there. Yeah, and then it was fun. And like conversation was great, but we were talking about like politics the whole time and like where money should be allocated in the government. Like it wasn't like a fun, flirty time, you know? Yeah, it was with Hasan, bro. It was with Hasan. He was a bad.
She's not talking about you here. You're getting clickbaited. This clip is cut. I've never met this person in my life. That's Tiff, Emily's best friend. She said she likes you in the past and she's obviously joking. What? The first part is not about you. Keep playing the clip.
Date. Guys, I have met Hasan multiple times. He comes into our store. Wow. And he's not very nice to me. Yep. Can I say that?
Oh, it's okay.
Was I not supposed to say that?
That's okay. So, maybe is he like?
This has 9.3K upvotes on LSF, so GG. Wait. Kinda went viral, but I've never met this person. What the fuck? Aiden paying Clippers to defame you. Basically, he's salty because you exposed his grift on Palestine. She talks about going on a political date. Then people in the chat bring you up and she says you've been to her store. She's a fan of yours. She works at some fashion store in New York City. When the fuck have I gone to a fashion store in New York City? Brother, you're running into rakes on purpose? No, I don't think this is... I think she's just memeing. Don't give the cloud chasers too much airtime. I think you guys are taking it too seriously. The politics conversation was not with you. They just joked about it sounding like it was you. Oh. I love the fucking clip meta, man. It's awesome. I don't even go to New York. I don't even go to New York like that. So how many times could I have been to a fashion store in New York City? I don't really. I think she was memeing and Clippers clipped it out of context. Wait, so what's the LSF narrative around it? Dude, I love that it's just anyone can say anything totally fake or anything like that's, you know, half sincere, half joking. And people will seriously go, people will seriously be like, oh yeah, no, this is Hasan slander, upvote. This has 9.3 thousand upvotes on LSF. What? I've never met this person. What the fuck's going on? Hasan, bro, she's not joking. She's saying you are rude to her in the store. She was joking about the date thing. But I don't think I've ever met this person before. What?
Hasan multiple times. He comes into our store.
Wow.
And he's not very nice to me. Yep. Can I say that?
Oh, it's okay.
Was I not supposed to say that?
That's okay. So, maybe is he like busy? Like is he busy?
I don't know.
Maybe he's like
It's
looking.
the truth.
Maybe he's looking somewhere.
But do you know who was really, really nice to me? Like, so nice to me? I forgot his name. He was Frankenstein. He was in Priscilla. He was Elvis. Okay, he was in Euphoria. He was the mean guy in Euphoria.
He's an actor.
The Jacob Elordi. Wait, I wonder if which store could it be? I don't think I've met her multiple times. I'm pretty sure that Hasan came into my workplace and he wasn't very nice to copy pasta. I've seen it a few times on Reddit. No. I wonder. Oh my God. I wonder if it's like you always ask who is this for, and I'm gonna ask it right now. Why are we watching this? She didn't even say it like she was mad. And if you were shitty to someone in customer service, I feel like it would be more details. Like, how are you not nice to her? I think she's joking about not being nice to you because someone said she likes you, so she's kidding. You're such a disgusting guy. You're right. I think someone should kill me. I'm gonna choose to take this offhanded comment that now has 10,000 upvotes on Reddit to the maximum degree. Hopefully, when I go out into the next time, someone will shoot me with a gun and end my torment. I think she meant you are not full celebrity. I'm not. I don't think so. The Elizabeth edit makes it seem less of a bit because it cuts out the date part. She essentially says you came to her store and you're rude, but in the context, it feels more like a bit. I have no idea what this was, but I apologize profusely to this person if I was seemingly short with them or something like that. I am very, very sorry. I do have a little bit of autism. That could be the reason, but I don't think I've gone to the store, so I think it might be a bit. But then again, I don't know. Plus, I don't want to like investigate any further because then other weirdos online are going to like dig into their past or something. She's a normie friend of Extra Emily who knows nothing about streaming law. She would make jokes about other streamers without realizing the consequence of clip farmers. You haven't met her, lol. You know, I've seen you in a Balenciaga in New York City when I was there shopping around. You stepped on my Rick Owens, spit on my face, and called me a capitalist swine. True. Those sound a lot like me. Cancel. HasanAbi canceled before GTA 6. She said you were her favorite streamer. Oh. She's gonna be so happy when she sees this clip. Yeah. You came into my workplace and stole our coffee maker and called us fascists for stopping you. This is true. I did do that. I am notorious for doing that. Wow, she was doing a Hasan bad bit and it's totally clipped now. Maybe she's watching right now. I mean, yeah, maybe this store, it's on her page. Oh, okay, guys. Don't do that thing. No, this is a coffee shop. That is a place that I've gotten coffee from in the mornings. That's it. Okay, so maybe I have actually. She said I work in a fashion store, so I thought she was like, it's a coffee shop and a fashion store. Anyway, I don't want to give more details, but that makes sense. Maybe she did. Maybe she did see me getting coffee in the morning with my Apple iPad, or not iPad, my Apple fucking headphones on. She works multiple jobs, she said. No, that's definitely, it's probably the coffee, but I don't recall interacting with her at all. Hasan, end this segment right now, dumbass. I don't think I've ever interacted with her. I don't think I've ever seen her. Hasan is not a morning person. Got it. Move on before people start stalking her. Yeah, if anyone stalks her, I will laser you into fucking oblivion. If it's the one I'm thinking of, the people working there have totally both been really nice / kind of rude and everything in between I've been. Yeah, it's like, guys, I will say this. It's a little bit of an intimidating place. It's like a coffee shop. It's like very cool. I've talked about it before on stream. It's an intimidating place. Like everyone there is very cool. And I'm walking in the morning and I'm just trying to get like a coffee and get out. That might have been the reason why she got the wrong impression. But it's like one of those places where it's like very uptight and very cool. You know what I mean? And I think she was probably memeing. I don't think she was being serious, but it's one of those, it's one of those places that's like very, very, it's a very cool place. And I'm not very cool. You know what I mean? How often do you get coffee there? If it's in New York, not very often. Big bro, you got to come to Connecticut. But yeah, all right. Let's move on from the two sequence of events that took place. Lamau, what is this, like Soho uptight? It's even cooler than that, but close enough. But it's very cool. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a very cool place. But it's funny because it's funny because I have literally talked about getting coffee from that place, and I've talked about how, like, when I was in New York, I talked about getting coffee from that place, and I talked about how like uncool I felt because of how cool the coffee shop was. Anyway, let's move on. All right. iShowSpeed kicked off his Africa tour with a stream in Angola and already linked up with the Angolan tribe, dancing and vibing with the culture.
It's only the start! Only the start! I'm getting warmed up! Get up the W's, y'all!
This man is living his life, dude, every goddamn day. Do you think Speed listens to Blowback? Yeah. That's why. That's why he's here. That's why he's doing the Africa tour. Because Blowback season 7, season 6, I don't know which season we're on now. That's what it is. Why are you so lemon, bro? I'm not.
Let's go! Woo! Chat, let's get right. Let's get right. Welcome to the motherland. Welcome home. Let's go. Chat. We here, bro. We here. Woo! Let's go!
They do have W production, chat. Yes, Angola has one of my favorite flags. For all the vexillology heads out there, Angola has one of my favorite flags of all time, as I've talked about before. Also, yeah, there is some more news coming out of the African continent. Anthony Joshua was in a car crash. He is seemingly fine, but I think his personal trainer and like 2 of his friends actually passed away in the car crash. He was in Nigeria. He wasn't driving the car. But yeah, Anthony Joshua injured in car crash in Nigeria that killed 2 people. British former boxing champion. You guys might know who Anthony Joshua is. I covered his fight with Jake Paul. He recently beat the doors off of Jake Paul. Anthony Joshua was injured in this car crash. He was in Nigeria visiting. But yeah, his head coach and his training partner, who are I believe like close friends of his as well, were they passed away. British former boxing champion sustained minor injuries. 2 people killed in collision, say police in Ogun State. The British heavyweight boxer Anthony Joshua was injured in a car crash in Nigeria on Monday morning that killed 2 people, local police said. The former world heavyweight boxing champion was taken to an undisclosed hospital after his car hit a stationary vehicle at about 11 a.m. on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The Ogun State Police Commissioner Lanre Ogunlowo said the driver of Joshua's vehicle was also injured. He added, "It's still sketchy for us here. We are trying to establish all the facts and the first responders, and that is the most we can say. We will give details as we have updates." An Ogun Police Command statement read, "The vehicle conveying Mr. Joshua, a Lexus SUV, was involved in an accident under circumstances that are currently being investigated. Joshua, seated in the rear of the vehicle, sustained minor injuries and is receiving medical attention with another injured person. Tragically, 2 other passengers in the vehicle lost their lives at the scene. The deceased have been conveyed to the Livewell Hospital morgue. Sagamu, the Ogun State Police Command, extends heartfelt condolences to the families of the deceased and assures the public that a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding the accident has commenced." I hate Twitter so much. I had filters on not to watch the awful stuff, and the first thing I saw on my For You page is 2 bodies of his crew. Yeah, I saw some videos of it. I luckily did not get to see that. But yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. I know that there's people immediately that will say, "Oh, is this foul play?" I suspect foul play. You know, there's no reason to automatically assume that it is foul play. A video shared by the local news outlet Punch appeared to show Joshua sitting in the back left seat of a damaged car. A second video showed him walking slowly and getting into a police vehicle. Nigeria's Federal Road Safety Corps said in a post on X that it had arrived on the scene within 3 minutes of it being notified. It said a total of 5 adult males were involved in the crash. 2 persons sadly lost their lives. 1 sustained injuries, while 2 others escaped unhurt. Anthony Joshua was rescued alive and sustained minor injuries. The agency added preliminary findings indicated that the Lexus Jeep, which was suspected to be traveling beyond the legally prescribed speed limit on the corridor, lost control during an overtaking maneuver and crashed into a stationary truck well packed by the side of the road. Primary cause of the crash being excessive speed and wrongful overtaking constitute serious traffic violations and remain among the leading cause of fatal road crashes on Nigerian highways. Photos shared by Agency X showed a black car with a badly damaged front and a truck covered in tarpaulin on downward sloping grass verge, which with what appears to be a dent on the left side of its back. And yes, for those of you who don't know, Joshua was the son of British Nigerian parents and has family ties in the town of Sagamu, about 30 miles north of Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos. Police said the crash took place on northbound Ibadan side of the highway, close to the junction to Sagamu. The 36-year-old attended a boarding school in Ikenne, 53 miles from the crash site, before returning to Britain at the age of 12. That's why he reps Nigeria as well when he's fighting. And that's part of the reason why a lot of white supremacists hate him in England. And, you know, prayers for all the people and their families. But yeah, that's all I got. But I just wanted to give you an update on this as well. Lagos, sorry, not Lagos. Also, David is likely to be indicted by a grand jury in the Celeste Rivas murder. So there is that too. What is this? Don't like Hasan, but I love how he has a separate second tier of enemies that are basically ineffective street level Gotham City villains. Like what are you even saying here, man? Pick literally any other angle of attack. You are Clock King. What is this? The dog collar stuff made it to coworker conversation level. This, on the other hand, I really do not think is something someone with any gray matter would bylaw. Pick literally any other angle. You can basically tell who's a street level villain versus an actual nemesis based on who brings up the Diddy party stuff. Stop clicking on drama. I like that these guys will straight up be like, I don't really like Hasan. And the reason why he says stuff like that is because of all of the other times where these low level drama abaters have just like slandered me. That there is just like this. Oh, this is the tweet. The fact that there is plausible reason to believe that there's photos on the way to a Diddy party or Epstein Island and no other option is insane to me. Yeah, dude, I was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. You really fucking nailed it, brother. Given my age, if I was on the Epstein jet, I would be 3 years old. Okay, you fucking moron. Like, the timeline does not add up. I like that there's still 4,000 likes on it, though. Respect. Go easy on Tectone. A judge hasn't let him stream for the last 4 months. Your face is being used for other beefs, Keck W. Oh, I saw this one. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And then there's a whole bunch of like international hammer and sickle accounts being like, this guy fucking sucks. And then the reasoning for it is he mistreats his dog. Anyway. Dog, you should see the fan fiction all the Groypers wrote about you under your Looks Max tweet. Somehow to them, you're fat and bald and also do steroids and have plastic surgery. Yeah. I think Twitter, this is a cliche, okay? This is a real big cliche, but I don't think Twitter is good for people. I think if you had any like early onset schizophrenia tendencies, like if you had any of that in you, I do think that Twitter has unlocked that in your mind. Like Twitter has made it so much worse. Cause yeah, no, there was this one where someone said, I see why you have the beard now. You'd look like this again if you cut it and stopped getting buccal fat removal surgery. And then there were also a lot of people saying like, had to take steroids like a trans person, which I do love that people suspect me of taking steroids. You automatically, well, one, I think it's very flattering that you think that. And two, you just immediately show everyone around you that you've never been inside of a gym. Because, you know, anyone that is above a level of novice in weightlifting knows what a steroid user looks like versus a steroid non-user. I don't think I have the gains to look like I use steroids, but thank you for thinking that. But also, yeah, it's like, there's just like people claiming that I fly to Turkey to get like a shit ton of plastic surgery, things like that. Okay. Once again, thank you for thinking that. I am somehow the most online person, and therefore you can pretty much map out my travels and where I'm at any given moment. And considering that I've been live pretty much every single day since 2018, it's quite difficult to find any time frame where I wasn't on camera for long periods of time where I'd be able to like fit in all this stuff, but that's cool. My point is people that may have had some mental health complications, I think when they go, you know, when they lean into like Twitter stuff, I think it really hurts their brains, you know? It's not very good for their brains, I don't think. I think the internet is not very good. You just have good editors? Yeah, I fake it. But half of the haters say you never leave your room. Other half says you're flying girls around the world and getting plastic surgery. Yeah. Do you think Twitter will disappear at some point or slowly lose more viewers? No, I had a more optimistic worldview of the future, I think, initially when I said when I initially thought that like people would inevitably snap back, like woke would come back, people would inevitably snap back to like a little bit of normalcy because they'd be grossed out by this stuff. But I genuinely believe that people are just getting dumber and dumber. And as people get dumber and dumber, I think they lean into more insane conspiracies. And yeah, that's not, I genuinely don't think we're going to recover. I don't think people are just going to snap back and decide to be intelligent again. But who knows? Maybe. What is this? Oh, this is the year in review I reposted earlier, the recap.
First thing that I'd like to
We had a pretty good year, by the way. In spite of all the haters, you know, sorry to all the haters, but we had a pretty good fucking year. I just think that there is less and less of a market for people who are going to say like, look, this is my worldview. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to fucking lie to you. I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel about certain things. And I will always base my analysis off of facts, right? I'm always going to think critically about things. I'm always going to try to do my very best. I can still fuck up every now and then. I'm a human being, but ultimately I will always root my analysis in facts, okay? I will try to be as truthful as I physically, humanly can. And I think a part of being truthful also is about revealing your political worldview. Many of these guys, on the other hand, don't do that. I think they just kind of lean into, in a maybe sinister, maybe not sinister. Maybe they're just like oblivious to the fact that they're not apolitical and they're actually right-wing, but like they will just say that they're apolitical. They're anti-politics. They're apolitical. They don't have any like political worldviews or whatever. They're centrist. And I think a lot of people see that as a positive. They personally believe that they also are constantly saying like, well, there's some truth to every there's some truth to every side on any issue, right? And I think that works a lot better. Like, I think that just works better as far as marketing goes. I think people find themselves duped by people who don't come out of the gate swinging with their political worldview, even if they are a political operative, right? The Nick Shitley, Tyler Oliveira equation. I think those guys get a lot of fucking coworkers and a lot of normies to believe in a whole bunch of right-wing nonsense with their framing on issues, with who they collaborate, with what they say. And they never actually say that they are right-wing, right? Even if they go on Fox News, people don't know that they're going on Fox News and shit. You know what I mean? Until they openly come out and say, I'm a right-winger, I'm voting for Donald Trump, many people don't think that, these guys are right-wing. Sometimes you can have a person who endorses Donald Trump and people still refuse to admit that they're right-wing. Joe Rogan is the greatest example of this. And I think because of that, because of how much people refuse to comprehend that someone who's not openly saying they're right-wing can still be fucking right-wing, that kind of shit pops off pretty hard, I think, for a lot of normies. A lot of normies look at that and go, no, this guy's just like tackling the issue in a sincere way. And when someone does come out and say like, nah, I'm this, I'm leftist, I'm a leftist, I will criticize Democrats, I will criticize the Republicans, I'm a leftist, this is my worldview, you know, I believe in a Marxist interpretation of history, a Marxist analysis. People hear that and then they immediately bracket you into a certain part. Like they immediately associate you with all of the baggage that comes along with what they believe that means, right? And oftentimes it's not real shit, especially when it's a worldview or an ideology that's like totally outside of what they've ever encountered or been propagandized against pretty heavily, right? And broadly, people associate bias with political viewpoint and discount people who believe they have a bias, and people who don't say they have one aren't recognized as having one. Exactly. And I hate that. I think that is the most insincere shit of all time. Fox News saying that they're doing like real news commentary. Obviously, it's when they first started doing editorial pieces that was heavily right-wing, Fox News didn't openly say they're like heavily right-wing or whatever. They still say that they're fair and balanced, right? Fox News is mainstream news. It's the most mainstream news, as a matter of fact. It's the most successful mainstream news outlet, and yet what do? They constantly rail against mainstream news. And people tune in and think, oh, I'm actually not watching mainstream news when I'm watching Fox News. I'm watching a different perspective. It's unfortunate, but I think people are sheep. By and large, I think a lot of the free thinkers are sheep. A lot of people who feel like they're adults, or a lot of people who see themselves as like more intelligent than the average person, I think they also fall into the same marketing. Because I see far too many intelligent people, far too many educated people that are so uneducated when it comes to media literacy. And this is just a real issue, no matter what. And I think slowly but surely, as society devolves, slowly but surely as political discourse worsens in this country, as a byproduct of material conditions worsening as well, I think there will be less and less investment and less interest in like serious news coverage or even serious analysis. And people who just make up conspiracy theories will probably pop off even harder. That's somewhat of a bleak outlook, but that is what I think. I see intelligent, well-read people I respect think the free press is a legitimate centrist news source. Exactly. I think a lot of people, fall into this trap where their political biases or the way that they see the world has clouded their media literacy. They are not intelligent. No, they are. People can be intelligent in other ways, chatter. You got people saying you're red pill if you like Marty Supreme Law. We're cooked even when it comes to media literacy, especially now. Yeah. Like the thing that I was saying, the reason why I'm saying this is because I realized that the Nick Shirley video that we watched yesterday for like 6 hours and went through had zero information in it whatsoever. And it was so shocking because there is a real story there, a real story that has been covered a lot by mainstream news and mainstream outlets. And what's really interesting about it is that it was worse than like Project Veritas, right? Because Project Veritas in the past, run by James O'Keefe, would take a big news story, right? They would take like a big news story that the media was covering and would obviously frame it in a very disingenuous right-wing way. And what they would do is basically like they would find someone who's maybe a little related to the issue. They would get them drunk. They would have a secret camera. They would film them talking shit, right? And they would chop it up. They would edit the video deceptively to present a narrative. That's bad journalism, but there's still like some work being put there, right? Like you're still going out to what you are claiming is a primary source, even though they usually aren't. And you're trying to present faulty evidence or false evidence with false framing, but you're still trying to present evidence, right? And I think nowadays that's not even necessary. I think you're more successful if you don't even do that and you just simply go around yelling and be a nuisance streamer, right? But as long as you're behaving like a nuisance streamer in a direction that people can, in a politically advantageous way, people look at that and they go, yeah, this guy's doing the brave work. People don't even put a lot of effort into lying anymore. And it's kind of crazy. He showed empty fake daycare centers that wouldn't let him apply or even had a business card, and he showed how much they were getting in funding. That's pretty good proof. Can they provide evidence that they actually are running a daycare center? Why is no parent of a child that goes there speaking out? It's because it's a scam. Or maybe there is an environment of genuine fear. Why would any fucking Somali American come out and be like, this is my child going there? Everyone is insane, brother. What are you talking about? Nothing you just brought up is proof, for the record. And I did talk about it. I talked about it, especially from the perspective of like, this could very well be real, right? I mean, there is at least a separate investigation that's already taking place to look at the actual conditions of these daycares, these facilities, these childcare facilities. The point isn't that these places are not scamming, right? I'm not even saying that these places are definitely not scamming. I'm saying that he didn't prove that they were scamming. He did not prove that there was no children there, because simply going outside of a childcare facility and yelling, show me your children right now, with a bunch of people, with a camera crew in tow, with like security guards in tow, at a time when like people are terrified of ICE agents and shit. That's not evidence at all. So even, as I said yesterday, even if every single facility that he went to objectively is running a scam operation and is like totally fucking empty or whatever, he didn't prove any of that in the video, and yet people are behaving like he did. And that's what's frustrating about this situation from my perspective, because that's not like, you're not looking at, look, we have no consensus reality anymore, right? We have no, like, the adults are gone, and there is no interest in consensus reality at all. Everyone is just like, nope, I agree with this already. I have suspicions. I have prior suspicions, and that's all I need. I had to talk to my Zoomer classmates about this. Apparently media literacy isn't prioritized because obviously it's real. There's video. And it turns out that they didn't even watch the thing. Same thing we old fucks did last decade. We were just scanned the titles of news articles and made up the text in our mind instead of reading. Never mind checking the sourcing. Yeah, the other side of this, I think, the other side of this equation, the other side of this like frustrating reality that we live in, is that people also have this higher priority for video. Audio and video footage is in their minds like not susceptible to deception. Like, they already have completely stopped reading shit. Nobody reads anything anymore, right? But they're like, oh, but I'll still make up my own mind. I'll do my own research by watching a video. Not realizing that videos that you watch can absolutely be framed in a certain way. This is the problem with clip culture. The titles don't match the video. People don't watch it, and the comments are removed from the reality of what's happening. Yes. And then people fall by the wayside where they just like go into, they go into like an entirely separate, they operate off of an entirely separate faulty understanding of what might have taken place. And then there is already a immediate echo chamber that is designed around it. So then there is this feedback loop when you are in, when you're in this totally alternative reality with a bunch of other people, and they all believe it. And therein lies the question, right? Does the truth matter? Or what is the truth? If everyone believes something entirely different, does the truth matter at all? Now, I believe it does, right? I still believe it does. But unfortunately, I think in this current high-paced, deceptive, and incredibly polarized media environment, the reality of the matter is the truth is secondary. It's inconsequential. What matters is the narrative. Narrative overcomes truth. And this is something that obviously I cover quite extensively and have for my entire my entire professional media career. This is one of the things that I care about the most is, misinformation, and how biased misinformation and serial misinformers actually end up gaining prominence or even like changing mainstream narratives. And because mainstream media has completely dropped the ball over and over and over again with trying to desperately frame certain things that we can all see in a totally different light. I'm of course talking about Israel, right? They have lost all credibility in the eyes of many people. And now, because they've lost all credibility in the eyes of many people, there is no like anchor point that we can go to establish consensus reality. So now consensus reality is achieved by who gets to be first to market and who gets to really pummel a narrative, who gets to really drive home a narrative over and over again. And if you lean into preconceived biases, if you lean into motivated reasoning, if you lean into like people's prior understandings of, like, for example, white supremacist social constructs, people's previous understandings of like how Somalis operate. Maybe they are tricksters. Maybe they are indecent. Maybe they are here for some nefarious purpose. And if you already have that suspicion, and then it's tied to a real case, a real investigation with real people that have done a real crime, right? It's a perfect opportunity to really fucking drive home a narrative that all Somalis are doing welfare fraud. Welfare is bad across the board because it's subject to abuse. These people are all a part of it. They're all in on it. And we have to be suspicious about every single one of them and maybe even denaturalize a good chunk of them and deport them from this country. Perfect example. Racist slop tuber meets a fan in a scary Muslim neighborhood, reframes it for the thumbnail as an ISIS encounter. Compare the YouTube thumbnail with the actual footage in the video. Avoid this place in London. Oh, he like put a balaclava on him. Oh, and then he put like Arabic lettering on all the oh God, it's so. Yeah, it changed all the text to make it Arabic. Changed all the signs. The in the actual video is a fan of his, and the signs are obviously in English. Yeah. Oh my God, the guy on the bike recognized him and was happy to see him. He's such a dickhead even to his fans. And it's kind of like it's basically gotten to a point where it doesn't really matter what the adults are saying. It doesn't really matter what the truth is. It doesn't really matter that like there are some people who are sincerely trying to set the record straight. What just really matters is vibes. What matters is like who is gaining prominence, gaining popularity. There is no sincere effort or interest in trying to comprehend exactly what's going on. And I mean, there are obviously still people who care. You're in here right now, right? But I do notice, especially with the younger generation, there's less and less people invested in this. And I think we're heading down a more slop focused, vibes focused understanding of the world where whoever is first to market, whoever can establish a more compelling narrative, a more interesting narrative, especially one that leans into pre-established norms and pre-established social learned behavior, white supremacy, patriarchy, like right-wing shit in general is going to always win out. As I always say, it's much more difficult. It's much more difficult to explain to people the reasons as to why I am anti-Israel. The reasons as to why many of you are anti-Israel. We're anti-Israel because we're anti-Zionist. We're anti-Israel because we're anti-imperialist. But for Americans, it's much easier to tell them, like, we're anti-Israel because we're anti-Jew, because Jews control America. So many more Americans have tuned into that narrative. They've tuned into that mentality. And that's a dangerous mentality to uphold. Like, people don't just go, oh, I'm anti-genocide, or I'm anti-capitalist, or I'm anti-Zionist, I'm anti-imperialist. They become anti-Jewish. It's much easier to hit an anti-Israel narrative from the perspective of anti-Semitism than it is to explain to people anti-Israel narratives from the perspective of why it's bad and wrong to do a genocide, why it's bad and wrong to give unlimited funds and support to this vassal state. So that's where we're at. And I don't know. I think the next meta in the upcoming year 100% is going to be like the Candace Owens meta, right? Israel will farm Islamophobic narratives. You know, I think the Somali stuff even plays a role in that as well, because as I've shown you already, Israel realized that they can't convince Westerners that Israel is good, but they can actually foment anti-Muslim hatred, right? They can keep pumping Islamophobic narratives, and a lot of Americans tune into that. A lot of Westerners tune into that, especially in Europe, right? Now, of course, it's a little different in America because, like, we don't have the same, like, migration patterns that Europe has experienced with Muslims coming into the country. So when you try to say, like, well, Muslims control this country in the United States of America, most people will laugh at you. At most, they'll be like, yeah, I think they're kind of weird and scary, but I don't think they're controlling the country. It's much easier to convince an American, the average American, that Jews control the country than fucking Muslims, right? So as much as Israel's basically dropped the ball as far as, like, defending Israel and trying to explain to Americans that Israel is, like, a viable and very important, necessary ally, they are fomenting a lot of Islamophobic hatred, right? But the alternative to that is the successful alternative to that, the successful counter narrative to that, unfortunately, is not what I'm doing. I'll just admit that, okay? Especially with the post-Charlie Kirk assassination, I have realized that it is totally irrelevant. The truth is totally irrelevant. It is not a successful way to cut through the noise and to get people back on board with what is actually going on. It is so much more effective if your counter narrative is also made up. Candace Owens showed that. Okay, we're living in AK after Kirk. Okay, this is AK1 after Kirk. Charlie Kirk got assassinated. The American government very clearly had an interest in making him out to be a martyr by force. And they wanted to say that he was killed because of the wave of anti-Trump narratives, the hatred that the left was creating against the Trump administration and Republicans in general. They want to kill you. They hate you. And yet all of those narratives fell by the wayside because Candace Owens came out and straight up said, nah, it was Israel. And then she didn't just stop there. She was like, nah, it's Israel, it's the Jews. And everybody tuned into it. Everybody was like, you know what? That actually makes a lot more sense. A smaller version of that I also saw, I also experienced, was in the immediate aftermath when there was like a time period before they figured out who the shooter was, where everyone was saying this is a transgender Antifa super soldier, to figuring out who the shooter was, and then they found out that he was, like, from a good family, good stock, white Mormon kid, right? Allegedly. And in that moment, everyone was like, maybe this guy's a groyper. Maybe a groyper killed him. And then a lot of liberals believe that. A lot of liberals were like, oh yeah, this is a Nick Fuentes a super soldier that actually killed Charlie Kirk. And that was also interesting because while it wasn't as while it wasn't as, like, mass adopted as the Israel killed Charlie Kirk actually narratives, there was definitely a 24-hour news cycle where a lot of liberals learned about what Groypers were and genuinely thought, oh, this got to be a Nick Fuentes fan. Once again, proving to me and everyone who was paying close attention to this stuff that it is much easier to destroy biased narratives on the right by coming out with a false narrative on the left. And that's what's really interesting. I think that we're going to see that more and more. I think like conspiracy theories that are grand, that are increasingly more insane, will be the most effective way to control narratives in the upcoming decade, if we make it out that far. Yeah, it's also much easier to convince Americans that Israel's controlling the USA than it is to convince them that our government supports what Israel does. Right? Speaking of which,
it'll continue.
Let's take a look.
Thank you very
Benjamin
much,
Netanyahu,
Thank you.
international war criminal, is currently shaking hands with Donald Trump.
I have to say that
They're in the White House. They talked the entire morning.
I have to say that,
and they're live now.
in addition to what I said, that we've never had a friend, even close, a friend, as President Trump in the White House. I think he's been extraordinary in his friendship and his support for Israel. His principled positions.
I don't know if they're in the Mar-a-Lago. I think they're in the White House, no?
His willingness
Or
to
are they in
just cut
Mar-a-Lago?
through,
Oh, yeah, they're in Mar-a-Lago. They're
get
in
to the
Florida. You're
essence
right.
of things, and I don't say that as a compliment. I just mean it. People have heard me say that behind your back, Mr. President, many times. But I want to say something else. I think we have a partnership, if I can quote you, second to none. I think it's allowed us to do enormous things. You know, people said there was a different conception at one time, which means that America can advance its interest in the Middle East if it opens a lot of daylight between it and Israel. And President Trump has done the exact opposite. He's achieved remarkable things in the Middle East because we work together. We talk about our ideas. Sometimes we have different ideas, but we work it out. And most of the time we see eye to eye. But it's been a remarkable experience, and this was a very, very productive meeting. And may I say, a very good lunch. Thank you. Thank you for your friendship.
Thank you very much, baby.
And thank you for your support. It's meant from the heart.
Thank you. You know, as I said outside, he's been a wartime prime minister, and we were, well, look, I guess I could say I was a wartime president in more places than just Israel, if you think about it. But Israel was a big factor, and we're
Don't
with
they
you.
secretly hate each other? None of that
And
matters,
we'll
brother. What are you
continue to
talking
be
about?
with you, and a lot of good things are happening.
You're watching.
in the Middle East.
You're
We have peace
watching
in the Middle
a
East,
double
and we're
dick
gonna try and
suck.
keep it that way. I think we will be very successful in keeping it that way. And you've been a great friend, and I've been a great friend to you and to Israel, and it's been my honor. And the award that I was given was really surprising and very much appreciated.
Well, President Trump has broken so many conventions to the surprise of people, and then they figure out, oh, well, maybe, he was right after all. So we decided to break a convention too, or create a new one, and that is to award the Israel Prize, which in almost our 80 years, we've never awarded it to a non-Israeli, and we're going to award it this year to President Trump. This was announced formally over lunch by our Minister of Education, who's responsible for the Israel Prize. It's going to be awarded to President Donald J. Trump for his tremendous contributions to Israel and the Jewish people. I think it's such a fitting thing, and it would honor us, obviously, Mr. President, if you could visit Israel in that occasion on our Independence Day. But I have to say that this reflects the overwhelming sentiment of Israelis across the spectrum. They appreciate what you've done to help Israel and to help our common battle against the terrorists and those who would destroy our civilization. So, again, that's an expression of thanks.
This isn't going to stop the spitting on non-Israelis? No.
Thank you, baby, very much. That really is a great honor. Any questions, please? We'll go pretty quickly because
I actually agree with them getting this prize 10,000%. This will be a stinking and never wash off.
Things are. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to know if you and the Prime Minister talked about having Israel pull back its troops before Hamas fully disarms? I know that's been an issue. Did you push for that today?
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
Is Israel withdrawing its forces?
Well, that's a separate subject. We'll talk about that.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Mr. President, did you have a message for the Prime Minister about the West Bank? And are you at all concerned that settler violence, Israeli settler violence, could be undermining the peace plan?
Well, we have had a discussion, big discussion for a
Oh,
long
a big
time on
one.
the West Bank.
Oh yeah, he gave him a stern talking to. They're going to stop any day now. The settlers are going to stop being ruthless.
We'll come to a conclusion on the West Bank.
If I could ask, what is the
Remember,
Well, I don't wanna
every
do
single
that.
thing.
It'll
This
be
is, in many respects,
at an
not
appropriate
even
time.
remotely
He will
different
do
than the
the right thing. I know
Russia-Ukraine
that. I know him
conversation,
very well. He
where
will do the right thing.
there's no new development, right? Like there's no real new development. He'll just say whatever the fuck he needs to say to shut people the fuck up. The reality of the matter is Israel does what Israel wants, and no one can
Well, I
actually
know
say anything
President
about it.
Erdogan very well, and as you all know, he's a very good friend of mine.
He'll just say
And,
like,
I
"Oh yeah, no,
believe
I
that-
talked
and I do
to him.
respect him
I
and
talked to him
deeply
he
respects
gave him
him.
a stern talking to. It doesn't
And
matter. None of it is.
They're
It's
not
all
gonna
bullshit.
have a problem. They're not going to have a problem. I know him very well, and you've seen me do things with President Erdogan and Turkey that nobody else could have done. We're not going to have a problem. He's done a fantastic job. I'm with him all the way. I'm with Bibi all the way. Nothing's going to happen.
Even like forcing Benjamin Netanyahu's hand to only annex half of Gaza and not the entirety of Gaza, which is what happened with this so-called peace process,
Well, I'm not concerned
was
with
actually a PR move, not necessarily a PR move to start making Israel look good again, right? Because they're not going to be able to do that. But it was basically a moment where the Trump administration had to be like, listen, guys, like we're with you all the way, 100% of the way, but like it's gotten to a point where like you're gonna lose everybody. Okay, you're gonna lose everybody if you keep the death and destruction. At least you can keep killing people during the peace process, but like it will be sidelined. Okay, it won't be that big of a story if you just keep quietly assassinating people, and the mainstream media won't cover it as much.
It's not trying to build up, as I've been reading, that they're building up weapons and other things. And if they are, they're not using the sites that we obliterated, but they're using possibly different sites.
But
We
then
know
again,
exactly
the
where
whole
they're
point
going,
of the
what they're
meeting
doing.
today
I
that's
hope they're
taking
not
place
doing
is
it
most
because
likely
we
to
don't wanna
see
waste
how
the
much
fuel
more they can
going
escalate
to
conflict.
37-hour trip.
How much more they can escalate the conflict in Gaza, like how much more they can intensely bomb Gaza and like overtake the rest of the Gaza Strip, I suspect. But also beyond that, I think it's more so to just like go and nuke Iran out of orbit.
Can you clarify to us? Did you talk
Which
about
request
it?
are you talking about?
Dead on analysis, but why did Hamas agree to it? Out of options.
President Herzog. Did you talk with him directly?
President Erdogan?
Herzog.
Out of options, and also too many civilians were
I think he's
slaughtered.
going to be in great shape.
Too
He's
many
a
civilians were
wartime
slaughtered. They were
Prime Minister at
running
the
out of
highest
time. They were
level.
running out of
He's
hope. They were running out of
achieved
options.
tremendous success.
They decided
And
to
I'll say
stop
it,
the
you
ethnic
know,
cleansing,
if you
knowing
had
full well that there's no real like
8 out of 10
disarmament that's
prime
going to take
ministers in
place.
his
Because like, what are they going to
position
do?
right
Take the small arms away from the Gaza
before
Strip?
right now,
They don't have like.
you
They
wouldn't
don't have
Israel any
rocket.
longer.
They don't have
Israel
like
would not
actual
exist.
missile launchers and shit. You
I'd
know what I
say
mean? You
2
can't really like
of them
disarm
would, and
this
8 of them
group.
wouldn't. Those are not good odds.
Also,
You
the
needed
other
a
Arab
very
countries
special
leaned
man
in and
to,
pushed in that direction as well.
To really carry through.
And Turkey,
and
too.
really help Israel through this horrible jam. You know, these are major factions, and it started with our negotiation with Iran. I think it probably started with Soleimani. That was really where you mentioned that today, which started with Soleimani. Bad guy, doing bad things, hurting a lot of people, killing American soldiers and other soldiers. But it started right there, would probably be the starting point. And then from that point forward, but you would you have a wartime prime minister at the highest level. There could be other wartime prime ministers, but they'd lose. He won. And I think the people of Israel appreciate it. I think a lot of the people in the world appreciate it, actually. And because of that victory, we were able to get peace in the Middle East. If you had a different kind of a personality, if you had a weak person or a stupid person, and there are plenty of both of them, you would not have had success, and you might not have Israel. And you report for Israel. I know you're very proud of it, and you do a great job. You might not have a job because there might not be an Israel right now if you had a different prime minister.
Oh.
That's a big statement, but to me it's a very simple statement to make. I'm looking at Pete Hegseth, and he's sort of nodding.
Imagine.
If they don't have a strong prime minister, Pete, you might not have Israel today. I think he'll go down in the record books. And, you know, I was a big help. I'll be honest with you, big help. Somebody said in the room, if you don't have Trump, you needed a proper combination of everything. And if you didn't have that combination, which they had, you would not have an existing Israel right now. And the people of Israel know it. That's why they like me, and it's why they actually like him. He's got a little bit of a love-hate more than I do over there. But you know what? Even the haters have a lot of respect for him. There's a lot of jealousy about him. A lot of jealousy. Jealousy is a bad word. But I believe you would not have Israel right now. So it's a big deal. Yeah, please.
A recent poll showed that as many as half of Gazans would be willing to leave the Gaza Strip if afforded the opportunity to do so. Back in February, you said that all Gazans would leave.
I heard that number today. Half of Gaza would leave. I've always said it. I said if they were given the opportunity to live in a better climate, they would move. They're there because they sort of have to be. I think it would be a great opportunity. But let's see if that opportunity presents itself. But we're helping the people of Gaza a lot. So is Israel, by the way. So we'll see what happens. But I saw that it was a poll. It was actually more than half the people would leave if they were given the opportunity. And I've been saying that for a long time. To me, it was common sense. So it's interesting.
Why wouldn't countries accept them?
Look, let's not talk about it because we don't want the controversy. Right now, we're helping Gaza. But if they were given the opportunity, I think even higher than that, the group that did the poll is usually, I call them negative pollsters. You have a lot of them. And yet this poll was, I think, very accurate, other than it would be more than half the people if given the opportunity. But they haven't been given that opportunity. So we'll see what happens.
Is the president to reach a point of understanding regarding Syria?
We do have an understanding regarding Syria. Now, with Syria, you know, your new president, I respect him. He's a very strong guy, and that's what you need in Syria. You can't put a choir boy. You can't put somebody that's a perfect person. Everything's nice, no problems in life. You have the opposite there. He's a strong guy. We get along with him great. I can't ask for any more. He's been with us all the way. We had that mishap with ISIS, and he was with us all the way. He was fighting us. You know, he was fighting them. So I hope Israel, I'm sure that Israel and him will get along. I will try and make it so that they do get along. I think they will. Bibi, do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, well, our interest is to have a peaceful border with Syria. Our interest is to have, and we openly say it, we want to make sure that the border area right next to our border is safe. We don't have terrorists, we don't have attacks, and we also want to secure our Druze friends. And by the way, I think not only the Druze, but other minorities, especially the Christians, should be protected as well in Syria and throughout the Middle East and in Nigeria. In your efforts, we back completely because Christian communities are beleaguered around the world and especially in the Middle East, but in parts of Africa too.
Yeah, especially in the Middle East, like the Christian Palestinians, Bibi.
Don't
The
forget,
fuck?
it was President Erdogan that helped very much get rid of a very bad ruler of Syria. That was President Erdogan. And he never wanted the credit for it, but he really gets a lot of credit. Bibi agrees with that. I agree with. I mean, I know it.
Yeah, notice that they
And,
just
President Erdogan should get a lot
obviously
of
there's
good
no
credit
safety and
for
security
what
for the
he did. He
Muslims.
got
That's not a
rid
thing.
of some very bad people. And, you know, they've been wanting to do that for 1,000 years with different names, but for 1,000 years in Syria. President Erdogan did it. and we give him a lot of credit. I give him a lot of credit. But I think it's going to work out well between Syria and Israel.
Mr. President, about Lebanon.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
The Lebanese government, what we saw, is not meeting the terms of the ceasefire agreement, has failed to disarm Hezbollah, actually. In your view, should Israel strike the terrorist organization again?
Well, we're going to see about that. We'll see about it. The Lebanese government is at a little bit of a disadvantage, if you think of it, with Hezbollah. But Hezbollah has been behaving badly, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, God. I got to pee.
Also with another operation of Israel in Iran. You said before the meeting with Netanyahu that you are in support of Israel if the ballistic missile project will take on, and also the nuclear weapon. But after the meeting, after what you know from the intelligence, how close are we to another war with Iran?
Well, I don't want to say that, but Iran may be behaving badly. It hasn't been confirmed, but if it's confirmed, look, they know the consequences. Consequences will be very powerful, maybe more powerful than the last time. Yeah. And Iran should have made a deal the last time. I gave them the option. I said, you can make a deal. Do it. I told them, do it. And they didn't believe me. Now they believe me.
Behaving badly, and what do you mean by that?
This is just what we hear. But usually, where there's smoke, there's fire. Have you heard the expression?
What do you mean related to the nuclear capability?
Well, no, I'm hearing that they're not nuclear yet, but maybe nuclear too. The sites were obliterated, but they're looking at other sites. That's what I've heard. They're looking. So it'll take a long time. They're not going to go back to where they were, but they have other places they can go. And if they're doing that, they're making a big mistake. Yeah, please. There's no reason for them to do it.
Mr. President, is the United States currently open to engaging in bilateral discussions with Tehran? We're hearing reports from numerous countries that there may be some discussions. Is that something you would support, or something that is
I would.
You
Sure.
would support that?
I would, yes.
Right now. Thank you, sir.
I have been, by the way, before the war, I would support that. I said to him, baby, I said, let's negotiate. And they didn't believe what was going to happen would happen. Yes, ma'am.
Exercises basically to test encircling Taiwan. Can you explain to us what your knowledge is of that? What do you think about that? Have you had any discussions with China
Well, I have a
about
great
that?
relationship with President Xi, and he hasn't told me anything about it. I certainly have seen it, but he hasn't told me anything about it, and I don't believe he's going to be doing it.
Does it worry you?
No, nothing worries me.
But
Nothing.
You said where there's smoke, there's fire, right? So
Yeah.
if you're if you're doing naval exercises and air exercises.
Well, they've been doing naval exercises for 20 years in that area. Now people take it a little bit differently, but
What
in
is
fact,
this fucking
larger than
sound
they're doing right now.
regulation here?
So we'll see. But they've been doing that for 20, 25 years. Yeah.
Mr. President, if you don't see Hamas disarm in that short amount of time that you're giving them, can you tell us what the
You
next
look like
steps
you have
would
mad
be?
hemorrhoids. What is that?
Horrible
What,
for
how?
them.
What is the specific
Horrible.
look to having a hemorrhoid?
It's going to be really, really bad for them. And I don't.
I've
want
never
that to
heard that
happen.
one before. That's
But
a
they
new
made
one.
an agreement that they were going to disarm, and you couldn't blame Israel. By the way, we have other countries that will come in and do it. They said, "Let us do it for you." If they don't, countries that were with them wanted the deal to be made, agreed that they would disarm, and now if they say they're going to disarm, that's fine. If they say they're not going to disarm, those same countries will go and wipe them out. They don't even need Israel. You know, we have many countries, 59 countries that are in agreement. This is a real peace in the Middle East. And Hamas is a small part of it, but it's still a part of it. But we have 59 countries that signed on, big countries, countries that are outside of the Middle East, as you know the Middle East. They want to go in and wipe out Hamas. They don't want Israel. They don't need Israel. They want to do it because it's the right thing to do, because they were for the deal based on the fact that Hamas pledged, they swore that they were going to disarm. Now, if they're not going to disarm, those same countries will wipe out Hamas. Yeah.
President Trump, do you think that the PA should be involved in the day after in Gaza Strip, even in the near future? And the same question to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Do you see a real opportunity that the PA will be in Gaza?
Go ahead, Bibi.
I think President Trump put clearly the conditions of reform that he wants to see in the PA for them to be involved. And I think he put it very clearly what he wants to see, the kind of real reforms, not just perfunctory reforms, but real reforms. Stop pay to slay, change the curriculum in your textbooks, open up
Dog,
different
you need
society.
denazification. Israel needs the actual reforms. The fuck are we talking about, man? What is this? I don't know if you saw it. Oh, yeah, no, I did. Yeah. I think I have it here, or maybe not.
And they were put then in the 20 points, and it's up to them.
Remember this, if we didn't do what we did to Iran, just to make the subject just slightly different, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. You wouldn't have a deal signed.
CNN broadcast audio of Trump obviously obliviously announcing land strikes on
Arab
Venezuela during an
nations, which are
obscure
great,
video interview last
great
Friday.
people.
What the
I know
fuck?
them very well. I know them. They're great people. They wouldn't be able to have agreed to peace in the Middle East because you would have had a dark cloud hanging over everything. It wouldn't have been possible. So Iran has been greatly reduced in power, prestige. I don't want to use the word humiliation because, they're trying to build up again. But we can't let them build up because if they build up, there can't be peace in the Middle East. It was a mistake. When they wiped out Iraq and Iran were about the same power. And they fought each other with different names for 1,000 years. And then our country came out and blew up one of those two countries, namely Iraq.
Why is
And all of
U.S.
a
so
sudden,
public with
Iran had the
Israel?
whole Middle
Brother,
East
you know what it's like?
But that's
When you have like a...
That's not true anymore.
Let me think. Who's like a celebrity that's like a serial abuser, right? When you have like a celebrity that's like a serial abuser, that's like a really bad person, but then they still keep getting jobs, and they still keep getting brought on, and then people inevitably just like lose sight of that. A lot of people are saying Chris Brown, sure, right? People keep putting him on. This is basically what the United States of America is doing with Israel, because the United States of America is putting its arms around Israel because it's the most dominant country on the planet. That's the reason why they keep openly posturing this way. That's the reason why they keep flexing their relationship over and over and over again. The reason why they're doing that is so that, everybody else understands that Israel is under the protectorate of the United States of America. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It doesn't matter if you don't like that they've done a genocide. It doesn't matter if you don't appreciate the way they conduct themselves. None of it fucking matters, because the big dog in the room is attached at the hip to Israel. And that's precisely what's happening here. Okay? They don't care. They don't care about the negative PR or whatever. They don't give a shit. It's America. What are you going to do?
But in the meantime, we're doing numbers that nobody's ever seen.
What are Americans going to do? Right? It's not like we can do anything about it. What can we do about it as Americans? We have a lot of distaste for this. We have a lot of anger and resentment for this kind of thing. And yet, nothing changes.
We are doing, and also despite the fact that we have a fool at the Federal Reserve. I mean, Biden reappointed him, and it's too bad. You would have thought he wouldn't have done that.
Bro, it's a flex too. I think this is a flex, just like
he's doing a renovation of a building.
Everything that they're doing reads to me like they're just basically flexing the power that they have, the control that they have. I mean, think about it. The past 2 weeks of news coverage. The past 2 weeks of news coverage revolved around Jeffrey Epstein and Trump's administration directly, Trump's DOJ directly defending co-conspirators, hiding their names, okay? And it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, we have a pedophile protectorate in the White House, and it doesn't matter. None of it fucking matters. Nothing matters. He's stealing oil from countries that we've declared foreign adversaries, potentially seeking to invade random Latin American countries, right? None of it fucking matters. The economy is dog shit, and it still doesn't matter. Everyone is so locked in on the slop that they're consuming, in the mere moments that they have to themselves, and the moments that they have to themselves where they're not actually worried about, you know, their financial troubles and making sure that they still have a roof over their heads or a hot meal in front of them. They're just invested in the slop. It's too difficult for people to just tune in to exactly who is ruining their lives, to figure out who's exactly ruining their lives. Even if the people that are ruining their lives are doing it out in broad daylight, openly stating it, openly saying, what are you going to fucking do about it? Now, I don't know if things will change. I think there could come a point where, at least if the economy is really bad, if it gets to a point where it's so bad that people are genuinely suffering, like Great Depression style, because we're not there yet. The wealth disparity leading up to the Great Depression was not as bad as the wealth disparity that exists now. Having said that, for the poorest Americans and for the middle class Americans, they are not as they're not suffering as bad as they were during the Great Depression. And I think if they got there, if it got to that point, and it potentially could, then you would see some real revolts. And I don't know if those revolts would be directed at those in positions of power or directed at random people and groups, like minority groups that have no power whatsoever but have been vilified endlessly by this administration and by the right wing propaganda over and over again. But basically, things are still nowhere near as bad, I think. They're not bad enough, rather, for people to actually revolt and rise up.
To the Turkey. Are you going to approve a sailing of F-35 to the Turkish?
We're thinking about it very seriously.
And what is
What prevented?
They'll never use it.
He's robbing the American people blind. Yeah. Here's a great example of this, right? Here's a great example of this. Donald Trump is a fucking open fraudster, right? We know he is. We know he doesn't pay his taxes. We know he doesn't pay his contractors. We know that he is currently using the executive office to cut deals for himself, right? To the tune of billions of dollars, as a matter of fact. He's done fucking cryptocurrency schemes. And yet a lot of people, even liberals, like, they get mad at that, but they don't get mad at that much. But the very same institutions that are also actively stealing money from Americans' pockets, people like Elon Musk that actually came to power, not elected, mind you, but appointed to a seat of power specifically to fire people at the federal government, are running around hyping up the narrative that, like, every Somali in America is actively robbing the welfare coffers blind, okay? Pointing to a real instance of corruption and a real instance of welfare fraud to drive home this narrative that actually it's not the wealthy guys you got to worry about, it's the Somalis. And Americans immediately fucking lean into it. I was thinking about this. It's like Islamophobia. There's a concept of goy slop that the neo-Nazis have come up with, where it's kind of funny. They just like say it's a distraction. It's basically the version of it's basically the what do you call it? The version of distraction or a red herring, but in a edgy like neo-Nazi kind of way. Right? Peach is trying to call. What happened? Hold on. I thought the Goy Slop people were doing a bit until I just realized it's blatant anti-Semitism. No, it is, yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on.
Trump greeting Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in front of Mar-a-Lago. The two are meeting today, hoping to make some progress on moving toward step 2 of the ceasefire plan. The president's talking right now. Let's see if we can listen in.
For last 3 days.
President Trump, are you going to have a green light for another attack in Iran?
Mr. President, how quickly should the folks move to phase 2 of the peace plan for Gaza?
As quickly as we can, but there has to be a disarmament. You know that we have to disarm with Hamas. So one of the things we'll talk about certainly, but there has to be a disarming of Hamas. Otherwise, very quickly. Yeah.
Can you say anything more about the explosion in Venezuela that you mentioned in a radio interview? Did the military do that? Can you share any more details about
Well, it
that?
doesn't matter, but there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs, so we hit all the boats, and now we hit the...
That's crazy. She's not muted. You don't have to mute. I know, but I didn't know what was going on, okay? Dummies. I didn't know what the fuck was actually happening. I thought it was a serious thing. I read the transcript. Peach apparently called me. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. I read the transcript of her phone call because she left a voicemail, which was on stream apparently on her side. Hey, Hasan, it's me and Christian on the side of the road right now. We just got T-boned and my cards aren't working and Austin won't pick up his phone and like is bleeding out right now. So can you call me back? We just really need some help right now. Thank you. That's the transcript I read of the voicemail, and I got worried, so I muted the fucking, I muted the stream to call them to see what the fuck was going on, only to realize that it was actually fake when she started asking me for $20. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway. It's also believable because Christian has been in accidents, you know? So I genuinely believed it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't tell me Christian's been in a car accident. I'm going to believe you. Anyway. Okay. That's homophobic? Yeah, okay. Is the audio of the voicemail listenable? It is. I just didn't listen to it because I was live on stream trying to fucking make sense of what was going on. Last time we believed women here. Yeah. Congratulations, Peach Jars. I will no longer be believing women. This is an anti-believing women now. Are you mad at them? No, I'm not mad at them. I don't give a shit. All right, let's continue.
The area, it's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
Is that the only strike that the U.S. has done?
I don't want to comment on it.
President Trump,
yesterday there was an explosion overnight in the Russians say that Ukraine tried to hit the residence of President Putin. Do you have any information?
No, I don't know about it, actually, and I don't, I just heard about it, actually, but I don't know about it. No.
Did you speak with
That would be too bad. That would not be good.
What was the outcome of your telephone call?
That would be too bad. That would not be good.
Talk this morning. I waited till this morning because it was pretty late by the time we finished, like 2:30 in Russia, 2:30 in the morning. And we had a very good talk. We spoke at 8 o'clock in the morning our time, and it was a very productive talk. I mean, we have a few very thorny issues, as you can imagine. He knows about thorny issues probably better than anybody in the world, but it's working out. We have a couple of issues that we're going to get resolved, hopefully, and if we get them resolved, you're going to have peace. You're going to have Ukraine. They're losing 26,000 soldiers a month. Can you believe it? A month, 26,000 young, beautiful soldiers. And
Wait,
plus,
what is this? Stop brigading Peachy Stream crying, you fucking parasocial weirdos. Oh my God. We will ban every single person that is doing that. Okay? Every single person that's doing that, you will get banned here. Do not fucking do dumb shit like that. What the fuck's wrong with you guys, bro? It's fine. Be fucking normal. What is happening? Do not. Oh my God. I wish, like, I was thinking about this morning. It's like people don't have the appropriate level of smoke for like actual political actors, right? They have way more smoke for. They have way more fucking smoke for my friends and people who are aligned with them politically than they do for like actual people on the opposing side, you know? Preserve your energy and use it in the appropriate direction. Like even when people were like yelling about Atrioc, right? Earlier or yesterday, he is like by and large a dude that has like pretty decent politics. Like what do you think is going to happen when you're fucking yelling at him? Like there's no reason to yell at him. Go fucking yell at the people that are making the fucking right-wing propaganda or the people who are promoting the right-wing propaganda as opposed to Atrioc. But of course, you probably, once again, have more of an opportunity to have him hear your anger and resentment. So you're going to use it on him. You're going to expend the limited amount of time and energy that you have on someone like that. Chad is not listening to you, HasanAbi. Jesus Christ, dude. God, I hate Twitch streaming. I genuinely, maybe 2026, I just quit. Maybe 2026, I just quit Twitch streaming and I just go to like either full-time video on demand YouTube videos or just like go away entirely. I can't. It's so lame. It's so shitty. Everything sucks. Everything fucking sucks. Move to TikTok? Yeah, let me move to fucking TikTok after Larry Ellison bought it. World's hardest job? No, but it is so annoying, you know? It's not the world's hardest job. It's a super easy job, right? It's just like, but it's just so fucking annoying. We know you won't. You need the live feedback attention too much, big bro. No, I mean, that's not the reason why I do this. I think the format that I have chosen to do this is not because I love the fucking real-time feedback, even though that does play a big role in my commentary. I think it's good to hear from different perspectives in real time while I'm in the process of covering the news. Anyway. So many people lose their income without you. I know. Every single one of my haters would probably fucking off themselves if I quit.
some people in Kiev and relatively small, but a lot, you know, still people, and it's a lot of people. But 26,000 soldiers were killed last month. Yes, please.
President Trump, are you going to allow Turkish forces, or do you expect Turkish forces to be stationed in Gaza?
So I have a great relationship with President Erdogan, and we'll be talking about it. And if it's good, I think that's good. And a lot will be having to do with Bibi. We're going to be talking about that. But Turkey's been great, and he's been, you know, excellent as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about you. To me, he's been very good.
Can you guarantee that?
Sure. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu and how important it is?
Would you say Trump mogged here? No, he's not. He's not mogging. His mandible is recessed. Random thought. Do they not want Turkey and Gaza specifically because of NATO concerns? They seem fine with other U.S. allies being there. Oh no. I think it's more so drama between the two different vassals. Israel and Turkey have drama, specifically in Syria, where they both have different ambitions and different designs for what must take place in Syria. And I think there is already there's a lot of back and forth there, so that would heat up. That would reach a boiling point if the Turkish army was deployed to the Gaza Strip, and then obviously they're not going to fucking fight against the Palestinians there. That's never going to happen, right? You have a higher likelihood of having the United Arab Emirates and the Saudi militaries actively fighting against Palestinian military or Palestinian militancy than you do with the Turkish army. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but I just don't think that would happen. So they would end up most likely being against Israel. There would be an inevitable conflict between a NATO military, the Turkish military, and Israel, for sure. And then that's a much larger crisis. Israel, Cyprus, and Greece signed a mid-sea defense pact. They keep crying about Turkey on Hebrew media. Yeah, no, there's a lot of conflict in the region between Turkey and Israel, and it's really interesting because they're both American servants. They both play a major role in advancing America's interests in the region, and yet there is a lot of there's a lot of back and forth in terms of who gets to be the top dog. And I think Israel will always win that argument, no matter what happens. They have divergent interests in Syria. I imagine that has a lot to do with it. I mean, their divergent interests are technically their divergent interests in Turkey. There's also a divergent interest in Somalia. I think that's another big one too, because Turkey has a lot of ties to the current Somali government, and Israel's recognition of Somaliland is a foothold for Israel to have at least some kind of control on the other side of the entry point into the Red Sea, against a line of defense against Yemen and the Houthis. So everywhere, both Israel and Turkey are in line with America's goals in the region, and they play a very important role in advancing America's goals in the region. They're both anti-Iran, for example. There's never been a moment where the Turkish military was pro-Iran at all. They've always been anti-Iran, right? And obviously Israel has also always been anti-Iran. So they have similar, the same exact interest in advancing America's interest in the region. They also have similar enemies in the region, but ultimately, I think they're just trying to be the number one lapdog for America, if that makes sense. And in that battle, Israel's always going to win out. Turkey will always get little broed. I mean, obviously, they have a much larger army, and they're trying to play a bigger role in Ukraine. And also, they have this almost neutral position on Russia as well. So they get to be a middleman between Russia and Ukraine in some ways. And I mean, Turkey played a major role in taking out Bashar al-Assad in Syria and gift wrapped Syria for America and Israel. And yet Israel has expanded further and further into Syria. Turkey's goals for Syria, of course, is to create a buffer zone in the northern Syrian corridor, where they can resettle the Syrian refugees, many of them of Sunni descent, that escaped into Turkey. 10 million of them were housed in Turkey, which was obviously another opportunistic move from Erdogan. It wasn't like a humanitarian thing at all. He was doing that so he could have some kind of leverage over the European, the EU nations, and he did use that aggressively. There's also the Rojava element here, where they do not want the Kurdish militias at all. They do not want there to be any sort of nation state development or any sort of autonomous zone developed in that area for the Kurds. And that's a major point of contention. HTS does not have any power to actually deal with the Kurds at all either. So he is, or not HTS, sorry, Jolani slash, his new name is what? Ahmed Shara, or his old name is Ahmed Shara, whatever. Shara, Jolani, whatever you want to fucking call him. Zelensky does not have any power and can't really do anything to satiate the appetite of the Turkish government in terms of giving them the buffer zone, right? That's like Syrian territory. Turkey also wants a unified Syrian state to prevent Kurdish autonomy in the northeast and use Syria as both a buffer zone and a subservient market like they used previous Idlib administered areas as. Yes. But they also, like I said, want to resettle a lot of the Syrian refugees that are still in Turkey into that buffer zone. And I don't think Israel wants that for some reason. I don't think Israel wants Turkey to have any sort of foothold in Syria. They just don't want Turkey to be a regional power in Syria at all. So they're pushing back and aggressively, doing Israel shit. Israel wants greater Israel. Israel's going to keep bombing Syria to achieve greater Israel. So, yeah. The difference, of course, between Turkey and Israel is that Turkey does not have a APAC, right? At most, what Turkey has been able to do in terms of of intervening in American domestic affairs was Eric fucking Adams, right? A low-level guy from, I think he was in Brooklyn as as a council member, right? And then he lucked into the mayoral position, and then Turkey basically turned around and used that for small deals, and they offered him free Turkish Airlines flights and free hotels and shit like that. In exchange for that, Eric Adams gave Turkey what? An assurance that he would not recognize the Armenian genocide, and also fast-tracked their fire inspections. That's it. To understand how different of a playing field Turkey is playing against Israel in terms of any sort of domestic lobbying front. They're not even on the same planet, So that's the situation. I do think that like I said, I do think that Turkey is trying to be a larger player. They're doing their very best, but they're not. They're nowhere near as successful in lobbying the American government. Abi, I do not think Erdogan cares where Syrian people live. They are more likely to be interested in populating the Syrian areas with radical Islamist militants who depend on Turkey for legitimacy and are committed to creating an Islamic state more than anything. I don't think Israel's goals are in conflict with Erdogan. Well, they sure seem to be fighting over it. I think even if they're not in conflict with one another, Israel doesn't seem to think so, because they are definitely trying to... Maybe Israel thinks they can use the Kurdish nation state as like a separate power against Iran, because there's a lot of Kurdish militias that they use in Iran as well. And obviously the Kurds have been historically a partner to American intervention in the region, only to get dropped the moment that America's interest wanes, or the moment that they want to offer Turkey something as a gift. And I suspect that in an effort to continue using Kurds as an American proxy in Iran, they keep floating the idea of like an autonomous region in Rojava. And I suspect that Israel wants that too, because I do see a lot of like pro-Kurdish nationalist sentiment from Israel too. So that's what it, and obviously Turkey doesn't want that. Turkey doesn't want that at all. Turkey would only allow any sort of like autonomous region, in my opinion, if it was backed by a Kurdish leadership that is subservient to the Turkish state and their interests. And that's never going to happen, because any sort of Kurdish nation state that will develop in the region will be any sort of Kurdish nation state that will be developed in the region will develop along the same boundaries as like Israel. That is the goal that Americans have, if at all. And the only thing stopping that from happening is Turkey refusing to let that happen. What do you make of the peace deal with the PKK? Oh, that was an American gift back to Erdogan, so we could win some domestic points, brownie points. It's not the same as Israel, though, because Kurds are indigenous to the land, Lamau. No, I understand that. Of course, it's not the same as Israel. I'm just saying that the function of a Kurdish nation state, if it was ever allowed to be developed in the region, would play a similar role to Israel. It would operate like a proxy. And I think for the longest time, the reasons why America has never allowed that to happen is because it's more beneficial for America to just keep dangling them as like militias that can disband or organize, as they dangle nation statehood in front of them over and over again, and then just like sell them down the line, as the United States of America has been doing far before this last version of the conflict, right? And that's it. Yeah, they use they also dangle it against Turkey as a threat too, for sure. What makes you think America was beyond the Turkey-Kurdish rapprochement? I thought that was driven by the hardline conservative Turkish politician. No, yeah, by Devlet Bahçeli, the leader of the MHP party, which is the ultra-nationalist party. The ultra-nationalist party was almost entirely crafted and supported by the CIA. And in its initial stages of development, it was utilized, not dissimilar to Gladio, against growing Kurdish nationalist movements that were aligning with the socialists. And it was far too close to, obviously, the USSR in proximity for America to not gain a stronger foothold over what eventually became a very valuable NATO partner. A very valuable NATO partner that has, missiles directly pointed at the USSR, or at the time directly pointed at the USSR. Is a hard position for the Kurds, Druze, Somalilanders, etc. to begin with. They have so few friends and can't really be picky with who they accept help from, but they also don't exactly love Israel or the US and don't want to be under their influence. I don't know why my people are bitch-ass clowns. They keep being used like a fleshlight, then thrown out, absolutely useless. I don't know why Westerners treat us like we're some amazing group of people who are all socialists or libs. They don't realize we ruled by a bunch of militaristic mobs who coincidentally also work for the CIA, so the pro-Kurdish propaganda in the West is usually trying to advance their own interests rather than anything good for the region. Yeah. This is also true. But also the nationalistic, the ultra-nationalists were the ones who actually reached out and said, Abdullah Öcalan, the jailed leader of the PKK, okay, was willing to cut a deal to disarm Kurdish militias in the region. Okay, it's really interesting that it was the ultra nationalists that did that. Right there, they are the biggest ops of the Kurds in Turkey. They're the biggest ops of the Kurds in general. Right, they're a part of the leadership coalition alongside Erdogan. So the very fact that he was the one who did this as the fucking, handpicked, as this shadow says, handpicked Gladio agent. I do not think PKK leader has any interest in actually solving the Kurdish question either. Erdogan doesn't care about it either. Talks between PKK and the state are behind closed doors, and all the rhetoric refer to Kurdish question as a matter of terrorism. Neither the Öcalan nor Erdogan are developing a framework for equal citizenship. Yeah. Devlet Bahçeli is literally a handpicked Gladio agent, so much so that Alparslan Türkeş, who offered himself to the embrace of NATO as a part of Gladio, called Bahçeli an agent. The ultranationalist movement in the country in Turkey is directly aligned with the State Department. And Erdogan also comes from the other side of American State Department intervention. Him and Fethullah Gülen come from the same background, the Islamist movement in Turkey, and that was also another CIA operation in the country. And if you are wondering why there's so much CIA intervention and involvement in Turkey, well, it's a NATO country. And as I was describing to you, it was important to make sure that Turkey did not fall to the pesky socialists, okay, to the scary socialists, and therefore they quickly ensured that the armed, straight up terrorist gang members that were the ultranationalists would fucking dominate any kind of pro-Kurdish movement, any kind of socialist movement, any kind of trade unionist movement, which they did very successfully. And then from that point on, anyone that had any motion in Turkish politics was basically at most a fucking liberal that presented themselves as a social democrat. Not dissimilar to other European countries where similar things took place in Western Europe specifically.
For you to see him be pardoned by the Israeli president?
Look, he's a wartime prime minister. He's done a phenomenal job.
Yeah, MHP is still ultra-nationalist, but they're relatively moderate because the new version of that is Zafer, which is like the new Hitler youth. There are many Israel supporters among them. I know. They all came after me in the beginning. Yeah, there's also another meta that's even more fucking ultra-nationalist than the ultra-nationalist party that has gained the attention of a lot of young people. It's like an online phenomena in the country. And those were the guys who were like so anti-Arab that, I mean, there's a lot of people in Turkey that are anti-Arab, let's be real. Part of that is because the Syrian refugees that came in were presented as like a move, an Islamist move by the Erdogan administration, as though he has any care or consideration for Muslims anywhere around the world. Let's be fucking real, he doesn't. But yeah, you called them dogs, Lamau? Yeah, I said they were dogs to America. And they got so mad. Yeah, I said they were. I mean, it's funny because they call me İngiliz uşağı, which means a servant of England, which is pretty funny. But I called them. Abi hala onun da biliyorsun burada sıfır konteks, sıfır nuance. Evet. Turks still get fucking sensitive about that. When I said you are a dog to America for being pro-Israel. This was right after October 7. And there were anti-Arab Turks in my chat, like nationalist Turks in my chat yelling at me because they were saying shit like, they were saying stuff like, what were they saying? They were basically saying like, oh, if you love the Arabs so much, why don't you go fight in Palestine? Like that's the type of shit that they were saying. What's Saudi Arabia's role in all this, you think? I mean, they're also servile. Saudi Arabia is servile. All of these guys. Lots of libs in Turkey, huh? I mean, there's liberals in Turkey, but there's a lot of nationalists in Turkey as well. Turkish nationalism is very different. Like, it's not... coming from that background of the United States of America, I always laugh about American patriotism because Americans are far too invested in burger to actually fucking develop like a real nationalist movement. They don't have any sort of like national mythos that they identify with in the same way that like Turks do, because Turks have like thousands of years of history that they can point to, like Panturanist attitudes that they can point to. It's just not even a fucking... There's no comparison. Like, it's just not a thing. Americans are far too invested in eating jalapeno poppers to be as nationalist as like average European even. It's pretty funny. Like, there's not enough history there to even concoct some sort of like a mythos, even though that hasn't really stopped Nazi Germany from building one whole cloth out of nothing. You know, the Viking Nordic shit. But ultimately, the real reason why I think Americans are disorganized is that nationalism requires a sense of discipline and a sense of order and a investment, an investment in the myth, the national myth, the superiority myth. Like, Americans are white supremacists, but even that's like secondary. They're far too, that's why I say the American civic religion is capitalism. It's not nationalism. It's like pure capitalism. Are Ulusalis like Pirinçek also CIA backed? No, they're fucking super. Pirinçek is like super anti-NATO, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they're CIA backed. Maybe I'm wrong though, but I don't think they're CIA backed. I think, what do you mean? They literally, didn't one of those guys kidnap like a, yeah, one of his followers literally kidnapped like an American Marine outside of a NATO base. They fucking put a bag over his head and like beat his ass and kidnapped him. I don't think they're CIA.
Taken Israel through a very dangerous period of trauma. Israel with other people might not exist right now, if you want to know the truth. That's a pretty big statement, but it's true. I feel that. You had the wrong prime minister. Israel right now would not exist because they were met with a force the likes of which very few countries could have handled, and we worked together and we were extremely victorious, to put it mildly. Now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, and if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them, but hopefully that's not happening. I heard Iran wants to make a deal. If they want to make a deal, that's much smarter. You know, they could have made a deal the last time before we went through, you know, a big attack on them, and they decided not to make the deal. They wish they made that deal. So I think, again, they should make a deal. They want to make a deal.
When he keeps saying Israel wouldn't exist, and for me, it's like, bro, don't threaten me with a good time. You know what I mean? Do you know how many people hear that and go, oh my God, that would be amazing?
But sometimes that doesn't happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. Trump, right, Nadav Elimelech, 24 News Israel. Would you support the overthrow of the Iranian regime?
Who?
Iranian regime.
I'm not going to talk about overthrow of a regime. It's, they've got a lot of problems in Iran. They have tremendous inflation. Their economy is bust. Their economy is no good. And I know that people aren't so happy, but don't forget, every time they have a riot or somebody forms a group, little or big, they start shooting people. You know, they kill people. And the people tend to, I've watched this for years. There's tremendous discontent. They form 100,000, 200,000 people. All of a sudden, people start getting shot. And that group disbands pretty quickly. So I've watched it for years. They're vicious people, yeah.
Mr. President, will you support an attack
Israeli attack on Iran if Iran will not have a deal. If Iran will continue with their ballistic missiles and also nuclear weapons.
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay? One will be yes, absolutely. The other was, we'll do it immediately.
Mr. President, Yaron Avraham from Channel 12 News. What are your plans regarding Gaza for the next few weeks?
Well, we're going to be dealing on Gaza. That's why this very great prime minister is here right now. We're talking about Gaza. We're talking about a lot of things. We have about 5 major subjects that we're discussing, and Gaza will be one of those subjects.
Mr. President, can you guarantee that the last hostages and Philip will be released before we continue to the second phase of the Gaza plan?
Well, let's put it this way. Every hostage...
Trump is hype mogging him. That's true. He is actually hype maxing.
Just about that's been released was released because of me, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, my whole team, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. They were all released because of us. None were released in the Biden administration. None. They were all released because of us. Then we had a lack of releases with respect to the dead. And all of a sudden they started coming back because I said, nope, you said you were going to. We have one wonderful young man whose parents are right now inside. And he's, what beautiful parents, a beautiful brother, sister, and like a beautiful family, and they're waiting for their son. It's the only one left, and we're doing everything we can to get his body back. And the parents just said, hopefully he's alive. And I said, I'd love you to think that way. Okay?
President
So we
Trump.
do everything we can.
Do you have President Trump?
So I think this upcoming year is going to be a pretty big one because the Obama 10-year defense pact that was $30 billion is finally coming to an end with Israel. Because Obama, on his way out, if you guys recall, he's even though he was considered to be the most anti-Israel president, oh my God, he hates Jews. He hates Jews. Like, that's what they used to say in Israel all the time. And that's what a lot of people used to say about Obama for the crime of stepping out of line and actually doing the JCPOA, the Iran denuclearization agreement. On his way out, he dropped a cool 30 bill, right? Which is nothing, right? I mean, come on. It's anti-Semitic that it wasn't $60 billion. Let's be real. And it was a 10-year contract specifically to refill the Tamir interceptors for the Iron Dome defense. And it was a $30 billion contract over 10 years. Now, of course, those numbers seem marginal. They seem tiny in comparison to how much money Brandon and then Donald Trump has given to Israel since then. But that contract is coming to an end. Right? That contract is now coming to an end because 2026 is when it's going to end. So now Benjamin Netanyahu needs to demand a cool 60 bill this time. Okay? And I guess, is it in 2028? Oh, okay. I thought it was going to end in 2026 because it was in, I guess like it got implemented in 2028. Is that what it is? Or maybe I'm thinking of something different. It's going to get renewed. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes. It will get, they will double up. They will double up. What is a contract? Don't they gift it? Wait, the contract is basically allocating congressional funds. That's what it is. They might triple up. Think about it this way. We squeezed a cool $40 billion to Argentina just to bail out one of Scott Bessent's buddies, okay, who's still holding on to Argentinian debt and does not want the Argentinian country to default, okay? We squeezed out $40 billion for them basically overnight. Why the fuck wouldn't we give Israel $100 billion? I feel like that's the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard. If we're giving Argentina 2 infusions of $20 billion at a time when China is literally purchasing their soybeans instead of our soybeans because of the tariffs shit that took place. Because remember, like Donald Trump gave Argentina $40 billion after Argentina was like, oh, we'll sell you the soybeans, China. Like they started selling soybeans to China because China stopped purchasing American soy, right? They got the flags mixed up. That's why Donald Trump gave Argentina $40 billion, because it was like, what is this, the Israeli flag? Is this the Israeli flag? Oh, it's my favorite flag. Give him $40 billion. That's what happened. Yeah, it's same colors, you know? So yeah, when you think about giving Argentina $20 billion, I think it's only $20 billion. I don't think they gave the other $20 billion because of backlash. Well, they were slated to give $40 billion, but maybe they gave a cool $20 billion. Okay, fine. Initially it was supposed to be 20, and then they doubled up on it, right? And maybe they didn't give the second $20 billion. Not that it fucking matters. The very fact that we're giving $20 billion to Argentina to begin with is insane, okay? Now, when you think about that, if you actually think about that, though, if you're giving $20 billion to Argentina, you got to give $100 billion to Israel. Okay? You have to. This makes no damn sense. Otherwise, you're anti-Semitic.
Out of all of these people, and I'm not just talking about the final 20.
That's also partially why it's so funny when people are just like, I can't believe the amount of fraud that's taking place. The amount of fraud that's taking place. Brother, once again, we're talking multiple billions with a B overnight being fucking shipped off for the hopes and dreams of one guy, or to protect the financial investment of one fucking guy. And you're out here sweating the fucking small stuff. Not to say that like the charity fraud, Medicare fraud, or any number of different like versions of fraud that's taking place on U.S. soil, whether it's done by Somali people or whether it's done by white people, it doesn't fucking matter. Whether it's done by Russian nationals, as though there's another case of fraud there too. Like, all of that should be prosecuted. I am in favor of social welfare. I'm in favor of of having a strong welfare state, and therefore, of course, I want the fucking people who abuse that structure to be punished. Okay, just so we understand. Having said that, though, if you have smoke for what you foresee or what you are seeing in front of you that's taking place in Minneapolis, you should have the same exact kind of smoke for the Trump administration. You should have the exact same kind of smoke, if not way more, for Elon Musk. You know, these guys are robbing you fucking blind every day of the week. And then they're basically turning your attention over to Somalia, and you're falling for it. You're like, oh, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Why is nobody talking about it? Why is nobody covering it? Of course people are covering it. Nobody should be fleecing America and Americans, okay? Nobody should be taking fucking funds away and reappropriating the funds back to their own goddamn pockets. But just wake up. Wake up to the reality that there is a reason why they are making you laser focused on this instance of fraud. There's got to be a reason for it, right? Why is it that collectively all of the billionaires like Elon Musk, the entirety of Twitter, Fox News, overnight is like, oh, what about the Somali fraud? What about the Somali style fraud? What about the Somali style fraud? Yeah, okay, investigate and jail the motherfuckers who stole the money. 100%. Okay? And the irony, of course, is that that investigation is already being conducted, right? That investigation has been in the works. That investigation started under the Brandonian Department of Justice, ironically enough. And there's still subsequent investigations taking place. Okay? So what you are demanding in that situation, is, ironically enough, something that has already taken place, but they're duping you into thinking that you know, no such investigation was taking place until some random fucking YouTuber went over and demanded to see children at childcare facilities. Okay? You're distracted. It's impossible to organize in a situation like this. It's impossible to get you to recognize exactly what's going on, and no amount of, hey guys, this is totally fucked up. And I'm glad that there is an investigation that's active, and that Medicare fraud, Medicaid fraud, or any kind of charity fraud is completely unacceptable. Stealing government funds that are supposed to be feeding hungry children, and then, you know, purchasing cars or whatever the fuck is unacceptable. It's one of the worst things that you can do. You're literally stealing money from hungry children, okay? But one must ask why you didn't hear about it to the same degree when Brett Favre did it. Where were the Republicans when Elon Musk is consistently? Where were the Republicans when Elon Musk was consistently demanding more and more money? All of these billionaires do it. All of these billionaires do it. This is not a deflection. This is not a distraction. I'm not saying take your attention away from the fraud that took place in Minneapolis, okay? Luckily, as far as we understand, justice is being served in that regard. But just think for a second. Who stands to benefit from this? When I'm hyper-focused on this, I'm locked in on this. And what's additionally frustrating about it is that the narratives that I see online are so fucking stupid. They're so dumb. The narratives I see online around this is like, well, nobody was covering this in the news until this fucking YouTuber did it. It's like, no, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. Of course the media was covering it. It's ridiculous. You can't be this easily, you can't be this malleable. You cannot be this easily duped. Okay? But unfortunately for a lot of people, they are this easily malleable, this easily duped, this easily distracted. They can be, though. No, I know. I see it. I'm talking about it right now. Not only was this here, this is another thing I was going to point to. Like, I have journalists that have been reaching out to me over this too because they're so fucking pissed off about this. But here's a list of news outlets who have not covered Nick Shirley's fraud story. New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, MSNBC, NPR, USA Today, Reuters, Axios, ABC News, PBS. Every single one of them wrote stories on Elon Musk, on an Elon Musk hand gesture. Do you get it yet? Every single major outlet covered the welfare fraud story. What they didn't do is go to a goddamn random medical plaza, harass the staff working there, and think out loud about how strange it is that a bunch of healthcare service offices would be in a medical plaza. Not only was there no mention of new information in this supposed investigation, right? There was no evidence whatsoever presented, which was ridiculous. But the old evidence for ongoing investigations was not even fucking brought up. We did more from here. We did more from here in this room on the internet in terms of identifying what the problems were in the facilities that he went to than he did. He didn't look up the Department of Human Services. He didn't look up the licensing for any number of different daycares that he went to. He just simply kept saying, like, there's no children here. There's no children here. And that was it. People believed it. People were like, nope, that's it. What is this? Minneapolis City Hall reporter for the Star Tribune. Breaking. Tiki Brown, commissioner for the Minneapolis Department of Children and Youth Families, said none of the 10 child care facilities that YouTuber Nick Shirley recently visited for his viral video have had their payments paused, although a couple were previously closed down by the state and state workers are doing visits to the rest today. The now infamous Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago, and the first one in the long video, Mako Childcare, closed several years ago, she said. This is going to make this more annoying? What do you mean? Yeah, the reason why, why don't you block those bigots in your replies and QRTs? The comments on your tweets are cancerous because it's Twitter. It's impossible. It's like saying, hey man, you jump in the water and you get wet. Why are you jumping in the water and then getting wet? It's like, I know. I'm on Twitter. It's virtually impossible not to interact with Nazis. I wouldn't be able to do anything. Blocking all the bigots and all the Nazis in my QRTs would mean blocking pretty much 90% of the active Twitter user base at that point. Let me fucking, let me wrestle in the mud with the pigs, okay? It is what it is. It's up to you to take that shit seriously or to understand where that's coming from and just move on with your life. Why do you go on Twitter still? Because someone's got to fight those battles, man. What do you mean? It's just, I can do it. That's it. It's not even that I'm brain broken necessarily, but I am brain broken, but that's not the reason. In any case, so that was one of the takes I had, which people are still just saying like, we're the children. Like, he did not prove that there were no kids there, brother. Like, that's the problem. That's technically the issue here. The issue that I have with the content or the news reporting that he was supposed to try to do is that he didn't accomplish the goal. Okay? He just didn't accomplish that goal at all. It was very frustrating to see. And it was doubly frustrating to see that there were people who looked at that video and it confirmed their priors. It's crazy. People were saying you were wasting your time on the fraud story, and for a minute I agreed, letting them set the narrative, but then I realized it's not your job to inform. It's our job to go out into the real world and tell everyone who brings it up how fake it is. Well, the problem is it's not even a fake story. There is charity fraud, okay? There is even a part of the charity fraud that took place. A part of that was one of the main guys that was caught doing the charity fraud also operated a child care facility as well. So there is real fraud and there are active investigations. The problem is extending that to every single child care facility under the suspicion that like Somalis are running it and going out and like trying to harass random people that are working at these child care facilities is insane. That's the difference between vigilante justice. Here's what it's like, okay? It's like when lynch mobs would form in the South. More often than not, it was formed over suspicion that a black person had actually done something. But sometimes it was actually because like there was a real crime that took place, right? But the lynch mobs wouldn't go after like an actual criminal. That should be left up to the criminal justice system. They would just go after random black people. This is just how it works. And this is the digital version of that, which then will have real world consequences as well. But unfortunately, it is what it is. Not really anything you can do about it. And now you got already repeat offenders or people who are trying to do the same exact thing, like calling up daycares in Ohio, being like, where are the children? Where are the children? Are you a fake Somali daycare? It's crazy. I only caught a couple clips of you watching the video, and both of the moments I saw that one guy saying Somalis are insular and Minnesotans are too afraid to be called racist and anti-Muslim to say anything, jam-packed with dog whistles. I mean, he also literally said that the Somalis are violent. Most people seem to know that they're being stolen from structurally. Now that the real villains have been revealed as Somalis in their mind, the collective outrage is out of control. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like a pressure valve for a lot of people. Here's Turnbull, who posted this as well. Like, this is another one. If you're angry about the Minnesota daycare fraud, the case below will really upset you. Philip Esformes ran a massive nursing home fraud scheme, bribing doctors to funnel patients and billing Medicare for unnecessary service for $1.2 billion. He was pardoned by Trump in 2020. Of course, no one gives a shit. Donald Trump did not pardon Philip Esformes. In December 2020, during his final weeks in office, President Trump commuted. He commuted his sentence. Okay. My mistake. But that's what it is, because these guys are, it's the same exact thing that happened with Donald Trump claiming, without any evidence whatsoever, that Venezuela was a narco trafficking hub, right? That Venezuela was a narco trafficking hub. And in the same week that he was like blowing up random fucking boats off the coast of Venezuela, he then turned around and actually pardoned a straight up real ass narco trafficker, the former head of the Honduran state. This kind of inconsistency does not matter at all to Republicans. That's my point. I mean, it's good to still, it's good to still bring it up because it does work on some people, right? But for the most part, the diehard loyalists, they don't give a shit, you know? They don't give a shit at all. Açtım. Delivery. Hayır. 3'te yaparsan yerim. 3'te. Ha? Oğlum seni var ya inanılmaz döveceğim ha. Kamerayı kapatıp. It's good for liberals who eat the racist bait every fucking time and never learn. Yeah. There's also this side of it as well. I posted this as well. I said, I just want to remind people that I'm in fact, ne? Yeah, peki, güzel. I am in fact anti-fraud. I don't care if the defenders are Somali or a lizard person who happens to be a Republican senator from Florida or Brett Favre or Russian nationals. Put them all in jail, but do better reporting, please. Okay? Not that it fucking matters, though. Because I think, once again, narrative is more important than the truth. Okay? Anyway, we got Donald Trump talking about the Donald Trump side by side with the war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu sucking Israel's penis. We're going to move on from this because this shit's boring. It's everything we've heard already a million times over. Like I said, he literally said U.S. will strike Iran if necessary. But let's get back to the other, also same old bullshit song and dance that Donald Trump is presenting, but this time with Ukraine.
Zelensky came to Mar-a-Lago with a clear mission to keep President Trump engaged, convinced that Ukraine was working hard for a peace deal.
Gotta make a deal. Gotta get it done. Too many people dying, and I think both presidents want to make a deal.
No repeat of the Oval Office showdown of February, where Trump told Zelensky he didn't have the cards. Here in the Winter White House, which according to Trump, Zelensky found gorgeous, one clear commitment at least resulted: a 15-year U.S. security guarantee. Zelensky said he'd still try to talk that up to as much as 50 years.
We agree that security guarantees is a key milestone in achieving lasting peace, and our teams will continue working on all aspects.
There was one moment when Trump described his same-day phone call with Vladimir Putin, where the famously non-card-playing Zelensky's poker face slipped.
Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once, it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president.
The current plan envisages an 800,000-strong peacetime army for Ukraine, funded by its allies, a release of all prisoners of war and civilians, and an $800 billion economic recovery package, with US companies standing to benefit. President Zelensky says a 15-year US security guarantee is now fully agreed. But Russia still rejects any parallel guarantee that would see European troops on Ukrainian soil. The biggest obstacle remains territory. Ukraine's willingness to withdraw its troops from the Donetsk region is contingent on Russia's military pulling back a similar distance to create a demilitarized zone. Russia still wants the whole of Donetsk and Luhansk, together the Donbass.
Open presents!
And then there's the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, Europe's largest, which Russia is so far refusing to hand back.
I don't see Putin accepting anything but, at the minimum, and there's a transitory deal, full control of Donbass. He wants something that he knows that is so difficult for Zelensky to sell at home that it will cause political problems.
This afternoon, Putin's latest on-camera military briefing. His generals telling him this month saw the most gains of the year. Putin saying Russian forces should now...
Western Europe, no new taxes, more funding for Ukraine, and fascists are going to take over. They're going to take power, and they're not going to be fucking pro-Russia, for the record. They will still absolutely attach themselves to the hip to whatever the fucking NATO purpose is. Maloney is a great example of this, okay? I'm just letting you guys know. There has never been a historic fascist movement post-World War II that wasn't pro-NATO. All of the historic fascist movements post-World War II were directly put back into power because of NATO in an effort to advance America's interests. So they're like all of this song and dance that they present as far as like, oh, they're gonna put an end to this war or whatever. It's all fucking bullshit. Okay? It's all bullshit. Europe will do whatever America wants them to do. Okay? Europe will do, EU will do whatever America wants them to do. There is no better example of this than Rutte straight up fucking telling Trump that he is daddy. What more do you need to see? But when they get into power, it will die down to small clashes? Maybe. I just don't think so. I think it will die down to small clashes if Russia has achieved its objectives. I think at this point, the reality of the matter, as I said before, this is not to take away any of the responsibility from Donald Trump, but the reality of the matter is Donald Trump has no way of like bullying Russia into submission, with the exception of hitting the nuclear option of forcing, India and all the other secondary markets that America has a little bit more motion over. But that is a dangerous gamble because America's larger interest here, America's actual enemy here is China. And if you were to force the Indian economy to no longer be a mediator or an entry point for Russian oil and gas into the global market, then all of a sudden you might be pushing India into the hands of China. No, the nuclear option is not actually nukes. I mean, like, I meant like the nuclear option as far as, the maximalist position. I still don't quite understand the point of this war, given your framing, though. You have two imperial powers trying to stake their claim in the region. Ukrainian conditions won't improve if they keep fighting. Either they'll get pillaged by EU and America or they'll get pillaged by the Russians. I think they're going to get pillaged by EU and America and pillaged by the Russians, as they are currently. So the faster this comes to a hold, the better. But the unfortunate reality is that I don't think it's going to come to an end until Vladimir Putin has had enough. And there's no way to accelerate that demise on the Russian side in the hands of America without actually making American allies either lean in the direction of China or continue its relationship with America and you know, take on a shittier end of the deal. Because right now it's beneficial for them. Right now, it's beneficial for India to be an entry point for Russian oil and gas into the global market. It helps them. It helps their economy. It helps them in general. If America were to force India to no longer do that, that would be the actual money play. That would unironically hurt the Russian position. It would make the Russian economy bleed a little bit, at least bleed enough that they would reconsider continuing to advance. Having said that, one must also consider that America probably doesn't give a shit if the war ends or not. So there's also that that alternative motivation. Perhaps not even an alternative motivation, but the biggest motivation. Sure, on the domestic front, it's annoying for Trump a little bit because he promised an end to this war. And a lot of Americans are like, why are we giving Ukraine so much money? Because they don't fully understand how these like loan deals work, right? Biden tried to do the military Keynesianism argument before he was out. If you recall, when he had Zelensky show up to a artillery facility in Pennsylvania and was like, see, we're building stuff and these are jobs. We're making money for Americans so that Ukraine can defend itself. It's actually not, you know, just writing a blank check to Ukraine in the way that you think it is. But for most Americans, they don't give a shit about that narrative. They just think like, why are we giving blank checks to Ukraine? And that is a little bit of a domestic headache for Donald Trump, right? However, ultimately, it's great. It's a great deal for the military industrial complex to continue offloading their older weapons into Ukraine, as they have done so over the course of the past couple of years. And also potentially pick apart what remains of state-owned enterprise in Ukraine and open it up to foreign capital. So that once things do cool down, when the new Ukrainian-Russian boundaries are drawn and, you know, mineral extraction takes place and whatnot, they will turn around. They will turn around and enslave the Ukrainian population that remains in Ukraine. I think no matter what, no matter what, Ukrainians are fucked. India hate Pakistan and sucks Chinese dick. Wait, what? I mean, India plays both sides. India has a very unique position in the area. It's not like they have a lot of love for China either. Yeah, no matter what, whichever way they cut it, EU is fucked. Whichever way they cut it, Ukraine is fucked. Okay? And everyone else in the periphery is trying to, you know, make the best of this, make the best of these circumstances.
Be able to create conditions to, in his words, liberate the whole of Donbass, and instructing them to seize the city of Zaporizhia. And within the last hour, Russia accusing Ukraine of trying to attack Putin's residence between Moscow and St. Petersburg, something it said would affect its negotiating position. An immediate denial coming from Kyiv, with President Zelensky saying Russia was trying to undermine progress between Ukraine and
Okay, this is also true. No, it's not a domestic headache. You seem to be assessing things the old way to do things while not accounting for the fact that Trump doesn't tell the truth about anything. It doesn't even fucking matter. Nothing matters. Trump does what Trump wants to do. That's the other thing. Like, you're not wrong. It's just, it is a little bit of a domestic headache if his own base is turning on him on this stuff, but it doesn't seem like it's a big concern right now. It's not a real priority. Especially if he's able to like overcome the Epstein stuff. If Donald Trump can make sure that his base doesn't fucking fall apart even though half of them are going, hey, man, are you a pedophile or what? Like, what the fuck's going on with this Epstein shit? If he can withstand that, if he can withstand that while simultaneously sitting around and you know, yapping it up, yucking it up with Benjamin Netanyahu, great Satanyahu himself, then he is truly Teflon. And I guess whoever, especially whoever is ambitious enough or bold enough to not give a shit about democracy at all and has enough charisma to maintain like enough of a loyalist fan base, will be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do forever. Bro, adding me defending the whole area being cleared out for saying it's better having Israel so we can control. Brother, we are being controlled. What? What is this? I don't even understand. Stop fighting amongst yourselves, chatters.
At the end there, criticizing the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, calling him a fool. We should note that President Trump himself appointed him.
The way the right all fell in line with the Somali shit makes me believe they'll forget and move on. Yeah, but the Somali conversation is perfect, right? Because one, there is a real crime, and it was conducted by, I mean, it was cooked up by a white woman, but like most of the defendants are Somali, right? And Somalis are not just black, they're black and Muslim. So it's a double Monty. It serves multiple purposes. It's great because it's anti-welfare commentary. It's the easiest way to just like consistently talk about how we got to cut welfare, we got to cut welfare, we got to cut welfare, because all the fucking poors are actually gaming the system. They're stealing your tax dollars to purchase cars and shit. Okay? It's that's the reason why it's like it's elevated. Yeah. Sad to see every time Trump and the far-right media ecosystem are losing control over the narrative. They could just spin a wheel, pick a random ethnic group to tell brazen lies about it, and millions of people will bob their heads in unison. It was Haitians last year. People still believe the cats and dog stuff was real. Somalis this year. And they'll pick on another group next time the more Epstein files drop. Exactly. And Haitians were a double Monty, too. They could present themselves, they could present the Haitians as not only are they black, but they are also, once again, undocumented migrants, even though they weren't undocumented migrants, right? So they could like, that was the other larger narrative at play. At the time, it was crafting an anti-migrant narrative and utilizing black migrants, a community of black migrants, as the threat. Now, I don't know how long they can keep up the whole... Hasan, are you saying there isn't any fraud happening by Somalis in Minnesota? Are you fucking stupid? Of course I'm not saying that. Brother, there are active court cases. There's an active investigation. There are defendants that have already been imprisoned. The fuck? There are people who have been charged and convicted. There has never been a moment where I've said that. No, this is not an argument. You just said that 20 seconds ago? No, I didn't! Oh, you mean because I read the chatter's statement? Is that what you're saying? Are you baiting me? Is that what it is? Anyway. No, they're saying you said that there was fraud 20 minutes ago. I did. Of course. I mean, there is real fraud. Okay? There is real fraud. And yes, the Somali Americans, some of the Somali Americans that live in Minneapolis engaged in the fraud. They were benefiting from the fraud. They got kickbacks, right? And they got arrested, they got prosecuted, they got charged, they got convicted. We know this to be true. Are you hopeful for progressive politics in 26 or 28, or do you think we're too cooked? I think we're definitely too cooked.
During his first term. There was other news in his comments. The Israeli Prime Minister announced that Israel has awarded President Trump the Israel Prize, Trump becoming the first American to be given that honor. Also news on the Gaza peace deal. President Trump saying that he believes Israel has lived up to its side of the plan. There had been some reporting that Trump had expressed reservations about Israeli military action inside Gaza. President Trump also vowed to eradicate Iran's nuclear infrastructure if it were to attempt to restart. And the president said multiple times he's hearing of some possible activity, some possible nuclear activity. Finally, he did say regarding Taiwan that he does not believe President Xi Jinping intends to invade. He says, I don't believe President Xi, is going to do it. Our Elena Treen has been monitoring these comments here, covers the White House as well. Elena, do we know what the focus of President Trump's meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister was?
Well, from my conversations, Jim, and we're still, of course, learning more as it's all unfolding, and the president weaved a lot during those post-bilateral meeting remarks, but the focus was supposed to be on trying to move to the next phase of the ceasefire proposal. I'd remind you that proposal initially began in October. That's when it was struck. And at this point in time, heading very close into the new year, officials in the Trump administration had believed that phase 2 would already be underway. That is, of course, the disarmament of Hamas, the beginning of reconstruction in the enclave, and post-war governance for Gaza. Now, this is something I found very interesting that the president talked a lot about heading into that.
Obviously, something changed in TikTok. There are so many stupid videos, like 200K likes, that are trying to foment drama from nothing. There are so many lies around Kai. Even the liberals and queer people are pushing them too. I haven't seen it. I think you're seeing older videos. For You page algorithm changed. For the last couple of days, the For You page algorithm changed, and they were recycling the older videos over and over again. And I think you probably saw some of the videos from a couple months ago, when at the peak of Shocktober 7, Dogtober 7. Why is he covering up for the Somali fraud? Who? Donald Trump? Because he loves fraud. He's Mr. Fraud. No, you? Where did I do that? Was it when I said that there's an active court case against Somali Americans in Minneapolis that were prosecuted and arrested? Did that cause you to believe that I'm covering it up, or did you mean I'm covering the story? No, I meant covering it up, not being honest about it being bad. Okay. Greg, I believe you might be a little mistaken. So I'm going to tell you once again. I hate when people steal taxpayer funds that are supposed to go to feeding children. I do not give a fuck if it's a Somali American doing it. I do not give a fuck if it's an Italian American doing it. I do not give a fuck if it's a Russian American doing it. I despise it, and I'm glad that it's being investigated thoroughly. Okay? And I'm glad that at least some of the people who played a role in this have been arrested already. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, this has been my position. So now you must try to figure out why you were led to believe the opposite viewpoint of the one that I actually hold. Perhaps the people that you watch are not as trustworthy as you think they are. Okay? Should Waltz go to jail? If Tim Waltz, once these investigations are concluded, and it is without a fucking shred of doubt that Tim Waltz played a role in this, fuck yes, he should go to jail. If Tim Waltz played a role in this fraudulent scheme, then yes. Why would I say no to that? I don't give a fuck. Once again, anyone and everyone that played a role in this fraudulent scheme should be punished. I'm anti-corruption, brother. It's a big part of the reason why I hate this fucking clown ass over here. Okay? It's so funny that people think that like I would do anything but defend the truth. Like they just have they think that it's all a game of gotchas. Like, oh, dude, well, what do you have to say about this? It's like, I don't give a fuck about any politician. If they're doing crimes, they should go to prison. Okay?
Meeting, the president said that he was hopeful that they could begin phase 2 very quickly, including the reconstruction of Gaza. And then after this meeting, he said essentially that he is going to give Hamas, or that Hamas would have a very short amount of time to disarm. Again, that is a key part of phase 2. And he said if they did not disarm within that short amount of time that he is stating on that stage, that essentially things would be horrible for Hamas. He said that some of the other countries that went into this agreement and backed this agreement would go in and wipe them out. So very strong words for Hamas there. Another thing that was very notable to me, Jim, was how much praise, not only, of course, Netanyahu was heaping on President Trump, but the amount of praise that Trump was giving to Bibi. At one point, he said that Israel has lived up to the plan, referring to the ceasefire plan, 100%. That is notable because in a lot of the conversations I've had with people in the administration, many of the advisors working on this deal, there's been some skepticism that perhaps Netanyahu has actually been slow walking phase 2 of this proposal, that essentially he wasn't entirely invested in the longer term peace plan. So that was very notable to me. He said that Israel essentially may not exist if they did not have such a strong prime minister like Netanyahu. Part of the reason that's such music to his ears, to Netanyahu's ears, of course, is that he has elections coming up.
Oh, God, you're hitting the Law and Order pivot? Please no. Wait, what? Law and Order pivot? What are you, fucking stupid? I believe... Oh, you're joking. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. There's not a fucking pivot. Baba, 3'de yap dedim, şu anda yaptın yani. Neyse peki ver. 240.
2026. And so part of the goal for the Israelis, and for Netanyahu specifically today, was to really ensure that he has the full backing of Trump. And Trump got out there and did exactly what he wanted him to do, which was give him that type of support and praise.
Yeah, and one example of that is Trump's support for a pardon for Benjamin Netanyahu, potentially being considered by the Israeli president. Elena Trin, thanks so much. My panel is here with me, Evelyn Farkas, former Deputy Assistant Secretary.
No, I told my dad to make it at 3, as in like, then that way I could eat it by like, 4. But he made it immediately because he thought it was 3 already.
Secretary for Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. CNN political analyst Joan Goldberg, co-founder and editor-in-chief of The Dispatch, plus Megan Hayes, former director of message planning for the Biden White House, and Brian Lanza, former senior advisor to Donald Trump.
Bro, why do you guys think I fucking glaze China all the time? Shit like this happens in China, and then they like immediately jail every single... Evet. Doğru mu? Yok, bunu istemiyorum. Diğer beyaz. Bir sürü... Hayır, bu değil. Diğeri. Başka bir tane var. Anytime this kind of shit happens in China, as it happens all around the world, right? Like, anytime this kind of shit happens, like, China will literally fucking straight up murk the people who play a role in this, including the fucking politicians. They'll have, like, a local politician that does this shit, that will, have, like, a kickback scheme or something. Maybe that's how you China pill the conservatives. That's how you China pill the conservatives. They'd be like, yo, you think prosecuting Tim Walz is enough? Are you kidding me? In China, if they actually conducted an investigation and found out that Tim Walz was guilty and played a role in this, they would fucking execute him. Now, I'm not pro death penalty, as you guys know. But, like, if there was any fucking truth to that claim, are you kidding me? I just realized. I just fucking realized we can China pill the conservatives instantly with this shit. What's this guy saying? One more time, and Asman will see it for sure, and he'll become best friends with you. Why? What is he saying? How does it feel that Asman mogs you as a streamer and commentator every day? It feels awesome. I love getting mogged.
2024 campaign. Good to have you all here, and there's much to go.
There is definitely something that goes on in the minds of conservatives. I swear to God. I mean, I think it's a meme for the most part, obviously, but like, I do think that there are some people who genuinely turn into like, you know how like the old grandmas and the old grandmas that were like, oh, Trump is so sexy. Like, they're doing that for Asman right now. I don't understand it. I think it's a joke. I mean, obviously, it probably is a joke, but I'm not so sure some people actually see it as a joke. I think they just straight up feel that way now.
Through the,
they have like a sexual
from those few minutes, the president was speaking alongside the Israeli leader. Evelyn, first to you. The president said multiple times we have peace in the Middle East. He said that before. What we have, in fact, is a ceasefire. Where does it stand in terms of moving to the next phase, arguably the more difficult phase of the peace plan, including issues like disarming Hamas?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, Jim, they have to set up this peace council, which is kind of the political oversight. And we haven't really heard very much about that. Remember, President Trump said, I'm going to be the head of it. And we know that his advisors, so Witkoff and Kushner, have been in the region, have been talking about it. Presumably, it includes all the actors in the region and the broader region, Turkey, obviously Egypt and others. But the big sticking point is that we still don't have an interim security force. Yes, you know, Ambassador Mike Waltz has been effective in the UN. He got them to essentially authorize this security force. But we don't have countries and significant countries with real military experience coming forward to say, we want to be part of this. We've heard about Azerbaijan, Indonesia, Egypt, a couple of other countries. But I think unless Israel and the United States are pushing, you know, the Arab community to say we need real security forces, that's not going to happen. So there is some kind of foot dragging on top of what Israel's doing on the ground.
It's an enormous risk to put your forces on the ground there in the midst of fighting in Gaza, attempt to disarm Hamas, and perhaps quite understandably, a lot of nations in the area, and by the way, the U.S. as well, but not unwilling to do so. Brian, on the Iran topic, if I can, because the president made quite clear that if what he's hearing is notable, perhaps it was an intelligence assessment about attempts at Iran resurrecting its nuclear program. The president said, if they are, we're going to have no choice but to eradicate. Can we take the president at his word there that he might order strikes again if it does turn out to be true?
So I think it's pretty clear we have to take the president's word. He's not afraid to challenge Iran. He's confronted them in his first term. He's confronted them in his second term. He clearly sees them as an axis of destabilization in the region, and he has to address it. And what makes him different, at least the interactions that I've had with other presidents, whether it's for good or bad, is the fact that he is this business guy. And business guys in the business community, they always run towards problems and they try to solve it. Whereas you got politicians, they're always looking to kick cans down the road and push on to somebody else. He actually wants to solve this issue. You saw the investment in the first term. You're going to see it again. You're going to see more of it. And it's a risk. It's a huge risk. But he's clear that he is not going to allow a nuclear Iran.
Jonah, I mean, the circumstances of the strikes he ordered a number of months ago were quite particular in that Israel had already essentially eliminated all of Iran's air defenses. So while that was a complicated, and let's acknowledge the service of the American service members who were involved in that.
This is the liberal. I love that this is the liberal equation here. This is a liberal conversation about bombing Iran. The lib take is we bombed Iran wokely, and the right-wing take is we bombed Iran for anti-woke purposes. But Iran must be bombed. It's awesome. And then people wonder why there's so much there's so much attention on non-mainstream resources nowadays. Where the fuck are people supposed to go if they just think, why are we bombing Iran? And more every single day that passes by, there are more people who think, maybe we shouldn't be bombing Iran, right? Even fucking Republicans, right? Not many. But like, you can't get that You can't get that itch satisfied at all in mainstream news. No one in mainstream media will tell you, nah, we shouldn't be bombing Iran at all, actually.
Operation. It was not the same as going in there and being, in effect, the first to strike. If the president were to order this again, would the circumstances be similar, or would this be a higher risk operation?
I can't imagine. I would be hard pressed to imagine that it would just be like a light switch and they would just turn, okay, tomorrow we're going to go attack Iran. It would probably be unfolded, you know, with cooperation with the Israelis and other people in the region. I have a slightly different take on Trump, the problem solver who runs towards fixing problems. I mean, it's been 11 years of 2 weeks for the Obamacare fix from
The thing is, like, these guys only respond to pushback, like militant pushback. Okay? That's it. The only reason why the tit for tat back and forth bombing campaign ended was not because there was, you know, the appetite for bombing had gone away or something. It ended because Iran depleted Israel's defenses and America's defenses. It was too expensive.
Donald Trump. I think that the likelihood of him doing the Iran strike, which I supported, it was the right thing to do, I'm glad he did it, is that it was also probably the high watermark of his presidency in a lot of people's eyes. And he likes to double down on previous wins if he thinks he can do it again. And I think that it's in his own perceived political self-interest to make sure that this was not for naught. And so that's why I think he'd do it. But the actual circumstances, I think you probably have a lot of coordination. It's not like Bibi Netanyahu who's going to say, no, don't go in again, right? So it would have to be developed.
But Megan Hayes, there was some reporting prior to this meeting today that actually Trump was not that excited about meeting the Israeli prime minister.
Yeah, right.
And there has, to Elena's point, there's been CNN reporting and others that the Trump administration and Trump himself were frustrated by foot dragging by Netanyahu on the next phases.
Bro, Israel is so uniparty. I'm sorry. It is such a fucking uniparty take. Oh my God, it's so... Both sides will always suck Israel's dick in American mainstream news. So much so that they are unironically doing the same exact reporting that they did with Brandon. There's reports that Brandon is very upset with Netanyahu. He's going to punish him any day now by giving him, $20 billion in weapons again. And it's the same bullshit with Trump. Oh, he's going to humble Netanyahu. Yeah, someone in the chat said, yeah, of course he was upset with seeing Netanyahu. Nobody likes to see their boss, okay? Especially during the fucking holiday season. Who wants to hang out with their boss at their home during the fucking holidays, Yeah, probably not so pleasant. Netanyahu's playing Trump as he played Biden. He says Israel won't move to the next phase of the ceasefire unless a stabilization force is created, but countries say they'll only participate if the Palestinian authorities involved. Knowing this, Israel blocks PA involvement. Oh, no. Oh, no. So things are just simply not going to work out, I guess. And Israel's going to continue occupying 50% of the Gaza Strip and then find eventually, when the attention is moved away, they will find another reason to occupy the rest of the Gaza Strip and continue its ethnic cleansing campaign. It almost feels like they just want to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, Americans will get mad about this for a day and a half, but then immediately move on to being like, you know what's really scary though? Muslims. That's truly who's the boss here. It's the Muslims.
Of the peace plan. Well, what is the actual state the relationship between the two men, despite the goodwill. And by the way, the second, I think, non-Nobel Peace Prize award that the president has now received after FIFA, he has the Israel Prize from the Prime Minister.
Yeah, just based off some of the reporting, I think that Bibi had one mission here, and that was to get Trump on his side and for him to say things nice about him publicly, as you mentioned, for his upcoming election. There was reporting that Netanyahu is not super happy with Jared Kushner and Witkoff and how the negotiations are going. So he wanted to meet with Trump and he wanted to get his input and he wanted to change his mind on how he is dragging his feet, or at least plead his case to him. So we'll see if it works. What he says publicly is not always what he does in theory or in action in reality. So I think that we'll just have to wait and see how this all plays out.
Right.
Netanyahu meeting happening as Iran's president says that Tehran is in a, quote, full-scale war with the United States, Israel, and Europe. So for more on what that could mean, let's go to Chief International Correspondent James Longman, who's in London. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, Malika. President Pezeshkian says his country is in a full-scale war with the US, Israel, and Europe, saying the West does not want Iran to stand on its feet. He also claimed the military is stronger than it was when the US and Israel targeted Iran's nuclear sites over the summer. You remember back in June, President Trump ordered an attack on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities using bunker buster bombs and cruise missiles. He initially claimed their nuclear capabilities had been totally destroyed, but the US government now says some of that enriched uranium wasn't eliminated, and it's unclear how far their program was actually set back. Now, Iran's president is not the key decision maker in Iran. That is the supreme leader. But these comments look timed to provoke maximum reaction ahead of Netanyahu's meeting with Trump today. Will?
Certainly heighten the stakes, James. Thank you for that. With 2025 almost in the books, it's time to take stock of the very tumultuous first year of President Trump's second term and what it means for 2026 and beyond. Trump has transformed the country in countless, often unprecedented ways by barreling through boundaries and at times ignoring.
Yeah, until Iran actually has nukes and gets Chinese defense systems, all of this talk is for nothing. And even then, Iran basically is like a leaky faucet. The entire country, I mean, it's far too diverse, it's far too large, and it's far too unstable. And there are straight up operatives for both the CIA, for Mossad, all up and down the goddamn country. We saw that with the Israel strikes, where Mossad had such a strong... Mossad was so far deep inside of Iranian territory that they had a full-blown drone factory in Tehran. So even if they had these defenses, they still need to figure out a way to, take out some of the people who are engaging in espionage within the boundary. I think a big part of why Iran also is internally unstable outside of the very real economic, the very real like sanctions and the blockade and the trade stuff is also because of the repressive nature of the Ayatollah too. That also plays a role, in my opinion, with how the Iranian population foresee their own government. Obviously, that also plays a positive role for the fundamentalists who like that shit. So then you get full-blown loyalty from the fundies. So it's both a good thing from their perspective in terms of maintaining stability and having a loyal base that you can always rely on, but it's also bad because it creates too much instability, especially among the younger generations. So ultimately, it's quite difficult for them to manage the system, to manage the situation. Does China not ignore sanctions on Iran now? What do you mean sanctions on Iran from China? China does whatever the fuck China wants. Yeah, Iran is a powder keg right now due to the huge inflation crisis and unprecedented water crisis as well. And then also on top of that, there's obviously a lot of people who don't like the repressive nature of the government. But beyond that, like I said, there's a lot of sectarian tensions that America regularly will lean into. Like there are Kurds, for example, in Iran that 100% are just waiting for the opportunity to collaborate with, or are directly collaborating with the CIA. Like there are so, and this doesn't mean that like all Kurdish people living in Iran are, enemies of the state or something like that. I'm not even saying that, but it does present a separate challenge. A separate challenge with even if you build the defenses, even if you get a fucking nuke, what happens when, there's too much instability?
Ignoring the limits of the law, slashing the federal government, issuing sweeping tariffs, and sparking a global trade war, cracking down on immigration, and targeting political enemies, and so much more. But first, how are voters feeling about his presidency so far? Let's begin with CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enten, to walk us through what the polls say and how they've changed.
Hey, Manu, look, 2025 was not exactly the best year for the President of the United States. He started off in pretty gosh darn good territory, right? Trump's net approval rating in January, he was 6 points above water, pretty much above where he was during his entire first term in office. But look what happens.
This is so funny. Americans, appreciate your Second Amendment. If right now we had guns to protect ourselves, Islamic regime was gone 30 years ago. Brother, how do you think the revolution happened? Yeah, Iranians famously kept servile. That's so funny. Holy prediction market Toledo.
Come December, 12 points underwater, way, way down there. That is an 18-point decline during the course of the year. Now, what has driven Donald Trump's decline in his net approval rating? Well, it's independents. That is the name of the game, baby. Look, in January, Donald Trump's net approval rating among independents was about even, -1 point. Not too hot to trot, but not too bad either. Now, whoosh, we're talking about 43 points underwater come December. That is a decline of 42 points on his net approval rating. Donald Trump is hanging out with Jacques Cousteau. That is how far underwater Donald Trump is with independents at this point. Now, what issues are driving this decline in Trump's approval rating, his net approval rating? Well, let's look at two of the key issues, right? The economy, the reason that Donald Trump was elected to a second term back in January, he was in pretty good shape at +9 points on the net approval rating. But look, come December, 16 points underwater. That is a decline, doing the math quickly here, of 25 points for Donald Trump on the key issue of the day, the economy, the reason he got a second term. And then, of course, immigration, which Donald Trump has really focused in on during his second term in office, something he has been focusing on since he first ran for the presidency all the way back in 2015. Well, in January, he was 9 points above water on the issue. Now he's 6 points below water on the issue. So on the key issues of the economy, inflation, going in the wrong direction for Donald Trump. Now, there is a bit of good news, or at least some solace that Donald Trump can take when you compare him to other 21st century presidents at this point in their second term. Look at their net approval rating. Trump is 12 points underwater, but Barack Obama right nearby at 11 points underwater. George W. Bush also right nearby at 10 points underwater. So you see this, hey, Trump isn't doing so bad, but here's...
Dog, if Trump had won his second term in 2020, even though he did win and Joe Biden obviously stole it, as you guys know, but if he was president, this would be like 25 points, okay? America might have had like an actual bourgeois revolution again. It's because it's not back-to-back that there was a brief pause. Oh my God, the same economic conditions, not hyperinflation, but like inflation crisis, negative real wage growth on top of the fucking incompetence. And the liberals were so libbed up at that point too. Oh my Lord, dude. I'm not an accelerationist by any means, but I do think that if Donald Trump had won in 2020, the very same liberals that are recognizing how much liberalism is failing currently and are looking for like more radical alternatives, I think that they would have had a way, way bigger voice. I also don't know where we would have gotten to by the midterms. I don't know where we would be. You are coming around to the anarchist view? Fuck no, I'm not coming around to the anarchist view. I believe in discipline. I believe in organization. I believe in the state's authority. I don't believe that I do not believe in the abolition of the state once there is a dictatorship of the proletariat. I believe that the state must transition. Where are them Biden acceleration is at, Lamau?
Here's the key nugget to keep in mind. Their parties, Barack Obama's and George W. Bush's, both suffered major losses come the midterm elections in their second term. Why? Because, take a look here. Okay, term 2, negative net approval ratings at this point. Did they go positive by the midterm elections? In Barack Obama's case, no, it didn't happen. His party lost control of the Senate, suffered major losses in the U.S. House of Representatives. George W. Bush didn't go positive either by the midterm elections. His party lost control of the House and the Senate. And then, of course, all the way back in 1973, going into 74, Richard Nixon's net approval rating was negative. He was actually forced from office before those midterm elections, and then his party suffered
1973
major losses in Congress. We'll have to wait and see if the same thing happens to Donald Trump. He gets a question mark at this point, but based upon history, it doesn't look too good for the man in charge of the White House right now. Oh, and Manu, Happy New Year.
All right, Happy New Year to you too, Harry. And I've got a terrific panel joining me right now. CNN's Jeff Zeleny, NPR's Tamara Keith, and Bloomberg's Mario Parker. Happy New Year to you guys as well. A lot to look forward to in the year ahead. Let's take stock of what just happened and where things are going. You know, Harry, those numbers were pretty stark. I mean, look at this. The independent number I was really struck by. I mean, Trump was down with independents by 1 point in January. Now he's down by 43 points underwater. A 42-point slide.
And
wow.
It's wow. And this is not news to the White House. I mean, you can hear it sort of week by week recently. President Trump is increasingly asking, in midterm elections, why do presidents, their party lose seats? He's just been bringing it up randomly in Oval Office meetings.
I wonder why.
It's on his mind. Of course, he has seen this movie before. In 2018, the first midterm of his first term, he had big losses. It's why the White House has been so obsessed with redistricting. It's why they've been so obsessed with trying to change the game. And as we end the year here and look forward to the new year, the redistricting is about a wash. I mean, there are still a couple unanswered questions. Florida, for example, which is going to help Republicans a touch. Virginia is going to help Democrats a touch. But by and large, redistricting alone is not going to save the president. So I think when we take stock of what we know now about Trump, he's been a very activist president in terms of flexing the executive authority of his office. But we also learn how he spends his time. And I think that is one of the reasons that the numbers are so low, because he promised to fight for you. He's actually doing a lot of stuff for himself, like plaques, the Trump Kennedy Center, a lot of things. So that is what frustrates some White House advisors. He promised to be your retribution. He's actually just doing stuff for Donald Trump. And I think that hits at some of these independent numbers.
It's such a good point. And we're going to be talking about those Trump awards later in the show and what it all means. But Tamara, you cover the White House. When Trump looks at those numbers, is he denying those exist, or is he privately acknowledging we got to change course here at least a little bit?
Well, look at his behavior, right? He didn't hold rallies much of the year. All of a sudden, he's holding rallies. Now, are those rallies on message? No, but he's giving the audience what they want, which is the weave and all of the things and all of his complaints and all of his retribution and all of that. But I think that these numbers answer a question.
If you think that Donald Trump's approval ratings would look the way that they do currently with all of the shit that he's been doing with like the awards and the fucking new East Wing of the White House, if he actually fixed the affordability crisis somehow, you are the most delusional person on the planet. If Donald Trump had unironically turned around the American economy like he said he would, he could literally go out and just shoot immigrant children on camera, on television, and people would be celebrating it. He could go out and be like, I love Jeffrey Epstein. And people would be like, it's all good, Mr. President. We love you. He could literally blow up the White House, not just the East Wing, and people would defend it. The only reason why these things become a problem is because they are initially presented as a solution, falsely, of course. They're initially presented as a solution to the actual problem, which is the fucking economy. The people that are on board with your cause are on board with it, partially because they're a cult, for sure. But even in a cult, they believe the cult leader's lies. And once the cult leader is proven to not succeed as far as fixing their problems, there is not enough bread and circuses that will reshift your priorities, that will shift your priorities away from the pain that you are feeling at the end of the month. You cannot propagandize against starving people, okay? Now, we're not there yet completely, but treats are what keep this entire country together. And when you revoke access to treats, when you claim that treats are coming back, and also more importantly than just treats, but when you claim that, things that you actually need for survival are going to be more affordable and they're not, and on top of that, you're reducing the treats, you're going to start fucking losing your mind a little bit. You're going to be like, okay, dude, the fuck is this shit?
Which is what happens when a president only governs for the base and only governs based on...
Chatters are worried about Kaya's situation. It's because I'm electrocuting her so much that she's knocked out. Like she got stunned. Yeah. Yeah. It's because I electrocuted her so much. Yeah. Stun grenade, yeah. Hey, don't joke about that. You'll be banned ASAP. Why would I get banned about that? The fuck? Gonna find this clip on r/livestream fails now? Yeah. And people will be like, he admitted it.
his whims, his desires, his ideas of what makes good policy. And the answer is you lose independents. You lose Democrats who probably weren't going to give them the benefit of the doubt anyway. But you find yourself very deeply underwater. There's a reason why presidents often, when they enter office, try to govern for all Americans. And President Trump has really made no secret of his desire to just focus on the base, focus on keeping the promises he made in the campaign.
Yeah, it's not the data centers that's the reason why people's bills are getting higher and higher in America. It's actually me. I'm using all the voltage to shock Kaya, to shock her into submission, so she stands behind me throughout the entire day, as though I give a fuck that she's on the camera frame, as though I even give a shit about that. That was another one of the very funny narratives that was designed around this thing, where they were like, you want her to be behind you. I don't care. It's the chat that fucking freaked out and wanted to see her all the time. You sicken me. I know. Using up all my electricity. Sorry. Big dog's got to get zapped. Yep. That's socialism. Socialism is when I take your energy to zap my dog. And the more I do that, the more socialism is achieved.
Been his mantra since coming into office.
Yes.
Focus on the base.
Yeah, and he has kept a lot of promises, including some promises people didn't really believe he was going to keep.
Right.
And that, like, seeking retribution and all of those other things, proves to not be popular with the broad swath of the country.
And this was what will alarm a lot of Republicans when hit the numbers that Harry discussed about the economy and immigration. I mean, look, 2 issues. He's down 16 points underwater. Compared in immigration, that's an economy. In immigration, 6 points underwater. He was +9 in both in January.
Yes, absolutely.
That's why he won.
No, absolutely. A couple of things, I think, just to hit on your points. We're at the decade.
The Quran, bro, your haters make me believe in Allah. The Quran spoke about haters like these 1,000 years ago. I'm pretty sure the Quran does not have anything to say about internet haters, dude. Well, thank God Zoran is going to become a mayor in 3 days. He needs to hold the news radio. Did Paramount already buy CNN? Is like bottom commentators on CNN. Oh my God, I hope Paramount buy this garbage and ruin it. How can you ruin what is already in tatters? It's just like, it's already fucked. If anything, they're going to come in and, you know, put Greg Buttfeld in charge or something. They're
a mark of Trump.
As
Right?
Jet fans, I know, everything sucks. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, spoke of turning haters into waiters at the table of success. You clearly haven't read up lately. Yeah. I guess Eric Adams is a Muslim after all. Anyway, there's updates on the Somaliapolis, developing. Federal agents on ground probing Minnesota fraud. I wonder how much money is being spent on this, which is ironic because it's like, I suspect that the amount of funds being expended here, when there is already an active investigation into the fraud that's taking place, it's just, you know, probably not the best use of tax funds at all, but obviously.
Kristi Noem posting video of Homeland Security investigators on the ground in Minneapolis, saying they are, quote,
It's just funny because it's like they're doing the same shit that they were doing after the Brown University shooting, like kicking up snow. All right. But instead of kicking up snow, they're just like kind of annoying Somali business owners, I guess. But it's dumb fuck PR, and the morons will eat it up. They will literally be like, "Oh hell yeah, brother, that's right. I can sleep soundly at night tonight."
Conducting a massive investigation on childcare and other rampant fraud. Their investigation following a viral video that now has nearly 114 million views on X, where independent journalist Nick Shirley appears to show daycares and other businesses that received millions in state funds.
Dude, I genuinely can't believe that you can just like go to random fucking childcare facilities, some in operation, some closed, and just yell outside of them, demanding to see all the children inside. And then if it goes viral enough on Twitter, the Department of Homeland Security will go and do a PR piece for you. God, it's so devastating because like conservatives are the only group in this country that's actually responsive to their base. And it sucks because like the only thing that the base wants is just stupid shit. Like I wish that they were this aggressive about like demanding healthcare or demanding to cut ties with Israel. You know what I mean? They just do fucking rage bait over and over again. And the administration, of course, is like, oh, hell yeah, we love rage bait. We will satiate your appetite for you know, humiliating the Somali population, maybe even deport a couple. I get what you're saying, but how else would fraud like this be discovered? Isn't awareness like this a good thing? Brother, this guy didn't discover anything. There is already an active court case. Oh my God. There are literally people who think this guy unironically uncovered like some serious fraud happening. I'm losing my fucking mind. It's so crazy because like I already reported on this before, and mainstream media has already reported on this you know, extensively. Atriok did a video that had a thumbnail implying that. Yeah, it's because he fucking wants to farm the algo into oblivion. And also, he personally got duped by it too, it seems. You didn't get the VP? What do you mean? Sounds like you're just jealous, little bro. Bro, it's literally like harassing. It's literally like harassing. Oh my God, I saw back and forth with him, Twitter, pure comedy when you cooked him, but you can see how unserious he is when he invoked Collargate. Yeah, of course. It's like the automatic. It's like if there was a in a sea of white criminals, let's say there was like a black person that did the same exact kind of crime, okay, that white people are doing, right? By and large, overwhelming majority of child predation is happening in the hands of white men. Let's say there's one time there's like a black dude that does it. Then this YouTuber, while this like active court case is happening, starts going up to random black people and being like, you're a pedophile, you're a pedophile, you're a pedophile. I demand you prove to me that you're not a pedophile. And then everyone goes, see? Clearly, there's an active court case taking place with this one black guy that's doing has done pedophilia. I think it's pretty valid that these other black people might be doing pedophilia as well. Actually, thank God this guy is shining a light on black people doing pedophilia. That's what it's like. It's like fucking. There is a real story here. There's a real court case that took place. There's a real investigation that took place. This guy, ironically enough, didn't even fucking bring that up for most of the video. I don't think that's true. No, there is a real active investigation that started in 2022 under the Brandonian regime, okay? This is not ain't even a straw man. This is Wicker Man. What? Ain't a straw man, it's a Wicker Man. What are you talking about? This is an analogy to try to help people understand what this guy is fucking doing. The investigation is already ongoing. There are people who have been charged. There are people who have been convicted. Okay? This guy didn't even bring that up in his fucking video. It's so crazy that he didn't even bring that up in the fucking video. That's what's so crazy. Also, a real concern how Noam is there. The whole bunch of kids about to be kidnapped and deported. I mean, the overwhelming majority, if not the entirety of the Somali population is American citizens anyway. So unless ICE just straight up starts kidnapping American citizens, you know, which could happen. they're not going to really find a lot of Somali people to deport. Anyway. That's part of the reason why a lot of the Somali Americans on TikTok have been making these like, oh, Minneapolis was promised to us 3,000 years ago jokes. And the reason why they can get away with doing that is because they know they're all fucking American citizens, right? But what they don't realize, and I said this even at the time when I first was looking at the memes, is that right-wingers are, I think, too racist to understand that these guys are joking. I think right-wingers think that, like, Somalis are doing like the Zionist memes sincerely. It's crazy.
With no kids inside. Correspondent Garrett Kenny.
This is not harassment. I'm gonna come to your neighborhood with my fucking camera crew and demand to film your children. Okay? I'm gonna figure out where your kids go to daycare. I'm going to go knock on the door of the daycare and demand to see your child. Do you consider that to be harassment? Yes or no? That's freedom, baby. My God-given right.
More. Yeah, Molly, the latest example of these fraud schemes in Minnesota are child care centers where rampant fraud has seemingly been allowed to go on for years now. Quality Learning Center is just one of the child care centers that federal investigators are now looking into. And there are plenty of red flags, starting with the sign on its building that doesn't even spell learning right. Over the past 3 years, the business has been cited for more than 120 violations for all kinds of things, including for not having proper documentation for all of the kids there.
HasanAbi threatens to mog local children. Yes, I will mog your children, okay? I'll walk up to them and I'll tell them that they ain't shit, okay? I'll tell them that their tibular is fucked up. I will give them crippling body dysmorphia at the age of 5. I don't care. I'll walk up to them and I'll say, listen, baby, you don't even mog. Okay? This baby is a PSL 3 at best. Okay? At best a PSL 3. Ain't nobody's playing home with this one. Okay? Nobody. Take the baby's toys away. Or better yet, give the baby a toy hammer so the baby can start breaking his bones. Actually, at that age, I feel like your skull is even more malleable, right? You can just like start moving your skull around to make sure you have the Chad Alpha Dog face. You can make the baby look like handsome Squidward. Yeah, subclinical mandibular aspect ratio mog. Get mog, baby. Get the baby to start thumb pulling. A lot of babies are out here thumb sucking. They should be thumb pulling. Make sure that their jaw is not recessed. Okay? You feel me?
Despite that, from 2019 to 2024, the business received nearly $8 million in federal tax money, according to the local ABC station. Shirley also went to other child care centers across the Twin Cities where he says...
Dude, I love saying those terms, though. A suboptimal maxilla. I don't even know if that's the correct term or not. I just love throwing that shit around. I get why the looks maxing shit is so stupid, but it is so captivating for many. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna tell the baby that he has a suboptimal maxilla. He needs corrective surgery. We got to mold the baby's soft spot in his skull to make sure that he fucking mogs.
There were similar red flags.
We're just wondering where the children are.
Who are you? We'd like to ask where the money's going. Look at that. Shut us down. Where are the children at? No children inside of this daycare center.
Dog, why would they? The craziest part about it is if any of those places unironically opened their doors to this random dickhead, that would be illegal. Are you fucking kidding me? It is literally not legal for these places to allow random people, random adults that come in with a fucking camera crew too. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Yeah, of course they're going to close the door in your fucking face. That's what's so crazy about it, where it's like, I swear to God, if this guy did this to white childcare facilities, even amidst like even amidst an ongoing in a Republican neighborhood, okay, in a right neighborhood in like Alabama or whatever, and there is like an active investigation into like a church-backed, a church-backed like a child care center fraud that's taken place, and you had like a black dude walk up, okay, a liberal guy walk up to these different places and be like, show me the white babies inside, okay, and you had all these fucking Christian people closing the door, they would have shot the dude by the third place he went to. By the time he went to the third childcare center, he would have been shot in the fucking head. It would have been a massive ordeal. It would have been a story that they would defend, the Republicans would defend for generations. Could you imagine? Black liberal from New York, possibly gay, goes down to Alabama to investigate active fraud happening in like, all the white Christian child centers. It's not even a question. They would fucking kill the guy. Then tell people how else is the problem camera being there. I know that you didn't answer my question without getting angry. How else? I've explained it a million times over. First, you go to the Department of Human Services. Okay, there's a state website. Sad you have to create hypothetical situations to validate your delusions. To validate my delusions, there is nothing delusional about this. You are the delusional one. If you think that you can go to your local child care center with two guys in balaclavas and a camera in tow and demand to see the children there, if you think that you are not getting the door slammed in your fucking face, you are delusional. Of course they're going to slam the fucking door in your face. You got no credentials. You're just a random dickhead. Why the fuck would anybody open the door to you? It's illegal. I agree you can't, but no one is doing that without reason. Brother, I don't think you understand. Just because you agree with his actions doesn't mean that the random daycare facility is going to open the fucking doors. Of course they're going to slam the door shut in your face. Would you want the adults that have a legal responsibility to guard your children at the daycare that they're working at to open their door to a fuck ton of lawsuits by allowing random strangers with cameras or no cameras at all, but like random strangers to walk in, look at your kids, do a head count? What are you, fucking nuts? The irony is, if you actually had investigated this a little bit further, if Nick had investigated it a little bit further, he would have found out that there are instances where adults are allowed to do a head count. It's the Department of Human Services. So for people who are asking, like, what could have been done here, you look up. Childcare facilities are obviously rigorously examined, okay? There's a license. There's a licensing process that gets renewed every year. And at a random time throughout the year, there is a member of the state from the Human Services Division that goes to the kindergarten without telling them ahead of time, okay? And they obviously have the proper documentation when they're entering the place, right? And they do a head count, they look at the conditions, and they see whether or not the children are in like a stable condition, and if this daycare facility actually has like substandard conditions or decent conditions. And many of these places that he went to actually had this licensing process. And in that process, there were things that they had found, like, oh, there's like a open, kids had access to like hazardous materials like scissors and stuff, right? And then there's a proper documentation process that takes place where they say, okay, we are going to actually fix this problem. Thank you for informing us. We do not want you to revoke our license. So then they fix the problem, and then they file the documentation, and then that's either approved or not. If it's not approved, they revoke their license. And all of the places that this guy went to had, with the exception of the Learning Center, which was apparently closed because they had a bunch of instances where they had like substandard conditions for the kids. Okay. All these places had a person from the state come in and take a look, do a head count, and see that there's children there, right? Contrary to what the argument was, that there's no kids there. So unless you think, like, there's two things that could have happened here, okay? Either these guys know ahead of time or just like magically have. Are you taking the stance that there's no fraud happening? No, dude. Why is this so hard for people to understand? Of course, I'm not saying that there's no fraud happening. There is a fraud investigation taking place right now. What is wrong with you motherfuckers, bro? I swear to God. I mean, look, racism is a low IQ trait to begin with, okay? But you can't be this low IQ, okay? You cannot be so low IQ that you tune in to the broadcaster that speaks two languages, okay, when you can only speak one language and you can't even understand your only language that I'm speaking currently. English is my second language. It's the only language that you're supposed to know, and you still can't fucking comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth. Your communication is shit. Is it? Is it though? It's my fault, you think? Because I've said it over and over again that there's an active investigation taking place into fraud, and some of that investigation even factors in childcare facilities. But that doesn't mean that every single childcare facility is actually hiding the number of children that they actually have inside of their facilities. And the way to figure out whether or not there are any kids inside of those facilities at all is not to randomly go out there like you're a fucking kick streamer and demand to see the fucking children. I didn't say that there's no fucking fraud. As a matter of fact, I'm very clear that there is fraud taking place. And the way to figure out whether or not there was kids inside or anything like that is not by just going out there with a fucking camera crew and being like, show me the kids. Show me the kids. Show me the kids right now. I need to see the kids. I'm a random adult. I need to see the kids. Oh, I'm no longer a random adult. I have my kid, Joey. He's not here with me, but I want to sign up little Joey. Yeah, who the fuck's going to believe that? The fuck? Of course they're going to be sus. You look like a pedophile. You sound like you are trying to do pedophilia. Okay? If I'm putting myself in the shoes of someone that's working at that facility and that exact same situation happens, I'm either going to think this guy's a pedophile and he wants to kidnap the children, or I'm going to think he's ICE. And in either situation, I have an obligation to not open the fucking door. What are we talking about? Have you considered the fact that the people defending filming children without their consent are the same people who are defending Trump not being in the Epstein files? Yeah, there is truth to that. Bro, it's so weird. How are people defending this? I would not want a random dude in the daycare of my kids. Like, what the fuck? No, dude, they want that. They want that shit, dude. That's what they want. They're like, no. The only time I can feel, I can sleep soundly at night is if I know there's random fucking nuisance streamers and content creators running up to the childcare facilities that I'm leaving my child at. Yeah. What's next, bro? You want to do like a Aiden Ross collab? Neon? Busting the doors of fucking every childcare facility in the country? What's up, chat? Today we're going to every daycare. I'm going to go take a look at the toddlers. And I'm bringing Skybree with me. Like, what? We also have our security guys here. If someone dares question my authority, I'll beat the fuck out of them. We're doing a baby audit. Like and subscribe. The fuck? Yeah. This broadcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Oh my God.
After Shirley's videos went viral, Governor Tim Walz's office sent us this statement saying the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggressive action. He has strengthened oversight. Walz's office also defended his handling of the widespread fraud schemes that have been happening for years by claiming he's now taking steps to stop it from happening, including creating a statewide fraud prevention program. But federal investigators are now looking into claims that for years Walz ignored whistleblowers who tried to sound the alarm on the fraud.
This guy now is scrambling to make it look like he's doing something. 2 weeks ago, he created a position with a guy to investigate fraud. 7 years too late, Timmy. It's time that we find answers to all these questions and hold everybody accountable that has ripped off.
Dog, there is literally, first of all, says you, okay? This administration talking about fraud is sweet, okay? Is real funny, okay? It is funny as fuck to hear from this admin about fraud. Like, we don't know what the fuck you guys are up to. But what's even crazier about it is that there is already, from the former administration, from the former admin, from the Brandon regime, there is already a DOJ case. I don't hate that they're eating Tim Spineless Walz. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't really give a fuck about Tim Walz either. Make no mistake. I already lost all confidence in him a long time ago. But if he is also, by the way, if he's also in any way, shape, or form involved with this, involved in the oversight issues, yes, he should be fucking punished. 100%. Okay? Make no mistake. I don't give a fuck. Having said that, there is already a fucking investigation going on. This doesn't give you carte blanche to go in and blow up the investigation. You know what I mean? You can't just like do that. Okay? And you certainly can't do that to like other random fucking similar childcare facilities just because you felt like it. What are we doing? What are we doing? How do I put this in an analogy that like Republicans can understand? What do Republicans care about in terms of like innocent until proven guilty? Like imagine if they, imagine if liberals were running around and saying that like every man is a rapist or something. You know what I mean? Every man's a rapist. Remember, there was wasn't there like a fake allegation with like a college campus lacrosse team or something? Wasn't there something like that? And then Republicans lost their minds over that. You know what I mean? Yeah, was it Duke? One of the schools. There was like a fake false rape allegation. And the entire team was under investigation. Like, liberals running around and being like, oh yeah, every lacrosse playing white boy is a rapist. If they just did that, put a camera on it, and then the entirety of the liberal media ecosystem was like, hell yeah, put these rapists under the fucking buildings, put these rapists under the fucking prison. Yeah. Did you feel like that was a good feeling? Was that a good feeling when that was happening? Did you feel like that was justice being served? No, right? Didn't feel great. For the Republicans who don't, fucking understand what's going on, it's kind of like this, okay? Yeah, going up to like random lacrosse teams, white boys playing lacrosse, and be like, I demand you show me all the rapists in your team. Why are you hiding? Why are you sheltering the rapists? I would like to see all the fucking rapists here. All of the white boys in this lacrosse team are rapists. If you were like running around saying that shit, that's what it would be like. If they weren't raping, why are they all wearing lacrosse equipment? It's ridiculous. What is this? Dude, I love you, but your rage against those chowders is just barely to get through. And believe me, I try really hard, but if you look at my peers, you're losing European viewers answering those rage bait incels or bots. Please, you need more Euro viewers. It's so hard to watch, bro. Please. Wait, what? I need more European viewers. And I'm losing my European audience? Why? Because they believe the narratives? Is that what it is? Jessica Tarkov making your argument.
We'll say lastly, that fraud should be stamped out everywhere. You should take it seriously. And I'm particularly upset, and I've said this now third time, that people took COVID money, abused that while folks were dying, while kids weren't allowed to go to school. The country was completely in uproar, rightly so, people scared out of their minds.
They're saying American chatters are stupid. I mean, they're not wrong, but have you seen some of the European chatters? European chatters are, I mean, the ones that haven't already like all went to Asmongold, they fucking love. European chatters love LARPing like they're MAGA Americans, dude. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. EU is like a fucking no-go zone right now.
But Donald Trump and his administration has not taken fraud seriously.
There's actually a lot of European viewers who believe the SLOP, but that's not your fault. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Especially, you want to know why there's a lot of Euro chatters who believe the SLOP? Because this is Euro-style racism, right? European chatters don't understand like the anti-black dynamic that is the American version of racism, because they, of course, still have like, you know, white supremacist tendencies and whatnot. Like the European races, they obviously also have white supremacist tendencies, but it's like more national. It's different. It's different than like American racism. That's why Europeans will always say like, why are the Americans so obsessed with race? Yeah, I don't understand. They should be hating the gypsies instead. I don't understand it. The Roma people. They wouldn't say that, but you know. Yeah, why don't they hate the Muslims? It doesn't make sense. But this is like Euro-style Islamophobia. So this is way more propaganda for the Euro-style right-wingers, you know? So that's the reason why they're probably looking at this and being like, oh, dude, you're right. This is exactly the same kind of bullshit that's happening out here. Hasan is the biggest piece of shit liberal one can find. I mean, if you think I'm a liberal, then you're already lost in the sauce, big dog. And for the record, before Europeans get sensitive about it, I'm not talking about all Europeans. I'm talking about the hogs. You know how they get, okay?
You have Philip Esform, who was the healthcare executive, speaking of healthcare, which is part of this, a nursing home mogul, I didn't even know you could be one, orchestrated the largest healthcare fraud scheme in U.S. history, $1.3 billion, commuted by Trump. David Gentile, the private equity guy, $1.6 billion, he defrauded people. Trump commuted his sentence. And then an oldie but a goodie, obviously Trump University, which had to pay $25 million settlement because it was a scam. Do not go out there and say this is all a liberal problem if you don't want to look under the hood of your own car. So we'll say lastly, that fraud should be stamped out everywhere. You should.
Lol, I know I try to get the peeps here to watch you because some are not very well educated to say in a nice way. No, I know.
Take it seriously.
My queen, she's right. And she should say it. It's so funny because like the entirety of the right wing yelled at me over what I said about Rick Scott. And it wasn't even like a death threat. It was very obvious like that I was saying if Republicans cared about Medicare fraud, they would punish Rick Scott, right? And now they're literally like, well, fraud has happened and, you know, some Somali people were involved. So we should literally deport every Somali person. Turns out they didn't give a fuck about. Europeans have no reason to care about Nick Shirley. However, wait, what? No. You just also focus on American news. If you focus on 90 Day, which isn't. Okay, shut up. I've yet to find a single person, with the exception of the actual defendants, who tried to you know, obviously thwart the investigation that was taking place. I've yet to see a single fucking liberal or anybody for that matter be like, yeah, actually, it's racism if you don't let Somali Americans do fucking fraud. You know, who the fuck would say that? The only time you hear that is from dumb fuck Republicans who claim the liberals are saying that. I've yet to hear a liberal say that. I've yet to hear anyone on the left say that. At most, you'll hear like a joke here or there from like, you know, the Somali Americans that are doing like the, well, this money was promised to us 3,000 years ago shit. You know what I mean?
Off Minnesota taxpayers.
Over the weekend, FBI Director Kash Patel reiterated that this is very much an ongoing investigation and that the Bureau believes the fraud that we've seen so far is just the tip of a very large iceberg. Molly?
Thank you very much, Garrett. Well, this has been an amazing story that has really been covered for a couple years, but has started exploding more in recent weeks as we saw that some of the funding that had, some of the taxpayer funding that had gone to these groups was actually being funneled to al-Shabaab in foreign countries, terrorist groups, and also this video that went viral this weekend showing that all of these places that had been getting taxpayer funds that claiming to be daycares didn't have any children inside of them. Griff, I'm wondering, is this your path to financial freedom, starting a daycare center in Minnesota?
Well, gosh, Molly, I'm certainly not going to do that because it's illegal, but boy, wouldn't it be easy. And, you know, it's interesting in Garrett's a report there, he was talking about Governor Walz is saying that he's pushing back, saying that he's for years tried to fight against fraud. Well, really? Is that the case? Because when you trace back how this all started, going back to Ilhan Omar's 2020 Meals Act to just get money out the door to school children who might miss lunches and all these other things, you see that it was a industrial scale fraud opportunity. And in this case, you know, the fact that Nick Shirley went out with a camera, I think is brilliant because there has been very little reporting from other networks on this story. And you're starting to see now, obviously, from FBI Director Kash Patel says that it's, you know, a tip of an iceberg. Well, where are they? It reminds me, Molly, of when Bill Maloosia and I went down to the border years ago, started standing there with thousands coming across, and no other network had any interest in it. Well, now you're starting to see it. And
it's just not true. It's just not true. Every major outlet conducted investigations and every major outlet reported on the ongoing investigations. There's never a story of this level of significance that mainstream media is going to not cover, okay? It's ridiculous. Love that he's implying Fox News was in on this fraud too then. Yeah, of course they can get away with it because they're Fox News.
Convictions. And then originally, the only discussion you saw on other networks were people that were basically blasting it as, you know, racist or.
Someone on Twitter showed that the Quality Learning Center had opening hours at 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Nick showed up at 1 p.m. Yeah, but also I'm pretty sure the Quality Learning Center was closed at the time anyway. At least according to the to the Minneapolis Human Services Department. Because this is what the Minneapolis Human Services Department said. Where is it? I retweeted it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Are they not on winter break? No. Not at the time when they were. Not at the time when they were covering it. Where is it? Where the fuck is the retweet that I retweeted? Did they delete it? Oh, here it is. Dina Winter from Minneapolis City Hall. Not that anyone will give a shit about this, but breaking. Tiki Brown, commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Children, Youth, and Family, said none of the 10 child care centers that YouTuber Nick Shirley recently visited for his viral video have had their payments paused, although a couple were previously closed down by the state, and state workers are doing visits to the rest today. The now infamous Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago, and the first one of the long video, Mako Child Care, closed several years ago, she said. Viral video prompts new scrutiny of alleged fraud, draws quick reaction from Minnesota regulators. The claims of a right-wing influencer are prompting questions about whether fraud has proliferated in a program that was flagged for deficiencies a decade ago. A video that surfaced on YouTube this past weekend contained explosive allegations about Minnesota's child care assistance program, raising new concerns about fraud and triggering a quick reaction from state regulators. In the 43-minute video, which went viral on social media, has more than 1.4 million YouTube views since it debuted Friday. Right-wing influencer Nick Shirley alleges that the group of daycare centers operated by Somali residents in Minneapolis have misappropriated upwards of $100 million. In 2024, the program, which provides financial assistance to help low-income families pay for childcare so parents can work, cost $306 million. Despite registering concerns about the accuracy of the report, state regulators responded by sending inspectors to each of the centers featured in the video to see if there were licensing issues or other problems. Tiki Brown, commissioner of Minnesota Department of Children, Youth, Families, said at a December 29th afternoon news conference that two of the Minneapolis centers closed this year, including Quality Learning Center in Minneapolis just last week. Quality featured prominently in the video. While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take concerns of the video about fraud very seriously. The video has amplified national scrutiny on Minnesota over Medicaid fraud, which federal investigators have say swamped the state programs, while also raising concerns that the fraud has continued to proliferate in a program flagged for issues 10 years ago. Shirley's video prompted a response from Vice President J.D. Vance and FBI Director Kash Patel over the weekend. The video shows Shirley, a man identified as David, as they visit 10 daycare centers that allegedly receive public funding to see whether the businesses are actually taking care of children. In most cases, Shirley and his partner are either unable to get anybody to answer the door or are refused entry. A few employees or clients of the centers challenged their claims, but it's not clear if any of those individuals were the facility owners. Brown said it's hard to draw solid conclusions from the video because it's not clear whether Shirley visited the daycare centers during the week, when they would likely be full of children, or on a weekend or holiday, when they would likely be empty. The only additional fucking person that could offer quote-unquote evidence here was a random neighbor who turned around and claimed that he had not seen any children there. Oh, okay, if you say so. You know, this is fantastic. This is fantastic reporting. Thank you. We don't even fucking know if he's a real neighbor at all. Brown said each of these centers has been visited in the past 6 months, but none of the announced visits turned up evidence of fraud. She said the department has not yet found problems that warrant pausing payments to any of the centers. Brown declined to provide information about the recent closings of Quality Learning Center on Nicollet Avenue or Mako Childcare on the 25th Avenue S. We generally don't disclose information if we have a current open investigation, she said. Shirley's video provoked a fast response from Minnesota Republicans, including several candidates who are running for governor. Yeah, David Zimmer is the guy, by the way, and he is of course, policy fellow at the Center of the American Experiment, where he writes about criminal justice and public safety. Mr. Zimmer served 33 years in local law enforcement with the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, retiring as captain. During his law enforcement career, Mr. Zimmer served as a deputy and supervisor in areas including the jail, courts, patrol, water patrol investigations, and tactical command. Mr. Zimmer was recognized as a collaborative law enforcement leader who earned the respect of stakeholders throughout the criminal justice system. He advocates for public policy that will ensure a consequential criminal justice system for all Minnesotans. Yes, of course, he's a fucking right-wing speaker now. If you were wondering, former law enforcement officer and now current right-wing speaker guy for the American Experiment. To tell you the truth, I'm shocked. Also, once again, even local news is not doing a good enough job in covering this stuff, because they could have just not kept it at David in air quotes, but simply said David Zimmer is a right-wing operative working with the American Experiment, a right-wing think tank. You know? Is this kind of video taking over the college debate rage-based stuff? The guy and the likes pulling ahead of those young men trying to take Charlie's spot? A little bit. This kind of video already existed. So I think that there will be a space for the right-wing debate lords still. And then there will be this kind of agitprop too. Tyler Oliveira. They already had this. Anyway, a spokesman, and then the Wallace administration has had years to address these issues, but has frequently ignored or downplayed the issues at every turn. A spokesman for Wallace said he has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggressive action. He has strengthened oversight, including launching investigations into these specific facilities, one of which was already closed, spokeswoman Claire Lancaster said in a statement to the Minnesota Star Tribune, adding that he shut down a high-risk program and hired an outside auditor and a new statewide program integrity director. House GOP leader Harry Niska said it's hard for Republicans to trust the Wallace administration because, they're politicians, obviously. Niska said the Minnesota House Republican Caucus provided information about the fraud to the man named David who appeared in Shirley's video. Shirley's YouTube channel has amassed more than 1 million followers. He's one of the several influencers invited to the White House in October to participate in an Antifa roundtable, a discussion about left-wing groups and the anti-fascist movement with President Trump. He previously faced criticism for a video he filmed in Kyiv, Ukraine, where he falsely implied that American tax dollars were used to buy luxury cars and install a Ferris wheel in the city. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Yeah, he's done an Israel video. And not only that, but he got fucking owned by a Ukrainian guy. A Ukrainian guy actually fucking debated him after this video came out.
Hey, Slava Ukraini.
POV, you're in Ukraine and you realize where your taxes are going. Yeah, the Ferris wheel installed this location since 2017 after being moved from France. This has nothing to do with the American taxpayers. But yeah, he also did a fucking Israel propaganda too. He did a Israel version of this as well. But here is a Ukrainian dude fucking cooking this guy's ass. Probably the type of dude who hates me too, let's be real. Who thinks I'm also a fucking op. Yeah, he did a CCOP propaganda tour. He did a pro-Israel video.
Tweets I put out, there's a lot of context as well.
So that's backtracking because you had a massive amount of backlash from Ukrainians, rightfully. But why didn't you put that in the original tweet?
Because that wasn't the idea of the original tweet.
Do you understand why people in this country are pretty pissed off with you?
One post does not define everything I did while I was in Ukraine.
Well, I think what you were doing is to try and show that there maybe isn't a war in Ukraine. You were basically trying to ride this sort of Tim Pool grifter type wave saying, pulling silly faces, smirking at the people of this country saying, this is where your tax dollars are going. You cannot avoid that. That is literally what you did. Everybody agrees. Everybody in the comments agrees. That's what you were doing.
Wait, I don't get it. I thought this guy was apolitical though. Why is he... Why did this guy go from being a random Mormon guy to just like doing videos about how Ukraine sucks, is the greatest enemy of mankind, doing pro-Israel videos as well? When you see a guy like this do anti-Ukraine videos and then pro-Israel videos, then you realize like this is a domestic op, okay? Because like, depending on the allegiances here, okay, when you got pro-Russia and pro-Israel, I don't know who the fuck is funding this guy, but it's very clearly touching on a lot of the things. Like it's Tim Pool, okay? This is a Tim Pool moment.
Why can't you admit that?
Because I do not believe by making satire on the internet commits a crime by any means. And
Okay,
I do
so
not be going back.
this is a huge revelation. So you were actually doing satire.
Wait, he was at January 6th too?
So it was satire.
Is there anything wrong with satire?
I know exactly what you were trying to do. You failed in doing it because you've received more backlash and more hate than support, and I guess now you're backpedaling.
I wouldn't say that.
What would you say then? Where did you go in East Ukraine?
I went to...
Bro, what is coming up? This is 1 minute and 32 seconds at this point. This man is still coming up? What's up with the interview? Yeah, the guy's name is Cowlin Robertson. Yeah, he's a journalist based in Ukraine now. He does like he perma lives in Ukraine. I'm willing to bet this guy does not like me at all. Usually these guys don't fucking like me at all, but
isn't Bucha East Ukraine? Or I went somewhere where there was Bucha.
So Bucha is a 20.
Bro, come on. You went to fucking Ukraine. You don't even know Bucha. You're like, oh, dude, what is it called? Bucha? I don't know.
I went to, isn't Bucha East Ukraine? Or I went somewhere where there was Bucha.
So
Yeah, he's
Bucha is a
pro-Drew
20-minute
Pavlov.
drive north of Kyiv. Where did you go in East Ukraine?
That's where I went. I went to Bucha. Is that not East?
Hasan Piker, Iran is very pro-trans. The Iranian regime forces gay people to medically transition as the only way to escape the death penalty for homosexuality. Yeah, that was the joke I was making. If you watch the video, I'm literally saying that Iran is maybe too pro-trans to a fault. That's what I was implying. Anyway, but of course, my ideological opposition is incapable of making a joke. Hasan is a moron, says Kalen reports. Yeah, Iran is the true transgender for everybody nation.
God. It makes me despair that you've come here, you don't even know the difference between East Ukraine and somewhere that's a 20-minute drive north of Kyiv, and you've put out content that's genuinely extremely damaging. Nick Shirley came here to Ukraine and produced one of the most egregious pieces of propaganda I've seen since the start of this war. His video undermining the war and showing that apparent taxpayers' money is being wasted on luxury cars here has amassed millions of views, hundreds of thousands of comments, and it's been shared by some of the Kremlin's biggest mouthpieces. So I have an exclusive interview with Nick to find out exactly why he did this. Well, let me know when you're good.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so I spoke to your fixers and they said that they took you to Bucha.
No, they are not. Did you not hear him just say he made satire? That sounds like a joke to me. Owned. Yeah, there's a difference between like heavily implying. The joke that I'm making is that the Iranian forcible transification methods that criminalizes homosexuality is bad. Okay? That's why I'm saying, oh, they're a little too woke. He's not saying that. He's just straight up saying that he's implying that Ukraine is just like stealing the tax dollars and buying a fucking Ferris wheel with it instead of like weapons.
Where there are mass graves. They said that they took you to a hospital that was bombed. Having seen all of that, why is it that you decided for your first report to be about the luxury of Kyiv and Americans' tax dollars being wasted?
Yeah, it's a good question. Quite frankly, I'm still putting together the documentary I had. That was a clip I filmed just walking around while I was in Kyiv. And I do believe that here in the United States, there's a lot of misconceptions as far as where tax dollars are being sent. And we have the right to understand where things are going. And that by posting a video like that doesn't make me a pro-Russian by any means. By every mean, I'm very pro-Ukrainian.
Well, you're saying there's a lot of misconceptions about where the American tax dollars are going. Do you think you're adding to those misconceptions by showing a few luxury cars in the...
I think he's slow. Yeah, he is. He is unironically slow. He's so slow that like when I first watched one of his videos where he was like trying to interview college students to like dunk on them, I felt bad making fun of him because I was like, I feel like I'm being, ableist. Like I'm actually making fun of someone with like a significant like intellectual disability. But I guess that's not really it's not really going to stop someone from cutting propaganda for the current hogs, because the current hogs are really dumb. Yes, I also did cover that he collaborated with the Israeli state. Nick Shirley, who's being promoted by Elon Musk, JD Vance, and the entire conservative media sphere, is a fanatical Zionist Israel firster. He literally went to Israel to do propaganda tour just a few months back. All the Zionists are doing, oh my God, Somalis, oh my God, Muslims for Israel. I visited the Israel-Gaza border with the last mayor of Gaza full doc, where he stood where Hamas launched his attacks. He saw the destruction, the aftermath of October 7th, and the mayor breaks down the money trail to expose who profits from the war and who's funding the war. The documentary breaks down how Hamas operates and funds itself, the brutal history of Israel and Gaza, what life was like before and after Hamas took over in Gaza, why Israel responded the way that it did. This cunt has also been obsessively doing the Zionism. Oh my God, Muslim takeover of America. Oh my God, propaganda. He's literally a paid Israel first cuck whose job it is to produce slop, appealing to the base urges of the right wingers to make them forget about being slaves of Israel. Matt Walsh. Hey, Nick Shirley, I have some questions for you. Do you believe Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite? Do you believe Nick Fuentes and the Groypers are anti-Semites? Do you believe Ben Shapiro is an epic-based hero who was right about them? How much did the Israeli pedo rape colony pay you to travel there to do propaganda video for them? Did the Mossad procure children for you at your hotel? And if so, what did you do with that? Okay, this is... Squirrel goes a little, beyond, above and beyond here, but... Here is Nick Shirley with the paid Israel First propagandist cuck laundering the Israeli bombing of Iran when it was happening. They actually got him to do propaganda hits to ensure conservatives would rally behind the new war for Israel against Iran.
Iran and Israel are at it.
Yeah.
Israel launched some missiles at Iran, took out some of their leaders, and then Iran.
Yeah, it's the writing is fire, except jokes on Squirrel. Nick Shirley can't read. He is illiterate.
Iran just launched and landed in Tel Aviv. Where does this war go?
The effort, obviously, by Israel was to disable the nuclear program of Iran. Iran, who is the #1 funder of terrorism throughout the world, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, all of them being funded by Iran. In this proxy war where Iran is spending...
Did this guy come out of nowhere? No, he's been making waves. Apparently, he was at January 6th. I didn't even fucking know that, by the way. That's news to me. But he has been making waves slowly but surely. He was trying to do do you guys want to vote for Trump? Why do you want to not vote for Trump shit at like Yale? That type of stuff.
Baby, let's go. Yes, sir.
We're here, king of the Instagram of Donald Trump, patriotism. What do you guys say?
We're going to pull this thing through, stay strong, stay faithful, keep fighting. America's on the line.
America's on the line.
That's right. Land first.
Tomorrow, right here, Donald Trump is going to be talking to millions of people. And I'm going to try to sneak all the way up to the front. I'm going to try to sneak all the way up into like one of these seats up here. I'm going to try to get as close as I possibly can. Tomorrow, Donald Trump is going to be...
Yeah, he was also brought up in an Antifa roundtable meeting earlier this year with Trump and other government officials, including Secretary of Homeland Security Kirsten Noem and Attorney General Pam Bondi, where he talked about the real threat to America being Antifa. So... do I think this guy is like a fucking federal agent? Not really. But then again, I do think that the government is, they're so bad nowadays that maybe they're outsourcing to Mormons again, but this time to the dumbest of Mormons, because he's not the best and brightest of the Mormons. Let's be real. Okay. But I do think that the administration is open about like outsourcing their propaganda directly to YouTubers. That's why they keep bringing him in. If he's an agent, he's faking being stupid. If he's an asset, he's not. Yeah, I don't think he's faking it. Show me the smart ones. The smart ones you will never know of because they already worked for the FBI. I've been a day one hater of this Mormon guy. His mom chaperones him around everywhere. I followed him when he had 20K subs and was pivoting out of Mr. Beast style content. His mom is friends with some MAGA guys in the media, and that's how we got this pivot. Yeah, it's the thing is like this guy, just like Tyler Hitler Vera, and this one is like a much more recent channel than Tyler Hitler Vera. If you go back old enough, like you'll realize that they were doing, like he was doing 6 years ago, 100 pounds of dry ice versus truck, painful. Okay, interviewing people at the Freak Convention, very dark people, running the world's hardest race, hanging out with Hey Big Mike, delivering Bud Light to Post Malone, went to his house, acting blind in public prank. Okay, sneaking into exclusive Hollywood party, fail, and then somewhere along the line, he does like a right-wing video. Okay. He does like one right-wing video, going away for 2 years. I quit. Yeah. And then he comes back. He goes on a mission. He comes back from his Mormon mission. I interviewed illegal immigrants at the U.S. border. 248,000 views. We are under attack. Americans are angry. This is why. I tracked down illegal immigrants in New York City. I tracked down illegal immigrants from the U.S. border. I investigated the Texas border crisis with an ex-cartel member. I discovered a hidden migrant camp in America. Illegal immigrants are living for free in this city. I investigated the New York City migrant crisis. I caught illegal immigrants crossing the U.S. border. I investigated the California migrant crisis. How this country solved illegal immigration in El Salvador. I live with migrants in New York City for 24 hours, asking New Yorkers who are they voting for in 2024. That was the video that I actually watched this one. Asking Harvard students who they're voting for in 2024. Bro, this is the same exact fucking shit that Tyler Oliveira did. You even covered his video on stream earlier? Yeah, I did. I covered this one too. Yeah, LA protesters believes U.S. belongs to Mexico. This was our city and this was Mexico. People need to archive this shit ASAP. This is getting deleted soon. Fuck no. These guys are shameless. No one will actually dive into this. Are you fucking kidding me? No one gives a shit. Everyone only cares about whether or not this person is like pushing propaganda in the way that they like that comforts them and the way that they believe the world operates. That's all it is. Like Tyler Oliveira had a similar fucking pivot and now has 9 million subscribers, right? If you look at, and I don't know if Tyler actually deleted his older videos, but yeah, no, he didn't. I'm the boss's son prank, college decision reactions, deny from every college, attempting to have fun, how PewDiePie's channel made a comeback. He does like Mr. Beast videos, okay? He does like Mr. Beast style videos, challenges, pranks. Then he tries to do like even the YouTube commentary stuff, right? The SLOP tuber commentary. And then somewhere along the way, let's see if we can find the pivot, okay? Because he did a lot more videos and he had a more successful channel than Nick Shirley did. Nick Shirley just immediately dove into the fucking MAGA shit, okay? But yeah, I trained like Arnold for 30 days, all this stuff. I mean, some of them are doing really well. Grandpa Slam Dunks on Trash Talking Hoopers, Ankles Broken, 14 million views, all this shit, right? And then let's see if you can notice the pivot, okay? Attack on Titan in real life, all this stuff. And then let's see if you can see the pivot. I dug out from underground prison. Magnet fishing. Used a toothpick to mine a real diamond. Flew the Millennium Falcon. Brett Riviera called the cops on me. I investigated Ohio's toxic wasteland. I went to the incest capital of America. I investigated UFO crash sites. Boom! I investigated the city of real life zombies. 23 million fucking views. And then from that point on, I investigated the most obese city in America. I investigated Hitler's death. I snuck on the Jeffrey Epstein's island. That was one of the first videos I watched of his. I investigated the U.S.-Mexico border. I investigated America's vaping epidemic. So like every now and then he does like another, somewhat apolitical one, but it's just hog slop from that point on. Most racist man in America. Investigated a city that made being gay illegal. I investigated a city where only criminals live. I investigated a city that traps homeless people forever. I investigated a city where old people are sent to die. Underground city of mole people, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. And slowly but surely, he's just like full tilt pivoting to, I investigated a country where every drug is legal. It's just, look at these poor people. The Jew capital versus the Muslim capital of America. Look at all these fucking poor people. Look at all these black people. Look at how violent they are. Look at all these drug addled criminals everywhere. I went to the worst ghetto in America, and then he goes to Oakland. Yeah, I investigated a city where you can legally steal houses. Inside Pennsylvania's immigrant invasion, inside the country that kills illegal immigrants. Do you see? Am I too conspiracy pilled or independent creators a way for mega rich to get around typical campaign laws, FCC regulations, etc.? I think this is partially because of the algorithm, okay? I think the algorithm boosts this kind of content. People love this shit, okay? A lot of these people are Europeans who view this. It's sad. Yeah, 100%. There are hogs all around the world, and certainly in Europe as well. The algorithm greatly boosts right-wing slop, okay? It greatly boosts right-wing slop. The difference between Tyler and Nick is that, I can't believe this, but at least Tyler Oliveira puts a little bit more effort into his videos, right? Whereas Nick just kind of goes out there and is like, blah, blah. But the thing is that blah, blah, style content works even better. So that's what it is. I feel like this is a manufactured pipeline for children, even if it's unintentional. I don't know. I exposed scammers in Barcelona attacked. Yeah, I remember this because this went viral on Twitter, but against them, where a lot of the Spanish people in Barcelona were saying you were harassing the people. They're actually pretty kind. They're like immigrants, and they don't actually give you shit. The reason why they were like attacking you is because you were fucking harassing them. Anyway, but this is a real meta. It's a real pipeline. People do this shit. And they masquerade as a political while they're doing this shit. It's like, bro, you went to fucking January 6th. You know?
Where to go.
Like, these guys are very clearly right-wing operatives, and they will lean into whatever the right-wing meta is at the time. But the problem is they can masquerade as like investigative journalists, right? And a lot of people eat that slop up. It's shameless pandering. It's incredibly fucking biased. And also, worst of all, from my perspective, it offers zero new insight. It does not bring in any evidence to the conversation at all. What about Andrew Callahan? Andrew Callahan, in spite of his, significant shortcomings in his past, at least ideologically, has maintained a consistent perspective throughout. You know, this is not a defense of his actions, but if you look at his output, if you look at his videos and whatnot, if you look at his actual videos, his output still is very much, his output is still very much the opposite of these guys. If H3 didn't have an existential crisis, he could be swimming in great content generation right now via critique. Instead, they're pigeonholed into a weird centrist, anti-progressive, anti-political stance, i.e. neutered from commenting on slop. Instead, is slop? Yes. The problem is a lot of the centrist accounts, right? Like the slop tubers and the centrists in the past would probably, every now and then take a couple dings at guys like this. Patrick, like the commentary YouTubers that go beyond slop, like the beyond drama, like Patrick CC, right? Like every now and then, Moist Critical, maybe, would every now and then make a fucking video about something that these guys are doing. The problem is no one does that anymore. Do you have any accountability? Yes, I do. I have an accountability to the truth. I have an accountability to my audience. And not only that, but everybody fucking bastardizes the term accountability by consistently fucking claiming that I am being held accountable. Now, it's the TikTokers that do the counter slop. Yes, but the TikTokers, unfortunately, are dropping the ball because they don't have consistent, long-standing audiences in the same way because the format is different. It's too fast-paced. They're far too fucking invested in like minutia and like little, they browbeat all these like pedantic arguments to death, and they constantly are fighting amongst themselves. They're constantly yelling about like people like myself. So TikTokers, unfortunately, are way too predisposed to clip culture and shit, and they don't have enough of an interest in like sitting down and making a fucking long and comprehensive YouTube essay about this kind of stuff. Kurt Kaz became full right-wing weirdo also. Who's Kurt Kaz? I don't know who that is. But basically, and I've been saying this over and over again, basically the more like the hobbyist YouTubers in different sectors become right-wing and lean into right-wing shit, the more the algorithm is polluted with right-wing commentary. Okay? And it sucks. It sucks, but that's how the right wing gains a massive foothold. And there is very little interest from a lot of people that might even align politically with people like myself. There's very little interest from them in terms of like combating this shit. Right? There is no interest from them in combating this shit at all because they want to maintain their large audiences. They don't want to offend. There are certain appropriate targets, right? There are certain appropriate targets. I clearly am one of them, right? I'm an easy target because I'm on the left. Other leftists also despise me, as is the case with every leftist. And then liberals obviously hate me because I consistently call out liberals. And Republicans despise me because, you know, I oppose everything they believe and everything that they stand for. So in that situation, I'm an appropriate target. And it's not just me. Every other leftist content creator that reaches a certain level of prominence will always get the exact same mountain of fucking hate. Right? That's just how it is. That's just how it is. And there are different vectors of farming hate. For the liberals, you can say Hasan actually wanted Trump to win. He's a rich guy. Hasan is actually racist. He's a white man. Hasan is actually sexist. He's a white man. He's heterosexual. Like, and then for the right-wingers, Hasan is Muslim. Hasan is an America hater. Hasan, loves 9/11 and wants to do 9/11. For the centrists, they do a bit of both, right? Depending on whichever way the wind is blowing. They do the Hasan is both sexist and also a Islamist terrorist, all this shit. And and for the left content creators in this media landscape, other left content creators, it's always a fucking knife fight. And there is, there are ideological delineations and minor differences in opinion or misunderstandings that they lean into. And no matter what happens, like once someone reaches a certain level of prominence as a left content creator, you will constantly get ass clapped by everybody. And you will constantly have to like deal with drama that's happening, right? Now, I choose not to do that for the most part, but I recognize that has created this media environment where, because I am seen as an appropriate target by a lot of, because I'm seen as an appropriate target, an appropriate vector of hate, where you can just like farm my haters, there aren't many people that will come to my defense openly, because if they do, then they'll get attacked too. They just keep farming that over and over again. And meanwhile, there are alternatives that prop up because they don't get any scrutiny whatsoever in the process. And, the alternatives are like Asmongold or Nick Fuentes even, and like more dangerous versions of this. And guys like Nick Shirley or Tyler Oliveira actually play in the front lines, even though they are like objectively, openly far right with the commentary, with the propaganda that they're putting out there. All these fucking supposed centrist YouTubers will shy away from attacking them. And the reason why they shy away from criticizing them and criticizing their commentary is because they are terrified of invoking the anger of other people who think that these guys are actually doing real, responsible, serious journalism. As Mongler's editor montaged a video of Together review saying his name a bunch of times over and over, try to make you seem obsessed. Maybe your editors could do the same as well. It doesn't matter. My video will get 10,000 views. His video will get 10 million views. My video doing that will get 10,000 views. Even though if you look at every metric, Asmongold has covered me 100 times more than I have covered him on any of my YouTube channels. I own 2 YouTube channels. And if you look at like the actual times that Asmongold has, covered me and posted me on his clip channel, covered me and posted me on his regular YouTube channel, you will see that for every like 4 videos that he covers of me, I sometimes will cover him. But it doesn't matter. No one actually cares about the truth. It goes back to the same thing that I was talking about. Look, he's doing it again. Bro is talking again about Asmongold. Ha ha ha. Do you see what I mean? The reason why I brought it up is because someone brought it up in the chat saying that his YouTube editor actually talked about you, or actually cut a YouTube video of you talking about him. If you're an actual Asmongold fan, you already know he talks about me all the time. His fucking fans actually talk about me all the time in his chat. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to you at all because you like when he does that. You don't like when I talk about him. So you have to turn around and say, oh, you know, you're obsessed. I mean, 99% of the time, it's you covering his coverage of you, lol. Exactly. Anyway. My point wasn't even about Asmongold in general. My point was that there are a lot of centrist and quote unquote liberal content creators. There are a lot of centrist and liberal content creators who have consistently attacked me as a valid, appropriate target, worthy of all the scrutiny. And if you were to only get your information from guys like that, you never actually hear about Asmongold in a negative fashion at all. You only hear about Asmongold when he's in your algorithm. You get to watch his videos initially. If you had not encountered me in a negative framing, you would probably just see some of my videos on your algorithm. You would make up your own mind. Maybe you would like it. Maybe you wouldn't like it, right? But when you actually see me presented over and over again in a negative fashion, before you ever actually encounter my views without any sort of negative framing, you already develop your mind. You think, oh, this guy's awful. This guy's a bad guy. And in that process, as I kept repeating over and over again, I am no longer just one individual that's being like attacked. Now the entire ideology in the eyes of a lot of people are being attacked because they treat me as a vector for left ideology. Okay? All clips frame you as angry and whiny? Yeah, of course. So what will you do differently next year? I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing because the reality of the matter is if you're getting a steady flow of content from those guys, you don't actually see what's going on here at all, right? If you actually came in here either by accident or because you were genuinely curious to hear what my perspective was, you probably saw a fuck ton of things that I did throughout the year, whether it be going to protests, whether it be doing, reporting on the firefighters that were fighting wildfires, whether it be helping the next mayor of New York get elected. Like, there are a shit ton of things that we did this year. And that's part of the reason why, despite the fact that a lot of these guys consistently claim this is a lol cow, you're a lol cow, no one takes you seriously, they can't stand it when I'm getting press coverage and very solid media coverage or consistently doing interviews with politicians and people like that. They literally, because it goes against the narrative that they've designed. And that's part of the reason why I, put my head down and keep doing what I'm doing, in spite of the fact that, there's a lot of people who would love for me to stop.
I could save time in a bottle. The first thing that I'd like to do is to save every day till eternity passes away, just to spend
like Jean-Luc Mélenchon
them with you.
Speaking at the pro-Palestine rally in D.C., linking up with Zohran Mamdani when he was a 5%, who's underdog. Linking up with AOC at the Zohran Mamdani rally. More ICE coverage. Going to Coachella to stream the Kneecap concert that became, international news after the fact. We've had a pretty fucking banger year. That's why it's ironic when motherfuckers will turn around and be like, you never leave your home. Or when they say stuff like, oh, well, you only leave your home for clout. Or you have no impact whatsoever. Or you just play videos and you just, let your chair do the reacting to the videos. It's all fucking bullshit.
Again, I would spend them with you.
Of course, if you don't see this stuff, you'll believe this shit. Here's another Palestinian rally, pro-Palestinian rally. Protest in France. Another Zoran rally. This is a Zoran victory rally. But yeah. But have you thought about how much the Roach King did stay in his house? Okay, I don't care. I don't think about the Roach King at all, okay? And I don't want to think about it, so don't bring him up. Look, I've been around. I've been around, okay? And this was my most politically impactful year, okay? It was my most politically impactful year. And because it came off the heels of like endless sequence of harassment from pro-Israel groups, Twitch was fucking terrified of promoting me even one time. Okay? They were. I used to be the fucking face of like TwitchCon and shit. And Twitch was objectively terrified of associating with me the entire time. What did I do? I shut the fuck up and I kept pumping. Okay? That's what you got to do. That's it. If you're a young content creator and you're worried like you're going to reach a level of success one day where people are going to fucking shit on you nonstop and endlessly because of your beliefs, well, you can always fall back on your beliefs no matter what happens. Okay? So there it is. That's it for you. Hasan, you're not even under contract with Twitch, aren't you? Why would they promote you? What do you mean? Twitch doesn't offer contracts to anybody anymore, but they still promote their fucking content creators. What, you think Cinna is under contract with Twitch? No. They're trying to deflect from the fact that they supported Israel and called you a terrorist while you were supporting Palestine, and now they need to do an anti-Israel pivot. I think cutting clips and slandering you is one of their limited moves, and they're doing just that. Exactly. They won't call me a terrorist as much, so they'll pivot to other shit, and they'll go back to like, oh, Hasan is, I don't know. Hasan is a bad person for this reason, that reason. Because they can't do the Hasan as a terrorist anymore because I won that argument, you know what I mean? And people like myself, we fought long and hard to try to change American public consciousness, and we succeeded to a certain degree, okay? Not that it actually matters in the end of the day, because obviously it's not like we're putting a stop to Israel or even forcing the American government to reassess their allegiance to Israel. But ultimately, as far as public awareness goes, the last 2 years moved the needle in the exact opposite direction, right? So now all of these fucking centrists and all these liberals that spent the last 2 years calling me a fucking terrorist and even getting help from pro-Israel advocacy groups to demand deplatforming over and over again, to demand that like advertisers actually pull their fucking funds from this entire website. That would have harmed every single person. Harmed every single person on this website, not just me, right? It wouldn't harm me at all, as a matter of fact, because I don't even fucking run ads. I don't give a shit about that. The Parker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, right? They couldn't come after my sponsors. They don't really have any sponsors. So they thought, we'll just take the entire platform down. And it didn't work. Okay? On the public awareness front, there was also all the media appearances highlighting your anti-Israel leftist position from Variety, New York Times, GQ, Slate, The Guardian, etc. Exactly. Get to work, says me, your sponsor. But that's the situation. One thing you could do is embarrass them in front of their own audience in a one-on-one setting. What do you think, Abi? None of them want to do that. What do you mean? I've seen them saying your downfall is near because your sub count is lower than ever. They're fucking obsessed. I know, I'm suffering. I'm suffering so much with my, what is it now? What is it at? 43 or 42,000 subscribers. It's pretty devastating for me out here. I like that they can't do that with the view count, so they have to do that with like something else. Yes, I have, I have 10,000 less paid subscribers month over month. And I suspect that has something to do with the fact that I'm not running ads anymore, right? That's part of it. And also, I don't really farm for subs as much. But if you guys want me to, I'll fucking keep farming subs. Don't worry. I'll bring it back. I'll farm the subs. They did the classic thing with Twitch Tracker where they don't realize it calculates monthly subs, not current subs. So they didn't realize December isn't over yet. Yeah. Timma, thank you for the gifted. Shy, not shy. Thank you for the gifted. The Genetic M. There you go. Gracie Louise Free Bush. J Money is not that deep. It's not top of the hour, but the Piker Broadcasting Service is still sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Okay? You can also subscribe for free with a Prime. Subscriptions are the only way that you can actually support the broadcast. Let's be real. And I usually forget to ask you to do so. And subscriptions give you emotes that you can use all around the platform, an opportunity to send me links, even though I'm not going to click on them. It's not a guarantee. But beyond that, it's not going to like help you avoid ads or whatever. And also because I don't run ads, Twitch Turbo doesn't give me any revenue either, for the record, before people say, what about Twitch Turbo? Twitch Turbo only gives you revenue if you run ads. If you don't run ads, you don't get any revenue from Twitch Turbo. But yeah, you can now rewind with a subscription. So it's huge. It's a big deal.
Targeting,
I would say.
With
Alpha News seeks answers about fraud from Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison. Oh, there was another thing that I saw, by the way. We're going to talk about this one right-winger who is like, there's a Patrick CC, The Pathetic Life of an Internet Alpha Male, which I love. One of my favorite things is to dunk on alpha males and what they're up to and what they're doing. I'm surprised that there is no Andrew Tate in this one, but I guess he might have done an Andrew Tate video on its own. Oh, this was a really funny moment where Elon Musk basically glitched when asked about Zohran Mamdani. Last time he was on the Joe Rogan Experience, I forgot to bring this up. But yeah, then there's also a gay controversy with a neo-Nazi, Groyper, who was outed as being gay. And we'll look at that as well. But here it is.
Mamdani is a charismatic swindler. I mean, you got to hand it to him. Like he can light up a stage, but he has just been a swindler his entire life.
What else has he done that makes him a swindler?
This is awesome. This is awesome. He's like, okay, what's up? What's up? What has he done?
Well, I guess if you say what I mean, if you say to any audience whatever that audience wants to hear, instead of having a consistent message, I would say that is a swindly thing to do. Yeah. Yeah, but he is charismatic.
That's awesome. Thank you, Elon. You did it. Great take. Yeah, Trump talking about, Trump berated Marjorie Taylor Greene after she threatened to name Epstein abusers, warning my friends will get hurt. We're going to talk about that still. Isaac Dover also had a smarmy remark. Edward Isaac Dover. Lips of Xiaohongshu. What the 50 bones? Libs of Xiaohongshu is such a funny name. Like Libs of TikTok, but Libs of Xiaohongshu? Okay. Anyway, thank you for all the subscriptions, guys. Thank you. I am still falling off relative to the 50K I had last year at this point, but I think we'll be all right. Bring back React streams where you hold the Reacts hostage until you get more subs and the sub count will be above probably 60K to 70K. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I got to do. Anyway. Everyone does that. What he said doesn't make any sense. You can argue Trump does it regularly. I mean, Elon does it too. It's just he doesn't do a good job at it because he's not very charismatic. Do a begathon? No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, begathon. Yeah, notable whom Mamdani did and didn't include for the cover photo shoot of this inner circle. Peak Isaac Dover here, fatuous, vague, slimy, and innuendo-laden is right. Also, speaking of New York City, you were a 50K Andy as a React streamer, bring back fun. Brother, are you kidding me? I would have 10,000 people watching now if I did React. My audience fucking despises anything that's not politics now. A lot of you say, oh, you should do Reacts, but people will be like, why the fuck are we watching this? Talk about the Korengal Valley right now. Talk about the flooding that happened in my backyard. News frogs have become a cancerous entity. Yeah, they damn near burned the house down when I talked about FaZe, dude. Which was like the biggest... they damn near burned the house down when I talked about FaZe, which was the biggest fucking, like, incident related to the comings and goings on the fucking platform, okay? And people were like losing their shit. They were losing their fucking minds on it. Anyway, speaking of which, my haters will be the painters at the threshold of success. City Hall getting the legally required landlord special, a fresh coat of paint before the new renter comes in. Anyway, first they came for the billionaires, says Matthew Iglesias. It's time to take a bold stance in defense of America's off-maligned billionaire class. Oh, wow. Matty Iglesias wrote an article defending billionaires. Let me tell you how shocked I am. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Wow. Not satire. Of course not satire. This is... I mean, if this is a fork found in the kitchen moment, brother, what are you talking about? Of course he did a billionaire defense video or a billionaire defense article. Sorry. That's what he does. It feels a little absurd to write a pro-billionaire post or do takes like not all billionaires or say that some of the billionaires I've met over the years have been very thoughtful and perceptive people. I guess I don't really think that the anti-billionaire demagoguery is going to get out of hand and lead to blood in the streets and orgies of destruction. But I do see people working themselves up, not about the details of tax policy or the regulation of any particular business, but about billionaires in general. And I think it's emotionally and intellectually unhealthy. There's nothing wrong with starting a business. There's nothing wrong with a business being successful. And it happens to be the case that if you start a business and it is very successful, you will end up with a net worth that is north of $1 billion. If you can pull that off, good for you. Yeah, no, totally normal accumulation of wealth, by the way. That just happens to anybody. Yeah. This level, this level of wealth accumulation is not an indication, a clear-cut indication that the system is completely fucked. Definitely not a problem that is worthy of repair. Popularism is the only way forward, except when it comes to defending billionaires. Is almost too on the nose here. Oh, that's such a good take from Adam Carlson. Because remember, Mr. Popularist, Mr. Popularist and Mr. Abundist, they love talking about like finding the most popular positions, but except for two things, I guess now. One was Israel. Never care about what the polls are saying about Israel. Never care about what the polls are saying about healthcare, and never care about what the polls are saying about taking an anti-billionaire stance. Did you see Adam's new video? Who's Adam? Which Adam? Conover? Speaking of billionaires, there's also some TikTok drama that is heating up about one billionaire, one true Adam. Okay. Not Beyonce. There's a TikTok drama on Becca Bloom. Okay. Too bad. I really hate being wrong. Otherwise, I would look to Matt Iglesias' career as aspirational. Yeah, apparently, there's a TikToker named Becca Bloom. Okay. Hold on. Let me find it. I think Ugopnik covered it, or at least like briefly mentioned it. Becca Blue or Becca Bloom? I can relate more to a jungle macaque smelling his own ass than I can to these people. The soullessness behind their eyes doesn't make me pity them. The contrary, their vapid, empty greed has rendered them fully subhuman to me. Species traitor. Doing all they can to differentiate themselves from the filthy masses from fellow man. Well, be careful what you wish for, I guess. For the man eats what he does not consider his own. And we're all so hungry, he writes. And the reason why he's saying this is because Becca Bloom, this person, okay, has apparently been a very beloved aristocrat on TikTok that is showing people how to be rich the right way. Okay.
Things about us that might surprise you. I started TikTok to make my cat go viral, but I'm actually secretly allergic to him.
Sometimes we fly to Japan to go to a fish auction.
Okay, they're coy.
There's still fish to the birds that eat them.
I have crippling anxiety and OCD. In high school, I locked myself in the bathroom for 8 hours doing math problems.
But she scored almost perfect in the National Math Olympiad. Contrary to what you might see on Becca's stories, we're actually in bed by like 9 p.m. every night.
When we've had a bad day, we'll drive through the Santa Cruz Mountains.
Macaque, is that some deep cut rare racism? No, Ugopnik is. I understand why you would think that because he's a Balkan man, but no, I think he's just saying that like an animal, I have more in common with a wild animal than I do with a billionaire.
Screaming into the forest. Sorry if you live in any of these places.
I have over 150,000 open follow requests on my Instagram profile, and I really appreciate the interest, but I'm sorry, folks, I can't get to it.
Things about us that might surprise you.
So I guess a lot of you touch grass and don't know who this is. I'm so proud of you. So for context, she's a billionaire Nepo baby and arguably the greatest normalizer of billionaires on the planet Earth and should be treated as such. She gets 10 million plus views and 1 million plus likes per video. So no, it's not an overreaction. So the reason why this is like, the reason why he hit this line is because as of late, for the first time ever, from what I understand, Becca Bloom turned around and made a TikTok where she actually talked about something that is not wrong. She talked about the gender pay gap and the gender disparity that exists. Okay. And it's interesting because as soon as she brought up the word equality in her first ever video, people realized, hold on, you're a fucking billionaire. The fuck do you mean equality? Someone actually responded to Becca Bloom. Oh,
yeah, but you have servants, Becca.
Here. Someone actually responded to Becca Bloom saying, hey, sis, I'm all in favor of equality. Would you like to, you know, give your family's billions of dollars to some of us or something like that, right? And now I love this personally because it's one of those things where it's like, if you're a billionaire, what the fuck are you doing on TikTok? What are you doing on TikTok? Why the fuck are you trying to talk to the unwashed masses? Like, if you do that, eventually they're going to say, hey, give me the fucking money then, dickhead. I mean, seriously, accessibility is one of the worst things that you want as a fucking billionaire. Okay, I like that we moved from Matt Iglesias defending billionaires to this. Okay, like there's no reason for you to chase clout. You can literally unlock whatever kind of experiences that you want to have all around the fucking world. Okay, and as a matter of fact, I think in the olden days, billionaires knew that. Obviously, the internet was not around in the olden days as well, so that's probably what made it a little bit easier, but they did everything. The ivory tower is supposed to be inaccessible, okay? The ivory tower is supposed to be removed from access from the unwashed pores, okay? Old rich used to be silent. New rich, they want admiration. This entire segment you were about to do is going to get clipped to fuck because you have a house. Yes, I know. The irony is that people have no capacity to distinguish between a fucking Twitch streamer who purchased a house for himself and his fucking family, who, yes, is fortunate, incredibly privileged, incredibly fortunate that I have amassed a level of not only fame, but also wealth that many people will not actually experience, okay? That's the fucking problem. That is the issue. And people will turn around and be like, says you. Which is insane when you are talking about a fucking billionaire, and you will never understand this difference. I am someone who has to literally go live to make my money, okay? I don't have the money in the market. I don't have capital accumulation. If I stop streaming tomorrow, it's over. I could take the money and put it in the market if I wanted to. I choose not to. This is how I make my living, okay? She doesn't have to. She has a fuck ton of money in the market already. So yeah, shouts out to the chatters for subscribing, even though you don't need to. That allows me to purchase this house for myself and my family. But yes, compared to someone like Becca Bloom, or compared to like the actual movers and shakers in society, someone like myself, the wealth that I have is a rounding error. And not only that, but someone even like Billie Eilish, who has a fuck ton more, right? Who has a fuck ton more than even I do, right? Think about that. You're like, I'm the wealthiest person you've ever fucking seen in your life, right? Not the case, but even then, her wealth is a fucking rounding error, right? Lord Pegasus was right. Who's Lord Pegasus? You're not in the market, but what about prediction markets, though? I know for a fact, okay, yeah, I'm not in the market, but the market is inside of me. Okay? You panhandle with a webcam. I gave a woman $10 so she could get some gloves and not be cold while being houseless. What's the difference between you and her? I don't know. I don't know how many viewers the person you're talking about has, but that person absolutely deserves the $10 more than I do, or needs the $10 more than I do. Let's be real. So I'm glad that you did that. But it's also a silly comparison to make, you know, especially because I'm not holding you at fucking gunpoint. You don't have to give me any of the money. As a matter of fact, you quite literally are not right now. You're still in here. I will still read what you're saying. I will still interact with you. There is virtually no difference between you being subscribed to me and you not being subscribed to me. But I hope you feel a lot better, you know, using your money appropriately in this situation. Okay? In any case, getting back to Becca Bloom, the thing that I was actually mentioning is, For Becca Bloom, you don't have to do TikTok. You don't have to seek out validation. You're a fucking billionaire. If people were to turn around and say the same thing about myself, sure, you're right. And maybe one day I'll just fuck off into the sunset, okay? But for the time being, that's not the day. I'm stubborn as fuck, and I'm going to keep fucking fighting for all the shit that I believe in, whether or not I have $30,000, whether or not I have however much money I have, okay? It doesn't matter. Hasan, you passed me on the street when I was homeless in LA in 2019. You just averted your gaze as I begged you for $1. Okay, 2020 Toyota Corolla. In any case, the point I'm trying to make is this. She don't need the fucking validation. This is what I do for a living, if you want to make this comparison, right? And I eat the mile-long dick on a daily basis from chatters who go, well, hold on, you're accessible too, just like she is, right? She's advocating for her class and a capitalist is doing propaganda for the rich. She's doing something that is objectively positive for her class before this controversy. Exactly. I'm advocating against what people perceive as my class interest because they think I'm a part of the billionaire class. But I won't stop doing that regardless of how much you yell at me.
Becca Bloom. You have servants and you're pushing a false idea of feminism, and that's why it's a legitimate question. So Becca Bloom made a video talking about what men don't understand about equality, particularly in the dating world. And the video is fine. She talks about how 50-50 isn't actually 50-50 because women earn 80% of what men make, how women have to spend more on beauty and grooming, and how women are more likely to experience violence on a date, which is all fine. And she ends by saying, men only remember the word equality when it benefits them financially. Equality isn't identical treatment. Equality is balanced responsibility. And until society becomes statistically equal, you cannot cherry pick equality only in moments where it allows you to contribute less. And again, all that's fine and great. But then my mutual on here, Bridge on Film, who has a great account, everyone should follow her, made a video of her typing a comment that said, can we keep this energy for equality by asking your billionaire family to distribute their wealth for equality? Which I loved and thought was a great question because Bloom comes from an obscenely rich family and got mega famous in part via her Gatsby-like ostentatious displays of wealth. That video, as of me making this, has about 1,600 views, but what did Bloom do?
I think the appropriate thing for a billionaire to do is not even to just like take all the fucking money that they have and redistribute it, because I think that's also a dumb way to try and tackle this conversation, but to use all of the fucking power that they have, all of the network that they have to try and actively eradicate billionaires in general. And I don't mean by force. I don't mean by like killing them or some shit like that. I just mean like changing the system for the better. Okay? You have tremendous wealth. You have tremendous power. Use it for good. Use it for privilege. Use your privilege for good. Become a class trader. That is what I invite all of the super wealthy to do. Obviously, they won't fucking do that. I'm just saying that is probably a more appropriate way to deal with this issue rather than simply being like, oh, this one billionaire is going to fucking give away all their money. You're absolutely wrong. A billionaire should go. No, I'm saying in order to effectively eliminate the concept of billionaires, I think I would rather have these people involve themselves in the exact opposite way that they're involving themselves in the systems. It's never going to happen, of course. It's never going to happen. Let's be real. It is against their class position. It's against their class interest. But that would be probably a more successful, more viable way to eradicate billionaires in general. Okay? Someone wants to give the DSA a Gundam. Do you understand? Because the reality of the matter is, the way that the system is designed currently is that it is propped up by so many billionaires that even one singular billionaire giving away all of their wealth would not even be able to fucking put a dent in it. Okay? That's just it. That's just the unfortunate reality of how horrifying the wealth disparity has become. Although these people are so unimaginably wealthy that one singular person's distribution of their wealth could potentially change a lot of people's lives, you know, like an entire area, you know, eradicate homelessness in one area if they wanted to, they chose to do so. Okay? Charity will not actually eradicate poverty. If that was a real thing, then charity would have eradicated poverty by now. There are plenty of people who do voluntary contributions, plenty of wealthy people that engage in philanthropic endeavors. This does not actually put a dent in the problems. As a matter of fact, it sometimes worsens those problems. Okay?
The comment disappeared, she may have deleted it even, and Bloom literally went into Bridges' comments and accused her of cyberbullying. Cyberbullying. But again, you have servants, Becca Bloom. It sounds neat to have a chef that prepares your meals at home. I wouldn't know. But consider what that job means versus how your family made its fortune in the business world. As many of your commenters pointed out and you liked, there's a difference between equality and equity. The reason you're able to spend tens of thousands of dollars on Hermes shopping sprees, and so generously share that experience with us, is because our society has, as feminist scholar Nancy Fraser puts it, quote, the institutionalized separation of two supposedly distinct kinds of activity. On the one hand, so-called productive labor, historically associated with men and remunerated by wages. On the other hand, caring activities, often historically unpaid and still performed mainly by women.
Yeah. There was another guy who also had a statement on this, okay? Even though the wokes will say this was actually somewhat patriarchal or misogynistic, new wave liberal feminism will obviously have a take on this, but it's abolishing the bourgeois family structure, because a lot of the caregiving labor that is reproductive labor that is necessary for the labor force to continue growing, all of the work that goes into caretaking, caregiving is actually never realized, never acknowledged, and also never fairly compensated.
What that means is that your parents, and therefore you, are able to access and acquire vast amounts of equity while your servants are not. Software is a kind of reproducible industrialization, and capitalism means that the vast majority of rewards go to the owners of the means of production for making it. Let's say it takes 1,000 hours of labor for your parents to make a piece of software, and it takes your servants 1,000 hours of labor to do domestic work. After those 1,000 hours, your parents might have a business that strikes gold, and they get massive returns. Unless your servants make their own company, they're not going to be able to do that. But also, the type of domestic labor that you use is inherently not reproducible. Someone needs to make those dumplings that you get to brag about eating at 4 a.m. The way that we've set up our economic system, in other words, is exactly how Fraser describes it. Your family gets to be worth 800 million times as much as your servants, which I'm sure both of us would agree is not actually representative of your value to society versus them. I hope we agree on that, no offense. People seem to enjoy your stuff and more power to you and them, but come on. Not 800 million or a billion times worth, surely. Now, you're a woman and your chef might be a dude, but disproportionately, this division of economic reward means that men generally have access to accrue capital way more than women, since men generally engage in economic behavior that our society arbitrarily calls productive, and women disproportionately engage in behavior that our society arbitrarily calls caring. More than the 80% wage gap, it's actually this much more disproportionate capital gap that affects women's ability to have dignity, agency, and ease in their life, all of which I genuinely believe both of us want women to have. As Fraser writes, quote, this gendered hierarchical division between production and reproduction is a defining structure of capitalist society and a deep source of the gender asymmetries hardwired in it. There can be no emancipation of women so long as the structure remains intact. Which is why Bridges' question is so relevant, because feminism without class consciousness is not a feminism for all, because there's also a racial component to this. Again, as Fraser writes, the trouble is this feminism is focused on encouraging educated middle-class women to lean in and crack the glass ceiling. By definition, then, its beneficiaries can only be women of the professional managerial class, like you. In absent structural changes in capitalist society, those women can only benefit by leaning on others, by offloading their own care work and housework onto low-wage, precarious workers, typically racialized and/or immigrant women. So this is not in.
Is there a difference between her and Bill Ackman? Come on, Haas. Yeah, no, there is. I mean, I don't know how she made her money. I don't know how her family made the money. I don't know anything about her. I just know that she's a billionaire. And what I do know is that she's a billionaire who is accessible. She's a billionaire who is seeking out people's praise. And when you do that, especially as a fucking billionaire, you're gonna inevitably have people question your unimaginable amounts of wealth. It's that simple. People do that to me. People do that to me. I'm nobody. You know what I mean? I'm nothing. How can people atone people no matter seek validation, no matter income? What do you mean? Same thing happened to Mark Cuban. Yeah, of course. Of course it happened to Mark Cuban. No matter what, there's always, if you are accessible and you're wealthier than the average person, people are going to be like, well, says you, bitch. You're living a life of fucking privilege. But this is not about the trials and tribulations of being an endlessly fortunate person that is seeking out validation on the internet or being accessible on the internet. Okay? The point is, you cannot have equality without, like, you cannot have real equality, as she was suggesting, through simple liberal feminism. You must advocate for and you must actually advance socialism. That's it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what your financial status is. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where you are in society. If you're a millionaire, thousandaire, doesn't matter at all. Remember when Mark Cuban came on that Twitch event with Austin? Wild couple of years. Yeah.
Cannot be a feminism for all women. In other words, not only do we give vastly fewer economic rewards under capitalism to women, we also give vastly fewer economic rewards to minorities, especially immigrants. And all this is completely arbitrary. We don't have to set up our society like this. And we shouldn't. I think the type of domestic labor that your servants do is just as difficult and valuable as anything your family's ever done. And anyone who has or has had a family member who's worked as a nurse or cook or cleaner will agree. But lastly, the reason you should think about Bridget's question is because you brought it up. As you said, quote, you cannot cherry pick equality only in moments where it allows you to contribute less. Just as that means I shouldn't ignore the privileges I have of being white and cis and so on, you shouldn't cherry pick your outrageous privilege as a billionaire that can afford to have servants. Because doing that is, I believe, kind of truly corrosive to your soul. And that's my theory behind why you felt the need, as a billionaire creator with 4.8 million followers, to go into a video with 1,600 views and accuse them of cyberbullying you. And since I'm a movie channel, the movie I recommend to you so you can understand why I think you did that is the movie Sallow by Pier Paolo Pasolini.
What the fuck?
It's an adaptation of the Marquis de Sade novel set in fascist Italy in the 40s, and the thing it communicates above all else is what having that much economic and political power does to people. It makes you want to further control and exploit people. On some deep soul level, I think every rich person like you understands that their ability to exist, they do rely—
Bro said, watch Sallow. That's crazy. He was like, yeah, you should watch that. He's trying to punish her. This is a trick. Becca Bloom, don't do it.
on crimes against someone somewhere. You're an heir, so you may not be totally aware of the specifics of your case, but it's absolutely true what Balzac said. Behind every great fortune, there is a crime. Like, not only are you defending the circumstances that allow you to spend $50,000 on shopping sprees, but you also want us not to criticize you. It feels like you want to control not only other people's economic existence, but also how we think and feel about you, which is corrosive to your soul. It should be enough for you to be happy with your $800 million and your 4 a.m. dumplings and your shopping sprees and whatever else. The fact that you immediately dismissed Bridget's comments out of hand and how you responded to her is kind of proof of this. The way you even phrased it, saying, quote, if you knew even a fraction about me or my family, this question wouldn't have made it out of your drafts, is kind of a vaguely fascistic insinuation that you have access to some objective truth that Bridge doesn't. You may—
Okay, he's hyper woke too. This bro hates dumplings and this is the woker, okay? No, I think she's just basically saying you don't know me, not implying that she has access as a wealthy person to some like objective truth or anything. I think she was just trying to deflect and trying to imply that like she's overcome great trial and tribulations. I really like this guy though.
You own a lot more money than the rest of us, but you don't own reality, which is why Bridget's response was much more telling of a soul properly aligned with the common good of the world. She wants to have a discussion with you, which I think you should do if you have the time.
Anyway, I'd say he hates you too, but he's American, so probably not. No one did this woke. No one this woke as an American wearing a cowboy hat is going to have that kind of smoke for me. Let's be real. Come on now. In any case, we were going to talk about the gay thing. Well, not clavicular, but that's a different gay thing. But let's watch this clip. Apparently, he was talking about.
Would Charlie Kirk have gotten assassinated if he were Chad? Well, probably not, and here's why. Good-looking people experience something called the halo effect, so it's quite possible that if Charlie were to be better looking, someone wouldn't have hated him enough to assassinate him. What happened to him is quite terrible, and this might be an insensitive video to make, but I'm really trying to bring awareness to how brutal the black pill is. Looks really are going to determine the quality of your life to a high degree, so if you're not doing everything you can to maximize them, you're missing out.
Brother, what the fuck? That's crazy. Dude, oh my God. Dude, I'm bringing awareness to how chopped this man was. Yeah, hey guys, this might come this might come across as insensitive, but the guy who was shot in front of the entire planet basically was shot because he was chopped. He was so ugly, he was killed for his ugliness, which is crazy. You would think this is like peak satire, except he is dead ass. Okay? He is not even remotely kidding. That's the craziest part about it. He is as serious as a heart attack. Wow. Charlie Kirk was assassinated because he didn't mog hard enough. A real mogger would have been able to mog the bullet. Are they all collectively trolling now? Nick Fuentes goes all in on voting for Newsom over Vance in 2028 because he's handsome. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I actually don't know what the fuck they're doing, but there is a state of panic on the far right. Drama in Nick Fuentes' world tonight after prominent groiper Vrillium, I don't know how you fucking say his name, was exposed for wearing women's clothes and describing himself as gay. Huge blow to the groiper community. William blames JD Vance supporters for digging up the dirt on his gay past. It was some gay shit. Higher tier groiper Beardson called into William's Crisis X space to offer his support, but it turned out that his help amounted to telling William to change his legal name, get an actual job, and leave public life entirely. We'll be all right without you. To which I replied with, didn't Nick Fuentes go on a date with a cat boy? Why are they even fake mad at gay shit? That's the other thing that I don't understand. I feel like these guys are all omega gay, like all the time. And I don't get it. And then this person says, he seems to be a big fan of yours. Yeah, no, this person, I think, they're accusing him of being a secret fan of yours because of this retweet. No. He is a fan of mine. I know he's a fan of mine because I first encountered this fucking creature when the slap thing happened. He was the fat groiper next to the manlet groiper with the mustache. Remember, outside of the New York Young Republicans Club, we watched a video and there were two groiper creatures outside. And one was the manlet groiper with the mustache, and the other one was the fat groiper. It turns out the fat groiper was also gay back in the day, and I assume still gay. And no, not the fat one. Not the fat one that actually slapped the short one. The fat one was the fat one wasn't a groiper, I don't think. I think he was just a regular racist Republican. Okay? The other fat groiper. Yes, these are like cryptids. Anyway, do we have the video? Do you remember this? I can't believe I'm hearing this conversation as if it's normal. Unfortunately, this is how it is. Okay, this is what it's become. This is what commentary in the United States of America in 2025 is all about. But yeah, all we need is a single image of you standing next to the manlet and we will achieve socialism. It doesn't work that way. I mog all of these fucking losers. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so yeah, they're all also calling one another gay now, which is pretty funny. Sneeko on JD Vance says he's fat and overweight. He's married to a bleep wife. I'm not voting for JD Vance. Complete subhuman. Gavin Newsom, total Chad. Now, what's really interesting about this is that Sneeko is going back and forth on the white supremacy stuff because remember, he was like, oh, I'm done with this red pill stuff. I'm done with this red pill stuff. And he actually felt really sad when, the president, the current president and the current vice president kept saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Now, why was he sad about this? He's a white supremacist. Well, because he's Haitian. He's Haitian and Filipino. So he kept trying to be like, hey, guys, I know we love, making fun of all the different races, but like Haitians are kind of chill, actually. My dad was Haitian. My dad is Haitian. And everyone was like, shut up. You eat cats and dogs as well. That was not enough to snap him out of this. And he kept, doing more and more right-wing commentary, red pill commentary, manosphere commentary, and white supremacist commentary. And only recently did he say, before he went to the actual New York Young Republicans Club, that he was going to be done with the red pill shit. But it turns out he's still very firmly on the red pill shit. So what I don't understand is, what's the racial hierarchy here? Because you're half black, half Filipino, right? But you're also shitting on JD Vance for marrying an Indian woman. I don't really understand what the racial... Is there a racial hierarchy? Jeet means victory in multiple Indian languages. I laugh every time white people try that on me. I know, there's also Jeet here. But in the context of this, I just choose not to say the word because, like, I think they're saying it as a slur, and I'm just trying to, you know, be understanding. But yeah, that's like the new, it's a racial word in America. No, I know. Except there's also a writer, I believe for the New Republic, who goes on the Majority Report all the time. His name is literally Jeet here. He's great. I like his writing. And it's just like, what do? Do you not say his name? Right? Like that would be stupid. Or no, he writes for The Nation, I think. Yeah. That would be fucking crazy. Just because 4chaners have decided that this is a slur now. In any case, oh, here it is. So this is the manlet groiper. This is not the fat groiper. This is another fat guy. This is just a regular racist fat guy who I think works for the New York Young Republicans, despite the fact that he's not young. He probably is a Republican, but not young. Anyway, he also seems kind of short. He's a... Let's just call him the short man. I mean, the fat manlet, okay? This is manlet with the mustache, and then this is the fat manlet. So fat manlet hits the groiper manlet, okay? And then the one that's walking next to him, walking up behind him, is the fat groiper, now also known as the fat gay groiper, okay? Because it turns out he used to be gay, and I assume he still is, but he used to be gay as well. So that's where the story, I just wanted to introduce it as a character. Here he is right here. There he is. Also going around the other groipers here as well. Now, the reason why I brought this up is because when I did my analysis on this this thing that took place outside of the New York Young Republicans Club, the fat gay groiper actually came out and tweeted at me, and he said, "I used to be a fan of yours. I am no longer a fan of yours. I hate the Jews now, and also I don't know. I don't fucking remember what he said. It was not very memorable. In any case, that's when I found out he actually was a fan of mine back in 2020 when he was gay. I assume he's still gay, but he was openly gay back then, right? And he wasn't a groiper. Okay? So then he became a groiper, and I guess he dropped the whole gay stuff. He was like, I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. But it turns out they found, I don't know what started the drama, but it turns out they found his old account where he's very much being gay and very much not being a groiper. Groiper influencer William has been mass deleting everything after his homosexual past has been exposed by his forgotten Twitter account.
About that in a government way, like there's only, it angers me to no end to see like people talk about that in a government way. Like there's only one person who should tell any woman, especially you, to do with your uterus, and that person is me.
I don't really understand, though, because he's also seemingly trying to fuck women here. Obviously, it's not going to work because he's omega cringe. Okay, this is the most cringe shit I've ever done seen. I'm actually pretty happy that this person actually left the community and became a groiper instead, because I feel like this is far too cringe, and I do not want to be associated with whatever this creature is. Yes, I covered the Will Sommer approach here. That's how I started it. But yeah, he has reportedly blamed Israel and JD Vance for these leaks. The groiper world is in shambles. He has this photo, Internet Princess, me leaving any function where it's mostly straight men and I have to fit in, dab me up. Now, one of the things I will say is that, like, he probably seemed to be a lot happier back then, I suspect. And I don't really know. Like, he probably would have been more comfortable at least. Like he didn't have to like lie about, you know, if he didn't have to lie about his like sexual proclivities or his sexual desires. Insane that HasanAbi saw my account and said I'm a Nazi, given the fact that I actually started my interest in politics via his streams. Used to be a huge fan. Now it's 2025, and you helped create the rise of fascism in America. Okay, well it turns out you're also helping with the downfall of fascism in America. I made myself entirely unemployable after saying Jews at an organization that literally have publicly and advertised for. Where is this funding? Right-wing commentary is a well-funded grid. Oh, he's, yeah, okay. He's like replying to me. He was a reply guy. And he kept saying over and over again that he was a big fan of mine. I find it very interesting. Big fan of this guy in 2020 before I realized he just hates whites. The working class can't be empowered when the financier class has the ability to replace them with infinity Haitians. He lauds China's autocracy, says ours is racist. Bio-Leninist filth, 100%. I wonder who played a pivotal role. I wonder who played a pivotal role in him moving away from his potential socialist journey in the direction of anti-socialism. I wonder what steps he took between someone like myself and someone like Nick Fuentes. I wonder who could have instilled in him the hatred. No, not National Socialism. That's not it at all. There was absolutely a anti-communist slant. No one says bio-Leninism unless there is some significant anti-communist tendencies that he was brain broken by. Also, this should be a cautionary tale for all of you. If you literally, if you fall, if you only develop your worldview by watching YouTubers and Twitch streamers, then yeah, you're gonna be at the mercy of whoever is more convincing to you. Make up your own fucking mind. Anyway, so he's obviously infiltrating the Republicans to fuck them. I mean, maybe. In any case, he also made a reply video that he deleted. But, you know, this is Max Nordau. He also obviously is a shithead. This guy is LARPing as a straight man, even though he's gay. And this guy is LARPing as a Jewish man, even though he is not Jewish. That's how much he loves Israel. This guy, Max Nordau. For those of you who don't know, this guy with a beeper on his Twitter description is actually not a Jewish man. He says he is muscular Jew in his description. He is not Jewish. He actually is Goyim. That's right. I think he's British or something. And his name is literally Brian Griffin. That's right. In any case, I don't know if he's muscular at all, but I do know his name is Brian Griffin. Okay, but he is such a pathetic Zionist that he also unironically LARPs as a Jewish person on the internet. Not exactly certain as to why, but who knows? Anyway. Did you know Laura Loomer isn't Jewish either? I'm pretty sure she is. At least she has said she is. I would be shocked. Wait, really? Laura Loomer LARPs as being Jewish too? No, I think Laura Loomer is Jewish. I've heard her literally try to fuck a Nazi guy by being like, "Oh my God, you're like an Aryan god," and I, you know, all the Nazis here, they hate me because I have what does she say? Big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ or something. Yeah, I mean, she literally told a Nazi at the Nazi party that she was Jewish. I feel like you don't say that unless. I don't know why you would ever say that, really. I'm not even going to defend that or try to fucking figure out a logical through line there. That really doesn't make any sense. Why are you as a Jewish woman at the Nazi party trying to fuck the Nazis and telling them that you're Jewish at the same time? Very strange. Anyway. Okay. As far as I know, the ex-gay Nazi guy is the only person who is claiming that she is not Jewish. Okay, interesting. You're not a woman. Don't judge her. You're right. Believe women. Believe women. That's what I was doing when I believed Laura Loomer when she said she has a Jewish tits and a Ashkenazi IQ or something. I don't remember what she said to a Nazi that she was trying to fuck. Okay, she's a free spirit, Laura Loomer. Okay, so here is his video response to being outed as a gay man or having a gay man past, and also being a HasanAbi head, I guess, while he was gay. He's writing, your anger is irrelevant. Most of my full Anglo family is cucked politically, avowed Democrats with zero racial conscience, pro-meritocracy, pro-migrant, pro-LGBT, etc. The ethnics will save us. Oh, okay. There's this was about Nick Fuentes talking about how there will never be an Anglo Nick Fuentes because the Anglos are too boring or something. Anyway, he was just like fucking horny posting quite a bit. I'm not going to show you all the photos in his old account, the gay account. But here is apparently his video on his past. If he was claiming he was a former fan, do we have his logs? Oh shit, he probably deleted everything now. So I don't know if we can like identify what his Twitch account is. Dude, so many characters have come from this community. That's kind of like me and Felix have you know, different reply guys that we've created. I guess like it's just like people might not know this, but you know who is a reply guy of mine? Was Jason Hinkeldink. Jackson Hinkle. Jason Hinkle? Which one was, what was his name? The ACP guy. Yeah. He was a big time, like he would do like ad breaks, dankies, that kind of thing in this chat. And I think also he was who else? I think Haas was in here for a little bit too. Sneeko is another one. Yeah. Hinkle would post poggies in the chat. Yeah. There's a lot of side characters that have come from this community. I'm not, I'm ashamed. You mean the Houthi guy? Yeah, I mean, that was the coolest thing that he's ever done. I will recognize that. I will recognize. Reply guy, dude, Jackson Hinkle was a Hoscorder. Yes. That is definitely the coolest thing that a Hoscorder has done, myself included. Like that was objectively a cool thing that he did. One Piece level side characters though. Like being here shortly or being a real viewer, I mean, you make up your mind. He was in the Discord. And not only was he in the Discord, but he also was, oh, here it is. Hasan Piker is allowed to have a nice home. Jimmy Dore is allowed to have a nice home. Marxism does not oppose wealth. It opposes exploitation and profits. Let's focus on the real issues. Hasan Piker, 2 years after that. Hasan Piker does Adolf Hitler with painted fingernails. Yeah, one band later. Perma, so desperate for viewers, you're leeching off the HasanAbi Discord. Don't quit your day job, brother. Okay, well, guess what? He got banned permanently from the Discord, and he actually did quit his day job. He used to be a Bernie bro. He quit his day job. CIA stole a community member? No, after the Houthi shit, I don't think he's CIA. I think he's FSB. Yeah, I pushed him into Vladdy Pooh's arms, dude. To Adolf Putler's arms. Anyway. He was a Jimmy Dore fan and was on a show a couple of times because of Tulsi Gabbard, but left because he kept shitting on Jimmy Dore. Oh, cool. What Houthi shit? I missed a whole year of streams. Oh, he literally spoke in Sanaa on a podium. It was to this day, listen, I shit on Jackson Hinkledink quite a bit. Okay. However, that was fucking boss mode. That actually made me very jealous. That was the most lemon bro I felt. That was cool as fuck. Okay. That was cool as fuck. Yeah, he got the knife and the gear and everything. That was dope. Bro was spam calling Donnie when he was interviewing you. Oh, yeah. God, he became so... That was very pathetic. Mafia Jinx, Jackson invited me to have dinner with him and Jimmy Dore and Jimmy's wife. I said no. Oh, my God. That's awesome. Damn, he was trying to get it. Why was he able to give a speech? Because he's a fucking based anti-imperialist white boy. Because he got mad play with the Bangladeshi unks, okay? Yeah, this was sick. This was sick. This was sick.
مع جاكسون هينكل الناشط الأمريكي المعارض. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! I am so honored to be here.
لي الشرف الكبير أن أكون معكم اليوم.
I have never met a...
You got mogged here, not gonna lie. Oh, so mogged. It's not even a fucking question. This is straight up one of the coolest things that anyone has ever done, in my opinion.
People.
I
said it at the time. I straight up admitted it. I was like, nope, that's it. This is also when I realized he's probably not an American spy, because the Ansar Allah movement would not fucking have this guy anywhere near them, and likely is you getting called a terrorist while he's doing this. I mean, why can't you do the same? I don't know, because I live in the United States of America. Have you thought about that? He doesn't. I think he lives in Russia now.
America and the Zionist entity fears Yemen more than anyone else.
أمريكا والصهيونية والصهاينة يخافون اليمن.
Because the people of Yemen fear nobody but God.
لأن اليمنيين لا يخشون شيئا إلا الله.
That's so sick. I don't think he's CIA, but how the fuck did he do this and then come back to the U.S. without any issues? He never did. I don't think he did. He did not. I don't think he's been back to the United States since he fucking went to occupied Ukrainian territory alongside the Russian military. He lives in Russia now, I'm pretty sure. Wait, but Haas is in America, isn't he? Is Haas also in Russia now? Y'all are so gullible. Could be fake. No, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? This is not fake at all. He literally spent a week in Yemen. I will, however, say that, you know, there were bombing campaigns that took place immediately after he left Yemen, which I thought was weird. They're cooking you. Have you seen this? Cringe LARPer, fighter for the liberation, is true. That's unironically true. That's real. Yeah, he went to Nasrallah's funeral too. That was pretty goated. I will recognize that too. But Calla Walsh versus Jackson Hinkle, who wins? Oh, I mean, I think Calla Walsh is more consistent, maybe a little too consistent. Anyway, but yeah, Where were we? Oh, this is the other side of the former HasanAbi pipeline. Bro, stop. They're going to take this seriously. They've been trying to use you as a conversion tool forever. They have an army of reply guys whose whole thing is painting you as pro-ACP. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, yeah. They go between saying I'm pro-ACP and calling me the F slur. That's the funniest dynamic. They'll be like, oh, dude, Hasan is actually super pro ACP. You guys should join the American Communist Party. But then they'll also be like, he's also a homosexual liberal and morally degenerate and wants undocumented migrants to rape your wife or whatever the fuck they talk about over there. Yeah, I saw a command structure image where you were like an ACB general, Lamau. And China to take over. Yeah, you know what was funny? You know what was funny about that? They also are pro-China. Oh yeah, they also did the baristas and nurses aren't real workers. That was really funny. But they also were like, they're pro-China, right? But then they still found a way to like yell at me about my position on China, where they were like, I think Jackson Hinkledink had a moment there because I was like, I don't really feel any patriotism at all for any country, right? And he was like, oh, real socialists, real communists are patriotic. ACP is awesome. They have the funniest, like, Hasan, are you going to respond to the allegations that you're a Nazbal Lyndon LaRouche agent? Wait. Okay. I'm going to keep it a $1.50. If I am personally a part of ACP, I'm not even bringing up LaRouche. Okay? Because let's be fucking real. Okay? You don't want your newly converted followers to investigate Lyndon LaRouche to get LaRouche pilled or recognize that you are closer to LaRouche than I ever have been, okay? ACP is like being a Bob of Vorky and stand for Zoomers. I don't think they have a lot of Zoomers in their fandom, let's be real. Personally, I'm shocked and appalled at these racist comments by Hasan the Greek. White, you are clearly a Nazbal created by Lyndon LaRouche. Oh, he wasn't saying I was a Nazbal created by Lyndon LaRouche. I think, oh, the misogyny towards POC Womackson clearly reflects you are not the real left. Oh, he was just making a joke. I think he was trying to make a joke. Jason and Ruhe will be the leader of the left in 2026. Keep coping, lib. This will be our year. My goat. Speaking of being a leftist is about being right, but too early. Jason and Ruhe. Wow. What a name. I fucking haven't thought about him in so... Is he alive still? This might be the first and perhaps last Unruhe mention in the year 2025. We could have gone an entire year without mentioning Jason Unruhe, which is crazy. He's a OG. Right, but too early, you know? What is this? Communism 101 from 9 years ago. Is the ideology of Jason Unruhe, Maoist rebel news, truly Maoist? Note, this is not a call for personal insults or attacks, but a discussion of ideas. A lot of you were literally in diapers when Jason Unruhe is out there doing fucking, making Maoism poppin' with his insane hairstyle. There was an edit of you and Jason Unruhe going to China, set to iCarly theme song. That was big in 2019. Yeah, some of you guys were shitting in your diapers. I will admit, I watched his videos back in 2011, 2012 when I was first exploring Marxism. Back then, I had nothing to compare him or standard to hold him to. I've been back to his channel recently, and I'm perplexed as to why he still calls himself a Maoist or Maoist third worldist when a lot of what he says seems to go against what Mao taught. For example, Jason Unruh has made a ton of videos against what he labels as identity politics and insists most feminists, Black Lives Matter, and SJWs, a term which comes from the political right, are anti-Marxist liberals because they don't talk about the production relations or rather adhere to rigid economism. This is a complete contrast to Mao, who rejected economic determinism and emphasized the struggle within the realm of culture as well as the productive realm. We could also talk about how many postmodernists whose works are behind identity politics, i.e. Foucault, who were once Maoists. Foucault, the Maoist. Third worldism has nothing to do with Mao and actually comes from Lin Biao, who was always in conflict with Mao. This is the most 9 years ago on Reddit fucking thread that I could have read in my entire life. Hasan Hinkle stole Maupin and Unruhe's whole shtick. I literally haven't heard them mentioned in 4 years. Didn't also Maupin get outed as like a predator or something? Is this what Left Book was like? Kind of. Yes. He still puts out videos on YouTube. My fucking goat.
Even having officially retired, I still get the feeling that I need to make a video on it.
12 days ago, 1,100 views. Bro, talk about a real one, dude. Oh, wait, he called it quits a month ago. Wait, why did he quit? Hozbot's Chinese homophobia. Wait, is he attacking Hoz? Is he attacking the ACP as the one true, I don't even know what he is anymore. The Soyspiracy. Will the cutting a snap lead to a revolution? Wow, my fucking goat, dude. God damn. Hold on. Let's see. 15 years ago, El Speed Bumpo, Maoist Rebel News, Ayn Rand admired serial killer William Hickman. Why am I not surprised?
It should be no surprise given the cold-blooded nature of the right-wing elites. It also explains why the followers of Ayn Rand also display the least concern for human life. As you are no doubt aware...
El Speed Bumpo! Thank you for the 200 gifted. My lord.
Ayn Rand is the occult philosopher who had great influence over the right-wing and libertarian crowd.
Dude, what a
the
fucking
article itself
goat.
says, one reason most countries don't find the time to embrace Ayn Rand's thinking is that she is a textbook sociopath. In her notebooks, Ayn Rand worshipped a notorious serial murderer dismemberer and used this killer as an early model for a type of ideal man she
Okay, so that's from 15 years ago. Let's look at something more recent, okay? Not like super recent, but why I don't support the troops. U.S. war with China almost inevitable. See? Right, but too early. Whitewashing a mine accident investigation. The banking reform a fraud. Teabagger fail. And at a certain point, he realizes that I think his hairline is receding. So then he goes... I mean, when I found out about Jason Unruhe, he had the coolest haircut, which... Where the fuck is it? I mean, that's like, god damn, he was posting so much. Holy fuck. Unruhe walk so you could run. North Korea super drink debunked. What happened? Okay. Hello, Kaya. Yeah, the Mao Hawk. That's what. Come on, guys. Spoiler alert. We haven't gotten to the Mao Hawk yet. Iran, Russia quits U.S. dollar for trade. Alex Jones versus the Young Turks. 13 years ago. Kaya, what are you doing? Caleb Maupin's contribution to Maoist foundational text.
Burger King.
Oh my god. The legends, dude. Dude, he is so old. He is so fucking old that Vladimir Putin had just been a fucking president and was young. Okay? Like, he's got young Putin in the thumbnails. Okay, that says nothing. Please stop. Get back to right-wing infighting. Wait, what? No, this is left-wing glazing. Okay? Israeli false flag revealed. Shoe thrown at Anders Breivik. Sun media lies about Chinese gays. Dalai Lama assassination lies. Predator drone used to arrest American. We're putting some respect on it for the greats, for the OGs that came before, okay? They walked so I could run. Kaya, watch out. You're going to get caught behind me. Venezuela refinery running again. U.S. owes for embassy sex slave. Kaya, Oh, you want a donut? Let me give you a donut. No to monitoring the election. Texas threatens election monitors. Sit. Okay. Okay. Take it. You don't want it? Take it. Good girl. God damn, he posted so much, bro. It's crazy. We're like barely cracking into the 13. We are barely cracking into 13 years at this point. Cultural Marxism, a stupid idea for stupid people. Okay, I'm going to go back up. I'm going to see what his most popular videos are. Let's take a look at that one. Crocodile comes to the United States, 1.2 million views. Cop gets shut down by a sergeant. Okay, none of his most popular videos have his hair. What the fuck's going on? He's a gamer. Check out his playlist. The economics of Disney's recess. Did Mao really kill millions in the Great Leap Forward? Yeonmi Park, the celebrity DPRK defector exposed. Bro was aware of Yeonmi Park by like 5 extra years before I even heard of this woman's name. Because I've been on the anti-Yeonmi Park tip for like, what, 6 years? Maybe 7. This motherfucker was there 10 years ago. I didn't even know that Yeonmi Park existed. Bro, he knew about Yeonmi Park when she was in the DPRK. That's crazy. Socialism has caused the shortage of, I assume this is F slurs. How did you not hear about her in 2015? How the fuck would I have known about Yeonmi Park in 2015? What the fuck was she doing? In 2015, I think she was in literally... In 2015, she was in like South Korea probably. She had just escaped. The new leftists online are way more uneducated than LARPers? Yes, 100%. Okay, did you find a photo of him with the haircut? Yes! Thank you. My fucking goat. Maoist third worldist and student of psychology. Electric dog, mauled yourself to ash, sad fuck. It's probably not going to happen, chatter. I'm sorry. Can this be your Halloween costume? With the hair? No, I will not be cutting my hair like this. This was 11 years ago, and what brought her to the attention? I don't care. Okay. So, that's my goat, Jason Unruhe. Don't know why. I don't know how we got here. But yeah, this is the other William who was outed as being gay in his past.
Y'all, okay. I'm gonna try to edit this as minimal as possible to get this out as fast as possible. So someone found my old Twitter. So basically, I upset a bunch of Jewish individuals, a bunch of like Israel first individuals, both from just my general like tweeting about how much I dislike Israel and dislike a certain tribe, as well as my disdain for JD Vance, which they're all like really pro on. And they found this like old Twitter from when I was kind of like a degen leftist type, and it has a lot of embarrassing photos of me, very feminine, me, whatever, you know. I think 20, it was anywhere from 18 to 20 in those photos, but nevertheless, what I find funny about this whole thing is that that's like,
I don't think he finds this funny.
part of my testimony. Like, I was a leftist, degen, like fucking punk rock type, and then I found Jesus Christ. That's like
a certain tribe, that's clearly anti-Semitic. What made you arrive at that conclusion, Chatter? Was it perhaps the camp of the saints in the back? Or the fact that he's a Nazi? Chatter is real detective. He's noticing. He literally said the Jews found my gay account. Yes, he's a Nazi. He's gonna drop the K slur in a minute, and Chaz will be like, I think he might be anti-Semitic.
actually part of my testimony. All throughout college, so from 18 to 20, no, it was actually before then. So 18 to like 21, basically, I was like a total degen type. I was in bands. I slept around a lot. All sorts of shit. I was a leftist. I was a very like avowed like communist leftist. I mean the whole nine. I mean picture in your mind like I don't know, like leftist Twitter guy. I don't know. Put that in your mind, and that was me. Quintessentially, I had long hair, whatever. And then yeah, I found Jesus Christ in 2023.
No, he was fucking cringe. Like, it wasn't like he was cool. He was still cringe. He was posting cringe-ass bullshit. He's still cringe now, but also even more cringe because he's a fucking Nazi. He's talking about his lefty gay phase if it's any more embarrassing than what he is now. Exactly. It's like, I think ultimately if you were still gay and still left and still just as cringe as you are, you'd still be cringe, but at least you wouldn't be, you know, getting this level of ridicule from the community that you've tried to cultivate.
I believe, let me get my dates right. 2023, I found Jesus Christ. I was baptized into the Orthodox Church, specifically the Eastern Orthodox Church. I'm not going to say where because that would like be doxing that church. But yeah, I've changed my life around. I found Jesus Christ.
I love these guys that always like, they can't just go like straight Presbyterian or some shit. Like, it always has to be like, what do you mean an Eastern Orthodox Church, bro? Like, what the fuck? Like, why does it always have to be like, oh, I fucking converted to Catholicism? Even Catholicism is more normal than converting to the Eastern Orthodox Church. So what? You just don't even like celebrate Christmas? You celebrate it later, like January 6th? Is that what you're doing? Like, I don't understand. Orthodox are the super base one. Catholics are soy now. Anyway. Or January 7th, is that when it is? January 7th, you mean? I'm sorry, I don't know what the fucking Christmas is for the Eastern Orthodox Church, Chatter. Jesus Christ. Rod Dreher's a Baptist, a Catholic, the Orthodox guy. Orthodox priests can fuck, so alt-right guys see them as the Chads of Christianity. Anyway, whatever. So, yeah, this guy converted to the fucking Eastern Orthodox Church or something. Here's my YouTuber response video. A bunch of kosher right type people found an old Twitter of mine from like 2020 and back before I came to Christ and turned my life around. I don't get how this is a gotcha when this is like a staple of my brand. I was drug-addled, sexually deviant, leftist degenerate who was saved by Christ in 2023. Maybe people just aren't familiar with my story. The only reason they're doing this is because I attacked Vance. That's it. This has nothing to do with journalism or anything else. It's solely because they all saw I got some motion after a few tweets hating on JD Vance, and they're trying to snuff me out of the cradle. If my past degeneracy and nonsense makes you want to unfollow, go ahead. I'm not for you. Isn't this kind of not right wing at all? Like he's like holding, he thinks like Nazis get to have a redemption arc or something, but in the Nazi direction. Like, I think that it doesn't work that way, right? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, he has a bunch of gay photos and stuff that they found. And that's it. He has a bunch of gay photos, and now he's outed as a gay guy, and they're cutting him out. They're cutting him out of the Groyper army. And what I don't find, what I don't understand, what I found confusing about this is like the contradictions are not supposed to actually play that big of a role, right? Like it's not Nick Fuentes does gay shit all the time, right? I've heard about deep lore. I've heard deep Nick Fuentes lore about how when he was in, dude, look at this. First comment, where Kaya at? Okay, never talked before. Doesn't even know my dog's name. Shameless. I killed her. She's dead. Yeah, apparently Nick Fuentes might have had like a romantic relationship with his college roommate when he was in college, and then that fell apart because his roommate actually had sex with a woman. And then there's like a story about how he admitted this stuff. He like revealed it himself. I don't know why. But he sent him like all these Snapchat messages talking about how he's given him his all and nothing in return, and how, you know, his college roommate like fucking a girl was a great betrayal. He actually used a black light to like search for cum in the bed. And I think that's part of why he hates women, I think, is like women ruined his relationship in college. He's also obviously like, you know, he now says he doesn't like anime, but there's plenty of videos from the past where he's, you know, talking about how much he loves anime. There's also, you know, he has his own like, you know, gay shit that he's done in his own origin story as well. I'm talking about Nick Fuentes. So I don't really understand why like Groypers would hold this against Aurelium. But I guess I don't really understand what causes someone to be like that. You know? There was also the whole like going on a date with a cat boy saga as well. Here it is. And then the Epstein leaks as well. But that one is not confirmed. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really get it. Two dudes chilling in a hot tub 6 feet apart because they're not gay. Yeah, pretty much. Don't forget him actually streaming gay porn. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. He also did accidentally stream gay porn one time. That was another crazy thing. What is this? Glenn Greenwald plays the excuse me
You and I
bro clip.
did cross paths once before, and as a matter of discretion, I never talked about it, but you actually decided to talk about it on your show, and I just wanted to play that clip briefly of where you described our interaction. Do you have that clip?
Glenn Greenwald. Hey, Glenn Greenwald. Excuse me, brah. You're excused. You're excused. Glenn Greenwald passes by me. He's in this is a gay club, by the way. Don't ask me why I'm there. This is a gay club because Glenn Greenwald's here. Don't ask me why I'm there. I'm there to kill everyone. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Whoops.
So you did.
I don't get it. As a straight man, why can't these guys just be gay and happy and keep themselves off the internet? I don't know. Have you seen the Abdel Fattah stuff in the UK looking to revoke his citizenship? No, I have not. I don't know why you keep asking this. I have no idea what is going on there. Glenn Greenwald suggested I'm a shill for the Dems again today. Oh, dude, I love that. Dude, Glenn Greenwald is so hot and cold on me, okay? I don't know why he's so hot and cold on me, okay? He goes back and forth. Many podcast streamers on the both left and right love the posture as brave radicals, but at the end of the day, the price of admission to mainstream circles, which they happily pay, is party fealty. So funny to watch a GOP hack shocked that his cool, edgy guest won't comply. You see this on the left a lot with people like Hasan who will say, dude, I'm literally a communist. I've never said that. Yet I'm somehow getting invited to talk with senior Dems and getting glowing profiles in the New York Times and on CNN. How can this be? I simply say I have no issue with the term communist. I have no issue with the concept of communism, because as long as you instruct your flock to vote every 2 years for Dems, which again, I don't think Glenn was around. It's kind of a big point of controversy here. I didn't do that, and I stand by the fact that I didn't do that. And everyone always yells at me for, not doing that. But and so much so that they say that I'm responsible for Kamala Harris's loss. But yeah, as long as you instruct your flock to vote every 2 years for Dems or on the right for the GOP, it doesn't matter how vulgar or radical you are in between. In fact, the more you bash Dems from the left or the GOP from the right and talk irreverently about them, the more valuable a partisan tool you become, because you're the one who leads the disaffected young people who want to believe they have politics far more radical than their parents to still go to the polls every 2 years and vote for Nancy Pelosi or Mitch McConnell. That's why AOC is one of the most valuable tools the Democratic Party has, not despite her posturing as a party dissident, but precisely because of that. Reliable partisan fealty is the price of admission for and the guarantor of mainstream acceptability. Couldn't the same critique of Hassan Piker be levied against Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson? I don't think Megyn brands herself as a radical. And I don't think you'll see Tucker campaigning for the GOP in the midterms as though it's most important that they retain their majorities. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Glenn, this is my biggest critique of Glenn Greenwald, aside from, this I think captures my biggest anger and resentment for Glenn Greenwald. The person who, by the way, literally not only endorsed but delivered remarks at the Trump Madison Square Garden rally is less of a shepherd for the Republicans than the guy who got fucking kicked out of the DNC for standing on his principles about Israel. Okay? It's so fucking lame. Glenn does this shit all the time where he's like, oh, I'm skeptical of the Democrats, but I never will offer that same level of scrutiny to my friends on the right. He's talking about 2026. Don't try to act like he's actually taking a principled stance. The fuck do you mean? Tucker Carlson has clearly done way more promotion for the Republican Party than I have of the Democrats. And yet, Glenn Greenwald thinks I'm more of a shepherd for the Dems than Tucker is for the Republicans. The only kind of shepherding I do for any electable Democrat or any Democrat that is seeking out election is if I fucking align with them. That's it. That's it. And I'm pretty open about it too. And I still find aspects worthy of criticism beyond that regardless. Yeah, if I spoke at the DNC, what do you think Glenn Greenwald would fucking say? What do you think Glenn Greenwald would fucking say if I spoke at the DNC? He would never stop chirping about it. But of course, Tucker Carlson gets to speak at the Republican conventions. Tucker Carlson gets to endorse Donald Trump. But no, he's a much more real one. Yeah, I wonder why. Because Glenn Greenwald is such a goddamn hack when it comes to applying the same level of scrutiny to the left and the right. He's wrong here, but I don't see this as a major attack. He usually defends you when push comes to shove. I know, but it still fucking annoys me when he does this inconsistent thing. It is my least favorite quality of Glenn Greenwald. He has an absolute soft spot for the right, and I think, you know, he is he's definitely gotten a lot better. Okay, he's definitely gotten a lot better in the last couple of years, because there was a point when, oh my God, he was fucking unbearable. He was fucking unbearable. And I say this as someone who obviously despises the Democrats. He was fucking unbearable because he would do this thing that I cannot stand. You apply this level of scrutiny to the Democrats for being fake or being phony and not abiding by their principles, but you never do that for the right. If you're not doing that for the right, then obviously you yourself are basically a servant of the right, whether you recognize it or not. It's one of the most annoying aspects of people like this. I don't know. I can't stand it. Like, for me, I shit on the Republicans all the time. I shit on the Democrats all the time. But a big part of the reason why I shit on the Democrats all the time is because they do not abide by any sort of like progressive values, principles, anything whatsoever, anything that they claim that they care about. I shit on the Democrats for their closeness to the Republicans. That's it. If you're giving a pass to the right and you are if you're applying only hyper scrutiny to the left, then you might be a right winger. That's bullshit. Glenn's finest hour is his Rumble segment on your $1 billion mansion. Yeah, he did a lot of that stuff too. I don't really care about that, but yeah. Anyway, Hasan needs to discover Far Cry 5, Lamau. I don't need to discover it. I have discovered it already. Anyway, listen. I'm tired. I'm going to go hang out with my family. So that's all I got. I did watch the second season of Fallout. I watched the first episode. I was watching part of the second episode, but I didn't finish the second episode yet. But it's fine. It's not like nothing crazy, but it's not bad either. Anyway, love you guys. Half day Hassy, 6 hours and 46 minutes, clocking out. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord AGITPROP, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.